Chapter 1043. The important figures of Soul Eater City and Flame Dragon City gathered in the Soul Emperor Pavilion's Dream Palace on Soul Emperor Island. All of them looked anxious. Even Yu Qingcheng, who had always been calm, looked gloomy. After Jida crushed the Blue Jade Talisman, he was teleported here. He didn't explain to the others. He just sent a message to Yao Ji, explaining the situation. Eternal Palace? Yao Ji murmured. She didn't have any information about this palace, but she knew it was very serious. She had used the Soul Emperor Pavilion's restriction to teleport Yi Qinghan here, but it didn't work. She wasn't surprised. As long as a 9th grade expert froze the space, Yi Qinghan couldn't teleport. However, Yi Qinghan crushed the Blue Jade Talisman made by Lord Devour, but he didn't teleport. This shocked her. Lord Devour had followed the Soul Emperor for a long time and learned many things. Lord Devour had tested the Blue Jade Talisman. Even if he used the power of space to freeze it, he could still teleport. However, Yi Qinghan failed. This meant that the restriction in the Eternal Palace that Jida had mentioned was extremely powerful. It was so powerful that it could cut off the connection between that space and the parallel space. This wasn't important. What was important was that Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei couldn't escape. They would die. Jida knew the situation. He closed his eyes helplessly. 9th grade experts. They had 3 9th grade experts on their side. As long as they were confident, they could increase the number of 9th grade experts on their side to 6. The hidden sovereign, Mo Shanghuang, and Monarch Yinran would definitely take action if they had the slightest chance of winning. However, the moment Monarch Star appeared, he knew they didn't have the slightest chance. At that time, he wanted to take a gamble, but Lord Devour sent him a message to leave. Obviously, Lord Devour didn't have the slightest chance either. Therefore, no one could save Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei. Although the people in the Dream Palace didn't know the specific situation, they could guess something from Yao Ji and Jida's expressions. Yu Qingcheng closed her eyes, fireworks started to sob, and Yi Yao Rao's aura became even colder. Of course, there were even more people who were at a loss and felt infinite fear because of the unknown. Yao Ji's lips were as red as blood. She closed her eyes, using the Soul Emperor Pavilion's barrier to send a message to Lord Devour. The content of the message wasn't much, just one sentence. Let's give up. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to leave. Lord Devour wasn't in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He was hovering above the Sea of Stars, 1,000,000 miles away from the Supreme Island. Her red robe looked even redder under the reflection of the blood below. Her face did not show the anger that she had shown on the rooftop of Soul Devouring City. Instead, she looked calm. She looked at the sovereign island in the distance with her beautiful eyes, although she couldn't even see the inner sea with her eyes. Above the Supreme Island, Star Monarch was clad in golden armor. Together with his golden hair and golden eyes, he was so dazzling that no one dared to look at him directly. He stood proudly in the air. He didn't wave a giant palm or condense a sharp arrow to kill Yi Qinghan, who was below the Golden Palace. He looked around at the seawater that was slowly calming down, and the blue sky above the seawater. He opened his arms, closed his eyes, and twitched his nose. He smelled the air in an intoxicated manner and murmured, "It's been 1,000,000 years. Old thing, you've trapped me for 1,000,000 years. Today, I Shen Tu Xiong, am finally out. The air in the divine realm smells so good. Sweet, fragrant, with a faint fishy smell. So comfortable. So comfortable." Then he suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was ear-piercing, savage and carefree. He still raised his hands high and roared, "Old thing, I'll definitely protect this plane of the divine realm for you. I'll definitely lead the people of the divine realm to fulfill your unfulfilled wish. Don't worry. Of course, before that, I need to clean up a few disobedient bastards." Before he even finished his sentence, the weather changed. A piercingly cold wind blew across the entire Star Ocean. Giant waves rose up in the blood-red seawater. An extremely suppressive aura condensed in the sky above the Star Ocean. Then Star Sovereign's body disappeared. A giant face appeared in the sky. A giant face that covered the entire internal ocean. Submit or die. This pair of giant golden eyes didn't look at Yi Qinghan, who was below the palace. Instead, It looked at the rows of grade 9 experts standing at the border of the internal ocean. The coldness in his eyes could freeze the seawater. Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan didn't have any expression on their faces. However, the sovereigns at the side were all shocked and terrified. They looked at the giant face in the sky that was hundreds of times bigger than the one they had condensed. They knew that this was Star Sovereign showing off his strength to them. But they couldn't resist. They couldn't even muster up any will to fight. If Shen Tu Xiong, the top person in the divine realm, was lying, then he was undeniably the top person now. Greetings, sir. South Mountain Sovereign was the first to kneel down. He knelt down completely, on both knees. Greetings, sir. The two small-sized Secret Realm Sovereigns knelt down without any hesitation. To them, it didn't matter who was the boss in the divine realm, as long as they could protect their own land. Sir. Lord Qingshan's giant body suddenly became shorter. He knelt down on one knee and Blood Knight Sovereign also knelt down with him. Sir. Ice Queen's face didn't flush red anymore. She was ice cold and didn't kneel down. She just slightly lowered her head. It could even be considered a bow. Mo Shanghuang, Wind Moon Sovereign, Yinran Sovereign, and Hidden World Sovereign exchanged glances with one another. Helplessness flashed in their eyes. They all knelt down on one knee and lowered their noble heads. Greetings, sir. In the face of absolute strength, nothing could go against it. In the face of life and death, all dignity could be sold. Greetings, Sovereign. Greetings, Head Pavilion Head. A heaven-shaking roar rang out from Supreme Island. The remaining Star Ocean martial artists all knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. However, their shouts were filled with endless excitement and joy. At that moment, they seemed to have understood many things. They understood why the Lord of Stars didn't care about the martial artists in the Galaxy Sea when the demons arrived, why he didn't care about everything on the Supreme Island and razed it to the ground with a slash. Because, as long as he was here, as long as he came out, the entire God world would belong to him, to Star Ocean. There was no joy on Star Sovereign's face. He didn't even have any expression. He didn't continue to look at the sovereigns who knelt down. He also didn't look at the low-grade martial artists on Supreme Island. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan, who was below the palace. His giant lips curled up and he laughed. Moments later, the laughter stopped. What replaced it was a bone-chilling voice. Shameless woman, do you think you can hide from me with your invisibility technique? I will count to 3. If you don't show yourself and return the things in the Soul Emperor Pavilion to me, I will tear this so-called top genius of God world into pieces. Chapter 1044. Shameless woman? Qingshan and Ice Queen frowned. They instantly understood who Star Sovereign was talking to. Then the other sovereigns also knew who this shameless woman was. Devouring Butterfly Dance. Soul Emperor and Lord Devour had barged into Evil Abyss and snatched 2 treasures from the soul-extinguishing lava. Many people knew that Lord Devour had used it, which had boosted her from the peak of level 7 to the upper level 9 in just 100 years. The other one was stored in the 9th floor of Soul Emperor Pavilion. Everyone knew this secret, because all the monarchs could clearly sense the terrifying and incomparably pure energy contained within the supreme treasure of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's 9th floor. However, when Soul Emperor placed Soul Emperor Pavilion on Soul Emperor Island, he said that if anyone wanted to obtain it, they had to follow his rules. Otherwise, Soul Emperor Pavilion would self-destruct, and everything would be thrown into the space turbulence. No one would be able to obtain it. No one in God world doubted Soul Emperor's restriction and artifact crafting skills. Although they were sovereigns and wouldn't die in the space turbulence, if they lost their way, they might have to wander in the space turbulence for the rest of their lives. Star Sovereign said that Lord Devour was shameless, and he wasn't wrong on the surface. He wasn't wrong when he said that the items in the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion belonged to him. This was because the Nepha's Abyss had always been guarded by the Battle God Pavilion. Therefore, the items in the Nepha's Abyss belonged to the Battle God Pavilion, which meant that they belonged to the Star Monarch. But, was Devour Butterfly Dance here? Everyone used the power of space to sense, but they couldn't find Lord Devour. Even Ice Queen couldn't find him. They couldn't help but be shocked. Was Star Sovereign talking nonsense? Or did Lord Devour have some secret treasure? Could he avoid their detection? Yi Qinghan's body did not move. Although he could move, there was no panic on his face, nor was there any fear of being in a desperate situation. Everyone would die. At least he killed Li Kong today. He could answer to the millions of people who died in Flame Dragon City and Wind Emperor Mount Wu. Of course, the most important thing was that this was Xiaohei's request. Li Kong was the culprit who killed Xiaohei's mother. He had never been able to reject Xiaohei's request. Without Xiaohei, there would be no Yi Qinghan today. As the seventh son of the Yi family, it was worth it to be able to become the monarch of the divine world today. He had no regrets. Of course, he would not resign himself to his fate. He was calling out in a frenzy. He wasn't calling Lord Devour, the Enchantress, or the God Emperor. Instead, he was calling out to someone who might not even be able to hear him. War Emperor. At this very moment, he knew that with his abilities, he had no chance of escaping. At this moment, Lord Devour didn't send him any message. Apparently, Lord Devour didn't have any solution. The Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan had also submitted. He knew that even if he gave it his all, even if he self-destructed, he would not be able to hurt the Star Sovereign. Therefore, he didn't do anything stupid. He only placed his hopes on the War Emperor in the black stone inside the divine crystal. He didn't know how strong War Emperor was, but he had a feeling that he was very strong. At the very least, he was stronger than Star Monarch. He wasn't sure if the War Emperor could hear his call, so he could only do this. Shentuxiong. All of a sudden, a familiar voice echoed in Yi Qinghan's head, causing two of Yi Qinghan's souls to shiver. However, he didn't let his expression change. He was just waiting for the War Emperor's next words with ecstasy. He has refined my things. No one in the divine world is his match now. It's useless for you to call me. I've told you, I'm just a remnant soul. I don't have any energy. Let alone Shentuxiong. I can't even kill an ordinary warrior. I didn't expect that you would meet him so early. Zai. This is your fate, and also mine. However, the Battle Emperor's voice transmission made Yi Qinghan feel despair. Even though he knew that the Battle Emperor was just a remnant soul. Although he knew that the War Emperor was just a remnant soul, he still had some hope in his heart. At this moment, it was completely shattered. Big brother, don't be afraid. We two brothers will go to the Netherworld realm together. Xiaohei, who was lying in Yi Qinghan's beast space, was restless and impatient. However, after he got the answer from Yi Qinghan's soul, he calmed down. Xiaohei's thoughts were simple. If he could stay with Yi Qinghan, even if he had to die, he wouldn't be lonely. Phew. Then let's go together. Being able to live like this is worth it. Yi Qinghan exhaled. He opened his eyes and scanned around as if he wanted to see the last time in this world. 1. The Star Sovereign's cold voice arose like the bell ringing in the doomsday, reminding Lord Devour that his patience had a limit. Lord Devour was still standing where he was. His red robe fluttered in the wind, but at this moment, his body had a faint purple halo. It was this purple light that blocked off the other sovereign's probing. When she heard the Sovereign of Stars shout 1, a trace of helplessness and pain flashed through her beautiful eyes. In the end, she took out the communication jade talisman and closed her eyes. 2 streams of tears fell silently. Buzz. Yi Qinghan arched his brows as he felt the vibration in the messaging jade talisman. His soul consciousness scanned, but he was so skeptical. Did she send a message to Lord Devour, asking Xiaohei to destroy the ring that she had given him? Star Monarch, who was hovering in the sky, easily found that someone had sent a message to Yi Qinghan. However, he didn't mind it. Quite the contrary, the mocking smile on the corner of his mouth widened. In front of absolute power, all schemes were just like the floating clouds. When the Fire Dragon City was built, Lord Devour had killed White-Browed Venerable. Then, on the rooftop of the City Master's mansion, he had given Yi Qinghan 2 rings, asking him to give them to Xiaohei. 1 ring was magical. A drop of Xiaohei's blood had disappeared into his body. Yi Qinghan knew that it was a treasure that Lord Devour had given to Xiaohei to protect himself. It had the same effect as the love of the dancing butterfly. However, Lord Devour had asked Xiaohei to destroy it. This message was very baffling. At this moment, what could destroying a ring change? Although it was inexplicable, Yi Qinghan did as he was told. Although Xiaohei was also skeptical, He just shook his small head and took out the ring from his body. Then he used his claw to crush it. The moment he crushed the ring, Xiao Hei's spirited eyes suddenly lit up. A moment later, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. A rather desolate smile. "Boss, you're saved. Wait for me." Xiao Hei sent a telepathic message to Yi Qinghan. Then he closed his eyes and rested his head in the beast's space. "I'm saved." Yi Qinghan was not surprised. Instead, the doubt in his eyes deepened. He had a very bad feeling, but he did not know what would happen. But could there be anything worse at this moment? 2. Star Sovereign said coldly again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the space in the distance shook violently. The space in the distance began to tremble violently. Then, a beautiful palm suddenly appeared and cut through the sky. It did not strike at the Star Monarch, but at the palace above Yi Qinghan's head. "Humph, you still want to save him?" Star Sovereign's eyes did not show any fear. He snorted coldly. Then, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He looked at Yi Qinghan and sneered. "The #1 genius in the God realm. What a pity. Die." The giant face in the sky didn't change. Below it, a sharp sword appeared out of nowhere. It was a sharp sword and not an arrow. It was a sword that was sharper and more domineering than an arrow. This hundreds of meters long sword was formed by space power. The compressed space power within caused Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan to frown. The other monarchs all felt like they were suffocating. The sharp sword broke through the sky. It didn't attack the beautiful hand, but Yi Qinghan, who was below. The beautiful hand and the sharp sword were both really quick. Based on their speed, they would hit their respective targets at the same time. Maybe the palace would be smacked away by the beautiful hand, but Yi Qinghan would definitely be smashed into pieces by the sharp sword. There was no surprise at all. What a waste. Ice Queen sighed and closed her eyes. Sadness flashed in Monarch Yanran's eyes. Who knew if it was for Yi Qinghan or for herself? Mo Shanghuang closed his eyes in pain. South Mountain Sovereign smiled brightly. His eyes opened wide as he waited for Yi Qinghan's body to turn into a blood mist and scatter in the air. Wang. Just at that moment, an extremely strong power surged out from Yi Qinghan's body. This aura caused Ice Queen to open her eyes once more. It also caused Star Sovereign's eyes to be filled with shock. This shock turned into rage. "No. Xiao Hei, no. We agreed to die together." "No." At that moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly understood many things. He cried out in terror and roared out from the depths of his heart. Hong. That beautiful giant hand lightly smacked the golden palace. The palace wasn't smacked away, but it started to shake. That sharp sword hit Yi Qinghan. The 10-meter wide sharp sword clashed with Yi Qinghan's small body. Instantly, Yi Qinghan was swallowed up. However, what shocked countless people was that at this moment, a set of strange black battle armor appeared on Yi Qinghan's body. The battle armor wrapped around Yi Qinghan's entire body, and there was a black horn on his head, which made him look even more strange. The battle armor emitted a dazzling light, as if Yi Qinghan had transformed into a black demonic sun, which no one could look at directly. Hong! The sharp sword formed from space energy smashed onto Yi Qinghan's body. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Yi Qinghan's body was only flung backward. Under such a strong power, his body was actually perfectly fine? Demon Lady! Teleport! A delicate voice rang out. A red figure appeared on the starry sea and then instantly disappeared. Yi Qinghan, who had been smashed into the air by the sharp sword, also disappeared along with it. The Star Monarch's face turned ferocious. Violent space power swept across the star sea. The blood-red seawater was raised into 1,000-meter-tall waves. The Star Monarch's deafening roar reverberated throughout the divinity realm. Soul-devouring transformation. It's that damn soul-devouring transformation again. I'm going to kill you all. Kill you all. At the same time, the Soul Emperor Island suddenly shook, causing the several supremacies to jump in fright. Then something even more horrifying happened. The Soul Emperor Pavilion that they had protected for countless years actually moved. It turned into a black shadow that tore through space and vanished into the turbulent flows of space. Chapter 1045. Soul-devouring transformation. Many people were really unfamiliar with this, but a few sovereigns knew about it. That was because this was the overpowered technique of the Soul Emperor. The soul-devouring beast's soul-devouring world was already overpowered, but this soul-devouring transformation was definitely overpowered. That year, the Soul Emperor used this technique to block Star Sovereign's palm with peak grade 7 strength and snatched the 2 treasures from the tiger's mouth. Everyone thought back to Yi Qinghan's little soul-devouring beast, the one that had just transformed. Who knew that black devouring beast, whose soul realm was only at God Emperor realm, and whose laws were so pitifully low, could actually use the soul-devouring transformation and block Star Sovereign's furious strike? The sharp sword that Star Sovereign formed contained terrifying energy. Apart from Qing Shan and Ice Queen, none of the sovereigns present had the confidence to take it head-on. One could imagine how overpowered this soul-devouring transformation was. Looking at the raging Star Sovereign, everyone was silent. When they felt a giant space ripple in the south, everyone was shocked once more. Soul Emperor Pavilion disappeared, ripped open space and entered the chaotic space flow? Although Ice Queen and the others didn't have any expression on their faces, they really respected that woman. Not only did she arrange so many things, at the crucial moment, she didn't hesitate at all and ran. She also respected Jida for abandoning a continent just like that and running away. If Jida didn't run and chose to submit to Star Sovereign, he might still be able to sit on his ethereal monarch. Now he was following Lord Devouring to wander. Who knew if he would be able to return to the God world in this life? Many things were just a matter of thought. But after enjoying so many years of riches and power, how many of them would be willing to give it up just like that? At least, Mo Shanghuang hidden monarch Miss Yinren couldn't. At that moment, there was a ripple in the air. Star Sovereign's giant face disappeared and a golden-armored Shintashiong appeared in the air. His face wasn't as angry as before. He was calm. His golden eyes were as deep as the ocean. One couldn't guess what he was thinking about. After a short while, he turned his head and looked towards Supreme Island. In the end, his eyes locked onto a middle-aged man who looked similar to Li Fei. He said coldly, "Li Tao, right? Bring some people to the Misty Continent. From today onwards, you will be the Misty Continent sovereign. Whoever dares to defy you will be killed without mercy. Blood Knight Monarch, help him shake things up." Li Tao was Li Kong's younger brother. The Li clan had 3 venerables, but 2 of them had been killed by Yi Qinghan. Now he was the only one left. Originally, his eyes were filled with sorrow and anger, but when he heard this, his face was filled with wild joy. He hurriedly kowtowed towards Yi Qinghan, and hot tears of incomparable sincerity appeared on his face. Of course, the Blood Monarch wouldn't say anything. He knew clearly that Lord Devour had escaped in such a short time. Her and Yi Qinghan's relatives must have already made arrangements to escape. With Kid gone, who else in the floating continent would resist? "Sir, since the demon monarch has been killed, the Supreme Island should be rebuilt immediately. Inkue is useless, but I'm willing to help rebuild it." After the Blood Knight Monarch left with Li Tao and more than 10 supremacies, the South Mountains Monarch immediately bowed down in a flattering manner. He bowed slightly like a loyal family dog. "We are willing to help rebuild the Saint Island." Lord Qingshan and Ice Queen exchanged glances, then led the other monarchs behind them to bow and shout. Since they had already submitted, then they had to show the proper attitude. And everyone in the Star Ocean, help Qingshan and Icy Snow to rebuild the Supreme Island. Report to me once it's done. The Star Monarch was satisfied with their performance. He didn't say much, nodding his head and entering the Golden Palace. Then the palace started to disappear in the sky. Looking at the disappearing Eternal Palace, all the monarchs looked at the sky above the Star Ocean and sighed in their hearts. The sky of the Divine World was going to change from today onwards. The Divine World was originally filled with warlords, but with the appearance of the Star Monarch and his sudden increase in strength, it was going to be unified. In just a short time, the Divine World would belong to Shin too. The space turbulence was the isolation zone of every parallel space. The space turbulence was filled with space-shattering blade currents that could easily mince martial artists below the venerable realm into minced meat. There were also dark whirlpools that could trap even monarchs and prevent them from escaping. There were also black holes that could swallow everything. It could be said that space turbulence was very dangerous, Extremely dangerous. Even the star monarch didn't dare to go deep into it. Once you were swallowed by the black holes, you would be completely lost. It was possible that you wouldn't be able to find your way back to the divine world for the rest of your life. In other words, you wouldn't be able to find a single plane. The space turbulence wasn't like the space cracks in the divine world. It was dark and gloomy. Once you entered the space turbulence, you would realize that there were shining objects everywhere. Many places were extremely beautiful, just like the endless stars. At this moment, countless people in the Dream Palace were shocked by the surrounding scenery. The restriction of the Dream Palace could easily simulate the surrounding scenery. At this moment, the world in front of fireworks and the others had subverted their understanding. They even forgot about their worries. Lord Devour sent a message. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He had been rescued, and were on the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Jida and the Enchantress had also been teleported there. Although Lord Devour told them not to worry, they were still very worried since they hadn't seen Yi Qinghan in person. The elders of the Soul Eater City weren't as worried as Fireworks and the others. As long as Lord Devour was there, they had nothing to fear. So what if they had to wander in the space turbulence forever? At this moment, they were all looking at the shocking scenery outside. Their eyes and mouths were wide open, and they were all in awe. There were countless blade-like gusts of wind sweeping in the air. There was also a white whirlpool that was 10 times bigger than the Supreme Island. The airflow beside the whirlpool was extremely fast. Let alone a person. Even a giant beast that was tens of thousands of times bigger than the sky-shaking Cheongqi beast would be sucked in. They had read about this in the books of the Soul Eater City, so they weren't surprised. What surprised them was that there were countless shining objects that looked like stars around them. Behind them, there was an even bigger shining object. At least, they couldn't see the full appearance of the shining object behind them. They could only see countless white airflows. Although the Soul Emperor Pavilion had been traveling at high speed in the space turbulence for half a day, and they were getting further away from the white airflow, they felt that the world behind them was getting bigger and bigger. Could it be that behind us is our divine world? What is that white airflow with a shiny surface? It must be. It wasn't obvious just now. Now we're getting further away from that huge object. It should be our divine world. We just got out of that white airflow. If this is the plane of the God realm, then are those countless glowing objects in the distance material planes? It's so magical. Oh right. Why do I feel that the airflow on this plane looks like the origin energy? It can't be, right? It can't be the origin energy. How could there be so much origin energy? Exclamations arose from time to time. They felt like frogs jumping out of a well. It was the first time they saw the outside world. It was so magical, so unbelievable. Chapter 1046. Although they were racking their brains to make their imaginations more vivid, no one could give them a definite answer no matter how hard they guessed. Many people turned their heads to guess. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion where they were staying, there were many flying tools in the divine world, such as the Crying Phoenix, the War Chariot, and many other magical things like the dragon boats that could soar in the sky or tunnel underground with god power. However, they had never heard of a flying tool that could enter the turbulent space current. Moreover, in the turbulent space current, the speed was very fast. Although they didn't know how fast it was, they guessed that it was at least as fast as a grade 9 monarch. The most important thing was the toughness of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Countless broken space saber currents came. But the Soul Emperor Pavilion didn't even try to dodge them. It resisted them directly. Even a venerable wouldn't dare to resist them continuously, right? Every time they used the power origin, it would decrease. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew fast in the turbulent space current, getting further away from the white air current behind them. However, they still couldn't see the whole picture behind them. Moreover, the glowing object in the distance seemed to be getting closer, but it seemed like it would never reach it. After watching for several nights, they lost interest. Instead, they felt a little bored. They didn't know where their final destination was, and how long would they stay in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Many people started to cultivate in seclusion. Of course, there were still many people who were worried, their imaginations running wild. Emperor Yi and Senior Elder Jiao Shanshan were worried about Emperor Yu's life. Fireworks was worried about Yi Qinghan and Lei Zhen. Madame Jiao Yi Qingqing, Blue Rain Yi Qinggu, and Yi Sahan were worried about Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe. Of course, they were all worried about their unknown fate. They didn't know why Lord Devour had ordered them to leave their homeland. They didn't know what had happened. However, they knew something was wrong. Something big had happened. They could never return to the divine world for the rest of their lives. They didn't know if the expert that had scared Lord Devour would come after them. Lord Devour, Yao Jida, Yi Qinghan, and Xiaohe hadn't shown up for 10 days. Without a leader, many people started to let their imaginations run wild. Yu Qingqing and the others sat on Yao Ji's big bed in silence. They didn't send messages or discuss anything, just waiting for Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and the others. Sitting at the corner of the bed, Li Shui's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She gently stroked her abdomen with one hand, and revealed a trace of kindness at the corner of her mouth. However, this trace of benevolence was incompatible with the deep worry and fear hidden in her eyes. She didn't know if Yu Qingqing and the others had an ominous premonition, but she didn't dare to ask. She would rather believe that the feeling in her heart was wrong. If Lord Devour said that Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe had been saved, they should be all right. But why was her soul constantly throbbing? The atmosphere in the illusory palace became exceptionally solemn, as everyone unconsciously released their auras. In fact, the atmosphere in the 9th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion was even heavier. The 9th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion was really beautiful. It had a big hall and several smaller halls. Also, there were so many rooms, which made it look like a magnificent palace. At this moment, in a luxuriously decorated room, some people were surrounding a green jade bed in the corner of the room. A man was lying on the jade bed, a young man with a handsome face. Unfortunately, his handsome face was pale, without any color of blood. His eyes were closed, and his breath was so weak that it was almost inaudible. It looked like he was dead. A woman in a red robe was sitting by the bed. Her beautiful hand was placed on the young man's forehead. 2 people were standing next to him. One of them was a white-veiled woman with an enchanting charm, and the other was a scholarly middle-aged man. Both of them wore solemn faces, their brows furrowed. The other person didn't look at the man on the bed, nor did he come over. He was sitting on a stone bench in the corner of the room. Both of his hands were holding his head. His fingers were threaded into his hair, making it messy. He stooped, so no one could see his face. However, from his slightly bent back, they could see that he was in a gloomy mood. Yao Ji looked at Xiaohe, who was getting paler. Then, she looked at Lord Devour, who had been sitting by the bed with his eyes closed for 10 days. Eventually, her eyes shifted to Yi Qinghan, who was sitting in the corner of the room. She wanted to say something, but her lips, which could make any man in this world crazy, moved a few times. Eventually, she didn't say anything. Thousands of words turned into a deep sigh. Jida also glanced at Yi Qinghan from the corner of his eyes. He pursed his lips, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at Xiaohe, whose face was getting paler. A gleam of reluctance flashed in his eyes. After half a day, Lord Devour finally opened his eyes. At the same time, Yao Ji and Jida turned to Lord Devour. At the same time, Yi Qinghan, who was sitting in the corner, lifted his head, revealing an emotionless face and a pair of hot eyes. Lord Devour didn't have any expression on his face, but his eyes had a gleam of pain and a sigh. He shook his head, speaking in a low voice. He can live for 1 month max. I will force him to wake up. After 1 hour, bring Shi here. 1 month. Enchantress and Kid shuddered. Although they had roughly guessed the outcome, they still felt extremely cruel when the answer was announced. Their faces changed. They looked at Lord Devour, then at Yi Qinghan. It was needless to say that Lord Devour and Xiaohe had a close relationship. However, Lord Devour's character was so resolute. When the Soul Emperor died, she didn't fall. She just silently took revenge. And now, Xiaohe was about to die, but she could say it in such a calm tone. It meant that no matter how bitter and painful her heart was, she could endure it. They were worried about Yi Qinghan, and they knew the relationship between Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe. It could even be said that Yi Sahan, Yi Qinghan's biological son, didn't have as deep a relationship as the two of them. Moreover, Yi Qinghan's temperament was no different from a bull's. He was so stubborn. If he walked into a dead end. Yi Qinghan did not speak, nor did he shed tears. He did not even glance at Little Black. He only extended a hand to cover his eyes and lowered his head once again. His body did not tremble in the slightest, but his back seemed even more desolate. Soul-devouring transformation. It was the most heaven-defying innate ability of the soul-devouring beast. That year, when Lord Devour and the Soul Emperor intruded the evil abyss, Lord Devour insisted on taking the two supreme treasures of heaven and earth. He was almost killed by the Star Sovereign. In the end, the Soul Emperor used the soul-devouring transformation to resist the fatal attack. The two of them escaped successfully. However, this innate ability that could allow a Soul Emperor at the peak of the War God realm to resist the attack of an upper 9th grade Star Sovereign was too heaven-defying. Even the heavens were jealous of it. Thus, the soul-devouring beast could only use this ability once in its life. After using it, it would die for sure. That year, the Soul Emperor had the strength of a peak 7th grade Soul Emperor. That was why he had survived for 3 years before dying. But now, with Xiao Hei's strength, the Star Sovereign had become a 9th grade Supreme Being. Thus, the reason why Xiao Hei could live for another month was because of Lord Devour's forceful use of his mind power. Lord Devour pondered for a while. A green light emitted from his beautiful hand. Then this light slowly patted Xiao Hei's head. Not long after, Little Black's face, which was as pale as snow, slowly turned red. It was a very unhealthy kind of red. After a moment, his closed eyes suddenly opened. Although his face was a little sick, his eyes were as lively as ever. Chapter 1047. The moment Xiao Hei woke up, Yi Qinghan lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot as if he was possessed by a murderous aura. For the first time his face changed. It became distorted as he gazed at Xiao Hei's eyes, not saying a word. Jida and Yao Ji also had complicated feelings as they looked at Xiao Hei. Lord Devour, on the other hand, revealed a natural and loving smile. She gently patted Xiao Hei's shoulder and said softly, "After 1 hour, I will send Xue Er here." Then Lord Devour turned around to look at Yi Qinghan, who had a ferocious face. She nodded to Yao Ji, who understood her meaning. She took her and Jida and disappeared from the room. Xiao Hei sat up and looked at Yi Qinghan's face. He forced a smile, pouted his lips, and said casually, "Big brother, why do you look at me like that? Did I, Lord Xiao Hei, become more handsome?" This joke wasn't funny, so Yi Qinghan didn't laugh. He still looked at Xiao Hei with a ferocious face, as if he was looking at his father's murderer. Xiao Hei also forced a smile. Seeing Yi Qinghan's face, he couldn't laugh anymore. Instead, he tried to avoid Yi Qinghan's eyes. "It's not fair." Yi Qinghan kept silent for a while and finally opened his mouth. His voice was a little hoarse. Besides being hoarse, there was nothing different. There was no sorrow or loneliness in his voice. It was just low and hoarse. "Big brother." Xiao Hei shook his head and laughed again. This time, he looked much more relaxed. He shrugged and said indifferently, "There's no such thing as fair or not. At that time, either I died or both of us died. If so, I will go to the 9 Nether Realm to find a way. Moreover, big brother, your life is more meaningful than mine. You're the #1 genius in the God world. Perhaps you can take revenge for me and my father. This is unfair." Yi Qinghan also shook his head slightly. His expression did not change at all as he stubbornly spoke. When he saw that Xiao Hei was about to speak again, he directly and tyrannically cut him off and said, "You Xiao Hei are favored by the heavens. I, Yi Qinghan, am the 7th son of the Yi family. The 7th son of the Yi family is not even comparable to a servant. If it wasn't for you, Xiao Hei, I wouldn't even know that I would be muddling through my life in that small city in the Fire Dragon continent. It's very likely that I would have already become a pile of dirt. Why do I have to take all the fame, benefits, and women along the way? Why are you always the one who helps me more? Why did you have to die to save me? This isn't fair, very unfair. Unfair, unfair." Yi Qinghan was almost roaring towards the end of his sentence. His loud roar reverberated throughout the room, causing Xiao Hei's eardrums to hurt. It also made Xiao Hei's body feel more relaxed. "Wrong. Boss, you're wrong." Xiao Hei stood up, slowly walked over, and sat down on the stone bench next to Yi Qinghan. His footsteps were very relaxed. Apart from a sickly flush on his face, he looked no different from usual. His pair of intelligent eyes were still as lively as before. He very naturally sat down, looked at Yi Qinghan with a smile and said, "Boss, you're wrong. Your achievements today are all earned by yourself. Think about it. How many young people in the Fire Dragon continent can endure the pain of all the meridians in their body exploding? How many people can stay in the God-slaying mountain for 5 years at the age of 16? Who can break through the God-slaying mountain? Who can endure the pain of their soul being torn and walk out of the Eveline stream? Who can survive after their soul is split in two? Who can fuse the mysteries of different elements? Who can comprehend the eternity of space? Only you, boss. There's only you in this world." Yi Qinghan wanted to say something, but this time it was Xiaohei who interrupted him with a smile, and continued to say, "I, Xiaohei, am a fatherless and motherless child. Back then, my aunt was refining that treasure of heaven and earth, and threw me into the fog swamp. I was extremely lonely, extremely lonely. Those years I lived very hard, and I was very afraid. If you didn't summon me, I don't know if I would have gone crazy. Along the way, you've sacrificed so much, but I only used the soul-devouring beast's innate ability to help you a little. You helped me kill Li Kong, so you don't owe me anything. I've always felt that acknowledging you as my boss is the luckiest thing that has happened to me, Xiaohei. Of course, if you continue to be so sentimental, I will think that everything I've done is not worth it. If you're still my boss, Xiaohei, and still the young master from back then straighten your spine and avenge me. Avenge my father. This is what young master should do." Yi Qinghan fell silent and buried his head again. Xiaohei didn't say anything, but he didn't lower his head. Instead, he leaned against the wall. The two of them just sat there quietly, just like how they used to sit together in the past, looking at the sky, looking at the sea, and looking at the beautiful world of the God realm. After an hour, Yi Qinghan raised his head. His eyes were not bloodshot, and there was no malevolence on his face. Instead, his expression was calm, and not even a trace of sadness could be seen in his eyes. He patted Xiaohei's shoulder, sighed deeply, and forcefully turned his head away. His hoarse voice continued to ring. "There's still 1 more month. Accompany Shui. Or well, when the time comes, I'll send you off." "Amen." Xiaohei nodded, looking at Yi Qinghan's bent back, which made him look like an old man. Then he slowly walked out of the room. He stood up, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. He moved his body and stretched the muscles on his face. He even laughed to make his countenance more natural. Xiaohei. Not long after, a delicate and slightly trembling figure sounded behind Xiaohei. Xiaohei's body trembled slightly, and he let out a deep breath again. He turned around with a smile and hugged the graceful figure behind him. After spinning a few times in the air, he directly fell onto the bed and said with a smile, "Wife, you haven't seen me for so long. Did you miss me?" "I missed you so much." "No, let's do it first." Xiaohei was smart. Of course, he knew that Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan would hide his affairs from Shui. After chatting with Yi Qinghan for 1 hour, he felt much more relaxed. As he knew that he was going to die, he didn't have to worry about anything. Thus he resumed his playful and mischievous appearance, although his movements weren't as natural as before. "Ah, you're a bad guy. Stop." When Li Shui saw Xiaohei's pair of eyes that were as lively as before, her tensed heart finally relaxed. Although Xiaohei's face was a little red, Li Shui didn't mind it because Lord Devour had told her that Xiaohei was slightly wounded. "Don't press me. You're hurt, but you still dare to mess around. Be good and lie down." Li Shui's face showed a gleam of shame and anger. However, she didn't kick Xiaohei off the bed like before. She didn't mind Xiaohei's mischievous hands under her skirt. Instead, she gazed at Xiaohei's face, revealing a sweet smile. "Xiaohei, if you don't stop, I have a secret that I won't tell you." "What?" Xiaohei was so surprised. He stopped, looking at Li Shui, who was behaving strangely. He asked skeptically, "What secret? You're so mysterious. If you're lying to me, haha, this young master will use the spear technique of the Devour family to whip you to death. Haha." Li Shui flipped Xiaohei aside, then sat up. She adjusted her skirt, placing her hands on her smooth belly. Her face was shy and affectionate as she said softly, "Haha, Xiaohei, I want to give you a surprise. Don't be too excited. I'm telling you, you're going to be a father." Boom. It was like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. Xiaohei's body shivered. His face blushed even redder. For the first time, his lively eyes started to tear silently. In the end, he closed his eyes tightly, and his entire body started to tremble. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes again, and a trembling hand moved towards Li Shui's smooth abdomen, but it stopped in midair, and continued to tremble nonstop. Chapter 1048. Xiaohei, what's wrong with you? Li Shui'er looked at Xiaohei's strange behavior, and was shocked. Although this was a surprise, she did not send a message to Xiaohei at the start to make him happy. However, wasn't Xiaohei's behavior a little too strange? Xiaohei quickly came to his senses and wiped the tears on his face in a hurry. He revealed a smile and looked at Li Shui'er's belly. He reached out and touched it, saying carefully, No, I'm too happy. Shui'er, am I really going to be a father? Li Shui'er looked at the silly little black and pursed her lips into a smile. A motherly glow appeared on her face, causing her originally beautiful face to look even more alluring. She looked at Xiaohei, who was lying on the bed with his head against her belly. She smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you? Actually, after you and Big Brother you went to the Starry Sea, we already confirmed it. It's just that I didn't send a message to you. Xiaohei, in the future, you will be an adult in the truest sense of the word. You can't be naughty." In the future? Xiaohei had originally placed his face against Li Shui'er's smooth belly, trying to listen to the pulse of the little life in her belly. When he heard her words, his body trembled slightly again. Then he slowly turned his head and nodded vigorously. He said softly, "I won't be naughty anymore. I'll listen to my wife. In the future, I won't be naughty anymore." Li Shui'er caressed Xiaohei's head and smiled. She had heard that if a man became a father, he would become more mature. It seemed like this saying was true. Xiaohei's temperament had become more mature than before. "Oh right." Xiaohei suddenly looked up at Li Shui'er and said, "Shui'er, when will our child be born? Can it be born in a month? I really want to see our child." Idiot. Li Shui'er looked at Xiaohei's hopeful face and felt that Xiaohei was silly and adorable. She stretched out a hand and pointed at his forehead. "I've only been pregnant for a few months. The children of divine beasts like us would normally gestate for more than 10 years. Ordinary female heavenly gods would need to gestate for 3 to 5 years. Child, the longer you stay in your mother's womb, the better your physique will be, and the smarter you will be." 10 years. Xiaohei's eyes narrowed, but this time he didn't reveal any strange expression on his face. Instead, his face was filled with a brilliant smile. He suddenly leaned forward and kissed Li Shui'er madly. However, his hands and feet didn't move, and he could only passionately kiss her. Li Shui'er's beautiful face was as red as a peach blossom, and she was panting, her beautiful eyes blurred. What made Li Shui'er extremely astonished was that Xiaohei, who was usually as thirsty as a hungry wolf, actually did not impatiently climb onto her body and do some embarrassing things this time. Instead, he climbed up from the bed, frowned, and started to wander around the room. From time to time, he would stop and murmur a few words, as if he was thinking about an extremely important matter. Li Shui'er sat up and looked at Xiaohei in confusion. She tidied up her clothes and after a while, she saw Xiaohei was still wandering around. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Xiaohei, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about the name of our child." Xiaohei turned his head and looked at Li Shui'er, then continued to wander. After a while, his eyes brightened, and he smiled. "I've got it, Shui'er. If our child is a boy, he will be called Devouring Heaven, and if it's a girl, he will be called Devouring Demon. What do you think?" "Not bad, haha. I, Lord Xiaohei, am quite knowledgeable." Pfft. Li Shui'er held her stomach and laughed out loud, and her tears almost fell. Devouring Heaven? Devouring Demon? Only Xiaohei would come up with such a name. What's wrong? Not nice. How about Devouring Heaven and Devouring Demon? If you really don't like it, you can name it. I'll listen to you. Xiaohei scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Li Shui'er rubbed her stomach again, and looked at Xiaohei, who had indeed changed a lot. She revealed a charming smile and looked at Xiaohei lovingly. All right, we'll do as you say. If it's a boy, he will be called Devouring Heaven. And if it's a girl, she will be called Devouring Demon. Xiaohei rubbed his hands, and then his eyes brightened again. He said, Shu'er, you're pregnant now. I can ask Auntie to find a few maids to serve you. You can't slack off. You must take good care of your body. Oh right, where are we now? Where is this place? Li Xuan's eyes revealed a trace of worry, and she frowned. I don't know where we are, but I think we're in the space turbulence. Oh right. Xiaohei, what happened? Why didn't my father come in with us? Did something happen to him? You should ask Auntie quickly. Xiaohei scratched his head. Of course, he couldn't tell her what happened on the Supreme Island. Just as he didn't know what to say, a voice transmitted in his head. Xiaohei, we're in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, and we're in the space turbulence now. We'll reach a safe place in about half a year. Tell Shu'er about Li Quan. She should be fine. Moreover, I've given Li Quan some things to protect her life. Don't worry about the future, just stay with Shu'er. I'll arrange everything well. Of course, the voice came from Lord Devour. Xiaohei nodded, and showed a grateful smile. Although his aunt wasn't close to him, she was really nice to him. Presumably, she would treat Shu'er and his children better in the future. Shuryan walked over and hugged Li Shu'er, comforting her. Under Xiaohei's comforting, Li Shu'er calmed down. These days, she had been worried, and she was so tired because of her pregnancy. Now that she could see Xiaohei, she was relieved. After being comforted by Xiaohei, she fell asleep in his embrace. The smile on Xiaohei's face didn't disappear. Looking at the soft woman in his embrace, he caressed Li Shu'er's smooth belly again. A gleam of helplessness flashed in his eyes as he sighed deeply. Little kid, why do you need 10 years to be born? It would be great if you could be born in 1 month. The 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion was spacious, and it was divided into 3 parts. Xiaohei's room and a few smaller halls were part of it. At this moment, Yao Ji had cut off all connections with the outside world, so the two of them could enjoy their last happy moments together. In the middle hall, Yi Qinghan sat silently on the main seat. Yu Qingcheng, Fireworks, Yi Sohan, Peach Blossom, and the others had all been teleported over. The whole family was gathered. However, although the hall was filled with people, no one said a word. Everyone was looking at Yi Qinghan, who was silent with his eyes closed and a solemn expression on his face. Everyone knew that something had happened. They were prepared to ask Yi Qinghan countless questions after seeing him, but at this moment, they were all silent. Even Yin Ling, who liked to pester endlessly, and Yi Qingyu, who didn't scheme at all, didn't dare ask, nor did they dare make a sound. Cherry Blossom wanted to open her mouth to break the oppressive atmosphere, but under Blue Rain's fierce glare, she shut her mouth in embarrassment. Everyone waited quietly for Yi Qinghan to speak. They all knew Yi Qinghan very well. He liked to share his wealth with his family and women, but he didn't like to share hardships. No matter what happened, he liked to silently shoulder it alone. He would hide in a corner alone, licking his wounds in solitude. In front of them he always wore a carefree smile. He never liked to show it on his face, nor did he want them to be worried or afraid. But today, he didn't choose to hide from them. Instead, it was the first time he showed such a solemn expression in front of them. They had only met for so long, and it had already been 2 hours. He hadn't said a word or even looked at them. They all knew that something major had happened. Something that Yi Qinghan couldn't bear. Chapter 1049. Divine World, Ethereal Continent. Today, the air in the ethereal continent was especially oppressive. Rare black clouds floated in the sky. Although they were very faint, this was a weather that rarely appeared in hundreds of years. The low-level martial artists of the ethereal continent didn't know what was going on. The shadow of the demonic beast catastrophe had long passed. It was said that all the demons in the Star Sea had been cleared out a few days ago. The divine world was safe again. Countless people cultivated, continued to train, continued to pick up girls, and continued to visit brothels. They continued to spend large amounts of divine stones after nightfall. However, the experts of the large families on the ethereal continent all sighed as they looked at the black clouds in the sky. They all knew that the ethereal continent had changed. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before it became the Li Tao continent. Ethereal City. Jida left, but he didn't bring anyone with him. He didn't bring any of the 3,000 beauties in the luxurious palace on Ethereal Peak. However, everyone received Jida's message. The moment he received the message, Holy Sky Supremacy went to Ethereal Peak alone and took away more than 10 concubines who were willing to leave. Then, he fled far away and entered a mystic realm that only Holy Sky Supremacy knew about. Supremacy Moonchaser, Supremacy Fragrance, another Supremacy, and thousands of beauties didn't leave. They waited obediently in Ethereal City, waiting for their new master. Supremacy Li Tao. Jida's message only had one sentence. Those who were willing to wait for him could go to the mystic realm and hide for 1,000,000 years. Those who weren't willing should not resist. Otherwise, all of them would die. He wouldn't blame them. Everyone had the right to choose their own life. There were 1,000,000 ethereal army soldiers on the plaza and countless prefecture lords. Of course, there were also countless prefecture lords. However, there were still some people who didn't come. For example, Supremacy Li Quan, the Archu, the Archlasian, and the Archxiang Swish. Countless figures appeared in the sky above Ethereal City. Blood Knight Monarch, who was wearing blood-red armor and had blood-red hair, was at the front. Behind him was Supremacy Li Tao, who had brown hair, and more than 10 Supremacy Island Supremacy in war god robes. Blood Knight Monarch greets all lords. Venerable Moonchaser, Venerable Fragrance, and another Venerable looked at each other. In the end, the three of them sighed and led the 1,000,000 people behind them to kneel on one knee and shout in unison. The Blood Knight Sovereign looked at the three Venerables with slight disdain. Then he gestured to Li Tao. Li Tao slowly flew out and looked at the cultivators below with a calm expression. Blood Knight Sovereign wasn't happy, but he still decided to go through with it. Since he was here, he had to show his attitude. He said coldly, "This is Venerable Li Tian. He will be the new Misty Sovereign in the future. All of us sovereigns have agreed. Do you have any objections?" Of course, Moonchaser and the others had objections. The Misty Continent originally had 3 9th-grade sovereigns, and they were extremely glorious. Now it was a sovereign who was not even stronger than them. It was just that, although they had complaints in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces. Otherwise, they would have already run away like the Venerable Saint Tian. "Greetings, Monarch." The three of them bowed again, but this time they bowed to Venerable Li Tao alone. Following that, countless manor lords and misty army soldiers also bowed down. Their respectful roars sounded out in an earth-shattering manner, giving Li Tao enough face. "All rise." Li Tao was incomparably agitated in his heart, but he had a calm expression on the surface. He knew that the Li family gained a blessing in disguise this time. But if he didn't do well, it would become a calamity again, a calamity that would exterminate the Li family. He didn't fly down and didn't enter the City Lord Manor that symbolized the highest authority of the Misty Continent. He just said indifferently, "Moonchaser, Fragrance, Heaven Extermination, and all the manor lords present, follow me on a trip to Soul-Devouring City." Finishing, Li Tao turned his head and bowed respectfully to the Blood Knight Sovereign. "Your Excellency, I still have to trouble you to make a trip." You're too courteous. Let's go." The Blood Knight Sovereign looked at Li Tao with some appreciation. This person was very smart, knowing to make use of his help to take the Misty Continent down a notch. Moonchaser and the other two had already submitted on the surface. The Misty City's attitude was pretty good, so he couldn't suppress the three of them anymore. Hence, he chose Soul-Devouring City as the target to shock the Misty Continent. Soul-Devouring City didn't have the bustling of the past. There were much fewer people in the plaza. Occasionally, martial artists who hurried past had faces of panic and confusion. When the Blood Knight Sovereign brought a group of people and appeared in the sky above Soul-Devouring City, the martial artists in the city were even more horrified. Countless martial artists even started to flee out of the city. Swish! Countless martial artists flew out of the City Lord Manor. At the same time, countless black-armored soul-devouring army soldiers also flew out from the streets and houses in the city. All of them gathered in the plaza. They didn't have any expression on their faces, but their eyes were filled with fervor. Looking at the martial artists in the sky, they didn't conceal the hatred and rage in their eyes. The Blood Knight Sovereign didn't speak. Li Kong didn't speak either. He just used his peripheral vision to sweep at Moonchaser, and the other two. Moonchaser and Heaven Extermination hesitated for a moment. Fragrance's eyes flashed with a trace of fervor. She immediately walked out and yelled at the martial artists in the plaza. Soul-devouring manor, where's the person in charge? I am the new soul-devouring manor's manor lord. Everyone, what's the matter? A tall figure slowly rose into the sky. His face was incomparably handsome. Unfortunately, it was a little tanned, but it made him more manly. Emperor Yu calmly stood in the sky and didn't bow. He didn't even look at the Blood Knight Sovereign and Li Tao. Li Tao still didn't say anything. The Blood Knight Sovereign was no fool. Soul Devour City was Diawu's territory, and if he did anything too excessive and Diawu snuck back in the future, even if she didn't kill him, she could easily wipe out all of his descendants. This woman's methods were too chilling. Fragrance was momentarily at a loss for words. She glanced at Li Tao and the Blood Knight Sovereign. Seeing that they had no intention of speaking, she could only embarrassedly smile and say to Emperor Yu, "This is the Blood Knight Sovereign, and this is the new Misty Sovereign, Lord Li Tao. Why aren't you coming over to greet them?" Emperor Yu didn't move. His eyes still didn't look at Li Tao or the Blood Knight Sovereign. He calmly smiled and said, "Sorry, in this life, I only greet my big sister and the Soul Emperor. When the Kid Sovereign first came to Soul Devouring City, I didn't even greet him." Emperor Yu's words were very tactful, but they were very impolite. His meaning was very clear. Soul Devouring City didn't recognize the Blood Knight Sovereign, nor the new Misty Sovereign Li Tao. The Blood Knight Sovereign heavily harumphed, expressing his dissatisfaction. However, he still didn't say anything and didn't show any signs of attacking. Li Tao's expression didn't change. Instead, he revealed a slight smile. It was a bit cold. Fragrance looked at Moonchaser and the others behind her, and found that they had calm expressions, as if they were old fools in meditation. She looked at the Blood Knight Sovereign and Li Tao and found that they still didn't show any signs of speaking. She then looked at the countless soul-devouring soldiers, who didn't seem to be hiding their cold smiles. His expression became incomparably ashamed and angry. He knew that he had done a stupid thing today. However, since he was stupid, he could only continue being stupid. Therefore, he revealed a ferocious killing intent as he gritted his teeth and coldly said, "Impudent! Emperor Yu, do you want Soul-Devouring City to be annihilated? Do you want to die? Soul-Devouring soldiers below, do you all want to die as well?" Chapter 1050. Haha. Emperor Yu's reply was a burst of unbridled laughter. This laughter reverberated throughout the entire soul-devouring city. Even a pig could hear the mockery and disdain in his laughter. Following that, the soul-devouring army below also started laughing. For a moment, the entire soul-devouring city was filled with laughter. Incomparably savage laughter. The Blood Knight Monarch's expression turned even uglier, but he became even more silent. Li Tao frowned slightly. Moon-chasing Sky Destroyer supremacy, and the countless prefecture lords behind him looked embarrassed. Their evasive eyes revealed a tinge of shame that no one knew about. Emperor Yu pressed his hand down lightly, and all the soul-devouring army soldiers immediately stopped laughing. Emperor Yu did not look at anyone in the sky. Instead, he looked down at the soul-devouring army below him proudly. There are 400,000 soul-devouring army soldiers below. There used to be 1,000,000 of them. They guarded the soul-devouring manor for countless years. The god bandits of the Wandering Sea trembled in fear at the mention of their name. During the demonic beast rampage, they went to more than 30 prefectures in a few days. More than 100,000 people died. After that, they all went to the Star Sea again and killed countless demon world beings. However, more than 400,000 of our brothers remained in the Star Sea forever. Today, if you want to kill, then kill us all in Soul-Devouring City. The entire Soul-Devouring army is here. Tell them. Are you afraid of death? No. We are willing to be with Soul-Devouring City. What answered Emperor Yu was a series of earth-shaking, but incomparably orderly shouts. The roar caused the entire Soul Eater City to tremble slightly. The voice seemed to have an inexplicable magic that shook the hearts of everyone in Soul Eater City. Even the Blood Knight Monarch revealed a look of astonishment. Swish. All of a sudden, on the streets, in the rooms, in the bushes, Countless figures frantically gathered at the city plaza. Countless people quickly gathered on the originally empty street. The hundreds of streets surrounding the plaza were filled with a dense mass of people. Millions of soul-devouring city citizens all gathered at the city plaza silently. Their faces were expressionless, but their eyes were burning with passion and a fearless will. The extremely large city plaza originally had hundreds of thousands of people, but now it was packed so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. No one said anything. They just sneered at Venerable Fragrance, the Blood Knight Monarch, and Li Tao. Venerable Fragrance's expression became even more sinister and terrifying, while the Blood Knight Monarch's brows furrowed even more. Li Tao's expression finally changed slightly, while Venerable Moonchaser and the rest became even more silent. They all turned their heads away, not daring to meet the eyes of the cultivators below. Venerable Fragrance became even more humiliated and furious. Origin energy surged from her body. Although there were millions of people below, she could kill them all alone if she wanted to. Looking at Venerable Li Tao's gloomy face, he gritted his teeth again and made up his mind, roaring angrily, "Good, good. Looks like you guys really want to die. Fortune is found in danger." Venerable Fragrance was the weakest venerable under Gid. Now that Gid was gone, so was Venerable Heavenly Sky. Venerable Moonchaser was in charge of the law enforcement team, while Venerable Exterminate the Sky was in charge of the Misty Army. Now that Li Tao had come, he could only take a gamble and gain Li Tao's trust. Only then would he be able to become the #1 supremacy under him, the #1 supremacy of the floating mist continent. "I beg Venerable Fragrance, grant me death." Emperor Yu's sneer became even thicker. Ever since he stayed behind, he never thought that he could survive. In the past, when the Soul Emperor became the soul-devouring Manor's Manor Master, he was the deputy city lord. The Soul Emperor loved to play, so he managed all the minor matters in the city. After Lord Devour took over Soul-Devouring City, he was still the deputy city lord. Similarly, the Soul-Devouring Manor was still managed by him. He had invested a great deal of effort into this city, and he also viewed the Soul-Devouring Army below as his family. Therefore, everyone could leave, but he could not. He had to accompany his city, accompany his people, and forever remain on this land. "I beg Venerable Fragrance, grant me death." As Emperor Yu's voice fell, millions of martial artists shouted in unison. They were incomparably orderly, without any emotional fluctuations. There were only countless sneering faces and fiery gazes that looked death calmly in the eye. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge teleportation array lit up. Transmission arrays were originally used for transmission, so it was normal for the transmission array to light up. But it was not normal for someone to be transmitted over at this moment. "Since you want to kill, you might as well kill a few more." A faint voice rang out. A purple-haired man walked out of the transmission array. He wore purple battle armor, and held a silver spear in his hand. His body did not have any aura, but there was an invisible aura that looked down on the world. Leijun. When Emperor Yu saw the transmission array light up, he knew who had arrived. He did not say anything and only looked at Leijun with a faint smile. The two looked at each other and appreciated each other's talents. They laughed at the same time. Whoosh! The teleportation formation kept flashing. Cultivators were continuously being teleported over. They were all wearing azure battle armors and wielding azure spears. After being teleported over, all of them silently flew into the air and stood in one piece. Not long after, the transmission array dimmed. However, there were already 100,000 martial artists lined up in the sky. Leijun's spear trembled, and he directly teleported. He stood in front of the azure-armored martial artist and faintly smiled. "Leijun has brought 100,000 Yi family soldiers. I beg Venerable Fragrance to grant me death. I beg Venerable Fragrance to grant me death." Another uniform roar rang out, and the sky above Soul Eater City shook once more. It shook Venerable Fragrance so much that she nearly fell from the sky. Wang. At this moment, the sky trembled. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside Leijun. Behind her was a pair of beautiful rainbow wings, which made her look even more noble and elegant. She did not look at anyone. She only looked at the insufferably arrogant and domineering Leijun, and said with deep emotion, Don't even think about leaving me behind in this life. Even if I have to go to the netherworld realm, I will follow you. Yu Duanduan was the ruler of the rain butterfly race, the master of Rain Butterfly Island. Whoosh! In the distance, another transmission array lit up. A familiar figure appeared in the transmission array. It was a man. He looked very ordinary and gentle. He did not bring anyone with him. However, his figure suddenly disappeared from the teleportation formation. In the next second, he was standing in front of Lei Zhen and Yu Dun. He smiled at Venerable Fragrance, who was in front of him, and said indifferently, "Fragrance, are you going to kill me? Why didn't you call me over to watch such a lively event?" Fragrance. There were only a few people in the Misty Continent who could be called Fragrance. This man in front of her had the qualifications and strength. Venerable Li Quan. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. Venerable Fragrance could have massacred the entire soul-devouring city by herself. However, she did not dare to do so even if she was given 10,000 guts. Let alone Lei Zhen and Yu Duanduan. Venerable Li Quan alone could easily kill her. Venerable Fragrance's mouth moved, but in the end, she did not say anything. She was extremely embarrassed, angry, and sorrowful. Venerable Moon Chaser, Sky Destroyer, and the countless palace lords were even more ashamed. They turned around and did not dare to look over. The Blood Knight Monarch did not dare to make a move. He could easily kill these people with a single slap, but if Jia Wu and Yi Qinghan returned, the first person they would kill would definitely be him. Li Tao's smile became even wider. He waved his hand, signaling for Venerable Fragrance to retreat. He walked to the front by himself. Chapter 1051. Li Tao was very depressed. If he had the strength of a monarch, he would not hesitate to slap. But he didn't, and he knew that even if he asked Blood Knight Monarch, he wouldn't dare. Shen Tuxiong gave him great glory and position, and he knew that this was compensation for the two dead supremacies of Li family. He also knew that Shen Tuxiong's body had not fully recovered. He wanted to unify God world. On the surface, it looked like he did, but it was just in name. He was thrown by Shen Tuxiong to test the waters, or rather, he was Shen Tuxiong's blade. The first to attack was Floating Continent. If Li Tao succeeded in conquering the Misty Continent, then the Li family would very likely become the true master of the Misty Continent. If not, Li Tao would still be the venerable of the Star Sea, but his ranking would directly drop to the bottom. And if something happened during the process of taking it, if he caused an uproar in the Misty Continent, and caused an uproar in the entire God realm, then even if he, Li Tao, wasn't swallowed by the people who caused the uproar, he would still be slapped to death by Shen Tuxiong. Star Monarch needed someone to help him take down Floating Continent, not someone to stir up trouble for him. The situation before him, there were already signs of a riot, and if he forcefully started killing, the consequences would be unthinkable, and he might need Star Monarch to clean up the mess. Although Star Monarch said to kill anyone who didn't agree, he didn't allow him to kill millions of people, and one of them was Supremacy Li Quan, who had a huge influence in Floating Continent. So he smiled very calmly, dispelling the surging aura that Yu Lei Zhen and Li Quan gathered. He said plainly, "I am the new Floating Continent Monarch." Star Monarch, War God Pavilion Chief Pavilion Master personally confirmed it, Lord Qingshan, Ice Queen Blood Knight Monarch, and 7 other monarchs witnessed it. So I will definitely be the monarch. But I am not here to kill today. Hearing Li Tao's unyielding words, Li Quan smiled. He was under a lot of pressure today to come here. He wasn't alone, he had Li family and Li Quan estate behind him. Li Tao's words, especially the last sentence, showed that this Li Tao was not an idiot. Today Yu Lei Zhen's life was saved. He had made the right bet. Li Tao continued to calmly smile as he said, "I'll personally settle the enmity between the Li family, Shi Jiewu, and Yi Qinghan. You used to be their subordinates, but their crimes do not involve their relatives, let alone subordinates. I can let bygones be bygones. I just want to sit on my throne, do you understand what I mean?" After Li Tao finished speaking, he turned silent and stared at Venerable Li Quan and the others. His attitude was very low, and his words were very clear. Venerable Li Quan took a deep look at Li Tao, his eyes revealing a trace of vigilance. Among the 3 venerables of the Li clan, although this one was the weakest, He was the most intelligent. A dog that knows how to endure silently is the one that bites the most. However, Li Tao had already made such a gesture today, giving them a way out. It could even be said that he had given them a resounding slap in the face, yet he was still speaking with a smile. Venerable Li Quan would be a fool if he didn't know how to take advantage of the situation. Thus, Venerable Li Quan was the first to cup his hands, bow slightly and smile. Greetings, Sovereign. Emperor Yu and Lei Zhen looked at each other. Li Tao was delaying, but weren't they also delaying? If they didn't cross the line, they wouldn't be so stupid as to seek death. Thus, the two of them also casually cupped their hands and said, Greetings, Sovereign. Yu Duanfei smiled faintly as he looked at the three of them. These three men, even when they were going downhill, they were still so hesitant. Greetings, Sovereign? Not the misty monarch. Li Tao was a venerable. What kind of sovereign could he be? Greetings, Sovereign. Under Emperor Yu and Lei Zhen's signal, the millions of citizens of Soul Eater City and the 100,000 Yi clan soldiers all cupped their hands and greeted. However, it wasn't as orderly and dignified as before, and there were even a few people who were laughing quietly. The smile on Li Tao's face didn't diminish. Since they were willing to lower their heads, it was good. Although it didn't look good lowering their heads, didn't they still have a long way to go? Venerable Li Quan, Emperor Yu Lei Zhen, and Yu Duanfei looked at each other and smiled faintly. Indeed, they still had a long way to go. The four of them secretly made up their minds. As long as they didn't cross the line, they would definitely live well. They would wait for the day when a 9-story treasure pavilion would tear through space and descend upon the God realm. Within a spatial crack, a 9-story treasure pavilion was currently protected by a layer of white light. It was rapidly shuttling through countless spatial blade streams and spatial whirlpools. It was lonely and persistent, advancing towards an unknown goal that seemed impossible to reach. Soul Emperor Pavilion's 9th floor. There was a side hall with countless bookshelves. There were dozens of huge bookshelves, and on top of them were countless books. These were all collected by the Soul Emperor over countless years from countless continents and material planes. At this moment, there was a woman standing on top of the bookshelf. She was wearing a green robe and had waist-length green hair. She quickly flipped through the books, and her beautiful willowy eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sadness, making one's heart ache. In a corner of the small hall, there was a white jade round table and several chairs. There were 3 people sitting on the chairs. One was a woman wearing a fiery red robe, leisurely drinking tea. There was also an incomparably enchanting woman. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and she looked down at the teacup in her hands, lost in thought. The last person was a middle-aged man. He was incomparably refined and elegant. However, he didn't seem to be able to sit still. From time to time, he would glance at the woman flipping through the books on the bookshelf. His eyes flashed with impatience and desire. Kid. The red-clothed woman put down the teacup and softly said, Don't worry, calm down. Life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are determined by the heavens. There are some things that cannot be forced. Kid pursed his lips, turned around and bitterly smiled. It's already been 20 days. I've already flipped through all of Mo Xiaoxiao's books twice. How come there isn't anything I can do? Sigh, if Xiaohe dies, Shui Heir will be in so much pain that she won't want to live. Xiao Han will probably never be able to recover. The enchantress lifted her head, sighing faintly. After using the soul-devouring transformation, Xiaohe's body will wither unceasingly. It doesn't look like it, but his vitality will disappear quietly. The divine crystal will crack slowly. Once the divine crystal explodes, the soul will leave the body. Once the soul leaves the body, it will vanish in just a blink of an eye. It's an unsolvable situation. Sigh. Lord Devour's face was calm, and his emotionless voice arose. It's the fate of this father and son. One died to save me, and the other died to save Yi Qinghan. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let Xiaohe get out of the Fire Dragon continent that year. Mo Xiaoxiao, don't check anymore. Don't waste time. Mo Xiaoxiao didn't answer Lord Devour. Instead, she held a book, reading it carefully. Her 2 beautiful eyebrows furrowed more tightly. All of a sudden, her eyebrows unfurrowed, and her face beamed a mesmerizing smile. However, her smile hadn't fully bloomed yet, and it turned into a forced smile. What? Lord Devour's body shivered. His eyes were as sharp as knives, shooting at Emo Xiaoxiao the moment her eyebrows unfurrowed. Swoosh! The enchantress and Kid stood up at the same time, their fiery eyes gazing at Emo Xiaoxiao. Emo Xiaoxiao was a soul cultivator. Moreover, she was an unusual soul cultivator. She had used a soul cultivator's method to break through to the venerable realm. She had been here for 20 days, and her eyebrows had always been furrowed. But now they were relaxed. Emo Xiaoxiao walked out. Her beautiful eyes were so fiery, but the corners of her mouth were bitter. She pursed her lips and said, "Madam, there's a way to save Master Xiaohei. But the chance is slim, and it's extremely difficult." Chapter 1052. Say it. Lord Devour jolted up, his body shivering as he gazed at Emo Xiaoxiao. Xiaohei was the Soul Emperor's son, which meant that he was her son. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would risk her life to save him. "My lord, you know that after using the soul-devouring transformation, Xiaohei's bodily functions will start to fade. His divine crystal also began to crack. When the divine crystal completely exploded, when the divine crystal explodes completely, his soul will leave his body. Although I don't know if it will be sucked into the 9 nether realm. Xiaohei's soul will vanish in the divine world. Once the soul vanishes, this person will die." Emo Xiaoxiao said slowly, and the others didn't dare to breathe loudly. In the divine world, the one who had the deepest understanding of the soul wasn't Monarch Yanran, who had reached the 5th level of soul quietness, but the one in front of them. Although Monarch Yanran's soul had reached the 5th level, it was by chance. In fact, her soul attainment wasn't that high, and the one in front of them was still at the 1st level of God Emperor realm. She was the first genius in the divine world, who had reached the venerable realm with her soul cultivation. The 3 of them didn't say anything. Emo Xiaoxiao paused for a while and then continued. "Xiaohei's divine crystal is broken. No one can change that. In other words, Xiaohei's body is finished. To save him, we have to start with his soul. First, we have to keep his soul from vanishing. Then, we will find a suitable body for him to possess." Keep his soul from vanishing? Lord Devour and Jida exchanged looks, both of them surprised. This idea was feasible in theory, but could it be kept? The soul was the root of a human being. When a person's body died, the soul would leave the body. A soul without a body was like a flower that had left the soil. It would wither and vanish instantly. Moreover, even if it could be kept temporarily, what kind of energy could keep his soul from withering and vanishing? The soul wasn't like anything else. It couldn't absorb ordinary energy. It needed the original life energy to keep it from vanishing. Every warrior had the original life energy, and every living creature had it. However, even if Lord Devour could capture countless warriors and creatures, he didn't know how to transfer their original life energy to Xiaohei's soul. Lord Devour knew that even Emo Xiaoxiao couldn't do it. "My lord, you've forgotten a treasure." Emo Xiaoxiao saw the skepticism in Lord Devour's and the other's eyes. He smiled and said, "Sir, did you forget that little Han has a strange saber? There was a strange life form inside the saber. Most importantly, little Han can allow that life form to continuously maintain its vitality. Although this is very difficult, this is the only way." Slaughter God Blade. Artifact Soul Spectre. Lord Devour screamed in surprise. The hot light in her eyes illuminated the entire hall. Her eyes moved many times, and after a while, she looked so thrilled as she screamed. "That's a good idea. It was definitely feasible. That nether was an incomparably strange life form, completely different from the transcendent artifact's artifact soul. He had simple intelligence, and most importantly, he could devour the creatures of the demon realm, seizing their life force to replenish his own energy and strengthen himself. I didn't think of that. As long as Xiaohei's soul was moved there, Xiaohei could devour that specter. Then Xiaohei's soul would have a place to reside. Moreover, little Han could continuously kill the devils to replenish Xiaohei's energy and stabilize himself. This idea is feasible. It's feasible. Haha, Xiao, you've done a great service this time." After a moment of bewilderment, Jida and Yao Ji were ecstatic. Jida couldn't help but rub his hands. Although this idea looked complicated, and there were many difficulties, at least there was hope, wasn't there? Although Yao Ji was also ecstatic, her eyes had a little bit of worry. "Milord." Mo Xiaoxiao didn't look happy when she received Lord Devour's compliment. Instead, she forced a smile and said, "Milord, there are many important things. If we don't do a good job, Xiaohei's soul will perish." Lord Devour's face calmed down, but the excitement in her eyes didn't diminish. As long as there was a chance, she would do her best. She nodded her head solemnly and said, "Speak." Mo Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and said, "First, when Xiaohei's soul is extracted, we must ensure that he doesn't perish. Second, we must think of a way to suppress and weaken the specter in the slaughter god blade. Otherwise, before Xiaohei can devour him, he might be devoured by the specter. Third, because Xiaohei's soul has left his body, even with the slaughter god blade's protection, Xiaohei's soul energy will be depleted very quickly. Thus, we must continuously kill the evil demon realm beings for him to devour to replenish his energy. Right now, we are in the space turbulence. How can we kill so many evil demon realm beings? Also, Xiaohei's soul has just come out, so it must be very weak. If we want him to completely stabilize, we will need a large amount of life force. After we leave the divine world, if we want to kill a large amount of evil demon realm beings, we must go to the 9 Nether Devil realm. As expected, it's extremely difficult." Lord Devour became silent, but Yao Ji sighed deeply. She finally understood what Mo Xiaoxiao meant when she said that the chances were slim and extremely difficult. The first and second points were not too difficult. Lord Devour's restrictions were very high, and together with Mo Xiaoxiao's strong soul cultivation, it should not be a big problem. The most important point was the third point. If they were still in the divine world, this point would be easy. They could just let Yi Qinghan kill all the evil demons in the baleful Yin stream a few hundred times. Then, they could kill a large number of evil demon realm beings, and let Xiaohei devour them easily. Jida was a little confused. He frowned and said, "Lord, aren't there always evil demon realm beings tearing space from the 9 Nether Devil realm to the divine world? Logically, they should travel through the space turbulence before tearing space in the divine world, right? As long as we intercept them halfway, wouldn't that be easy? We don't need to go to the 9 Nether Devil realm, right?" Lord Devour and Yao Ji looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Jida did not understand these things, but they did. In the past, they had sat in the Soul Emperor Pavilion with the Soul Emperor to travel through countless planes in the space turbulence. There were many things that the divine world didn't know. Lord Devour shook his head. "We can't intercept them. Although the evil demon realm is the biggest plane near the divine world, they don't go through the space turbulence to get to the divine world. They go through a material plane in the divine world. Moreover, there are 10 devil monarchs guarding that material plane. The two of us are too powerful, so we can't get in. If little Han goes alone, he will die. 10 devil monarchs." Jida looked bitter, sighing deeply. "Then the 9 Nether Devil realm has more devil monarchs, right? We can't go to the 9 Nether Devil realm. The 9 Nether Devil realm is 10 times bigger than the divine world. There are at least several hundred devil monarchs. And there are at least 10 devil monarchs at the 9th grade." Lord Devour also sighed deeply. The 4 of them were silent. Without the creatures of the evil demon realm to kill, Xiaohei wouldn't have any energy to replenish. Even if his soul could be preserved temporarily, he would still perish in the end. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Xiaohei's soul could be preserved temporarily, it would be extremely difficult to find a suitable body for him to resurrect. Jida understood. His face darkened as he sighed. "Mo Xiaoxiao, you're right. It's theoretically possible to save Xiaohei, but it's too difficult. It's even harder than getting lost in the space turbulence to find the way home. Save him. No matter how difficult it is, as long as there is a chance, we must save him." At this time, a resolute and ecstatic voice came from the door in the corner of the hall. Then a blue shadow dashed toward them like lightning. Chapter 1053. Everybody was surprised by Yi Qinghan's sudden appearance. However, Lord Devour nodded faintly because he was the one who had sent Yi Qinghan a message. Xiaohei had to be saved. The slaughter god saber belonged to Yi Qinghan, and only he could use it. Of course, he needed to discuss with him. These days, Yi Qinghan had been sitting in the main hall. He didn't disturb Xiaohei or look for Lord Devour. He was depressed and dispirited. He thought that since the Soul Emperor had died, Xiaohei couldn't be saved. However, he had received Lord Devour's message. Moreover, when he arrived, he heard that Xiaohei could be saved. Of course, his mood was stirred up. Recently, he had been thinking, if Xiaohei died, how would he face Li Shui'er? Firework had told him about Li Shui'er's pregnancy. These days, he had been thinking, if Xiaohei died, and Xiaohei's child was born, how would he explain it to Xiaohei's child? Could it be that your father had died to save me? At this moment, he had dashed in at his fastest speed. His body was shivering, and the light in his eyes could scare a low-level warrior to death. However, he didn't ask anything. He just looked at Lord Devour. Since Lord Devour had sent him here, he must have a solution. As long as there was a chance, he had to fight for it. Lord Devour didn't say anything. He just looked at Mo Xiaoxiao. Although reviving Xiaohei was difficult, he still had to do it. As for how far he could go, he would see when the time came. Even if he could let Xiaohei's soul live for one more day, it would be good enough. Mo Xiaoxiao quickly explained to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's eyes became brighter. When Mo Xiaoxiao finished, Yi Qinghan patted the round table in front of him. He looked at Lord Devour resolutely and said, "My lord, you can arrange everything. My lord, I'll leave everything else to you. If it really doesn't work, I'll kill my way to the netherworld demon world alone. Xiaohei must be saved." I, Yi Qinghan, survived even though it was a situation of certain death on the Supreme Island. I don't believe anyone can take my life. Since the heavens have arranged for such a perverted thing like the specter to appear, it means that Xiaohei definitely won't die. We can definitely save him. All right. Lord Devour nodded forcefully. A gleam of insanity appeared on his face. A malicious gleam flashed in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "If we can't do it, I'll go with you to the 9 Serenities demon world. With the Soul Emperor Pavilion, we can move freely through the chaotic space basin. If we plan properly, it might not necessarily be a situation of certain death. Count me in." Jida's loud and clear voice also resounded. It was incomparably firm. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer as he said, "The netherworld demonic world has been attacking the divine world for so long and has killed billions of its citizens. However, the divine world has never retaliated. The 3 of us will represent the divine realm and teach the demon realm a painful lesson. Once we are strong enough, we will fight our way back to the divine world." Hehe. Lord Devour's face was radiant. It seemed that Jida and Yi Qinghan's words had stirred up his fighting spirit. He directly ordered, "Little Han, you go and talk to Xiaohei. Also, tell Li Shui'er that he will have to face some things sooner or later. Tell him that we will never give up on him. Tell him to be at ease. Later, come here. We will plan properly. Jida, you go to the first layer of the illusory palace and comfort the warriors that we have brought here this time. Yaoji and Mo Xiaoxiao follow me. I will arrange an altar and design a high-level restriction to let Xiaohei's soul enter the slaughter god saber smoothly. We will try our best to save Xiaohei. Then we will think of a way to return to the divine world. Shin Tu Xiong, I will kill you." Under Lord Devour's arrangement, everybody's fighting spirit was high. Even Lord Devour, who looked like a living dead person, seemed to have a second spring. Although there was still a long way to go to save Xiaohei and return to the divine world, they all had a goal. As long as they had a clear direction and worked hard, they might succeed one day. Of course, it was also possible that all of them would die. However, everybody was very confident. Not only did they have the #1 soul cultivator in the divine world, but they also had the #1 freak in the history of the divine world. There was still hope. A group of people was sitting in the illusory palace. Most of them were the soul-devouring city's senior elders, the fiery dragon city's senior elders, and Lan Yu's parents. These days, Lord Devour and the others did not appear. Fireworks and the others had quietly teleported away. The beautiful scenery around them had also become dull, and everyone's mood began to become incomparably pessimistic. They had left the divine world, where they had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and their future was uncertain. They did not know if they could return to the divine world in this lifetime. Perhaps they would die in a foreign land. Buzz. When Jida appeared in the illusory palace, everybody's heart shivered. Their eyes locked on Jida, but no one dared to ask anything. However, the anticipation in their eyes was obvious. Jida's eyes scanned the crowd and then he said casually, "Don't resist. I will bring you to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I will give you an explanation in a while." Everybody nodded. Then Jida sent a message. Yao Ji transported Jida and all the warriors in the illusory palace to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There were many warriors in the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There were about 70 to 80,000 people. They were all low-level warriors that Lord Devour had given the soul-devouring jade talismans to. There were God Emperor Realm warriors, King God Realm warriors, and even Heavenly God Realm warriors. However, all of them were the geniuses and elites of the soul-devouring city. These warriors were more worried and panicked than the senior elders in the illusory palace. They had come to this place inexplicably. Moreover, none of the senior elders had appeared, let alone Lord Devour. They did not know where they were or what had happened. At this moment, when they saw Jida and all the senior elders of the soul-devouring city and Flame Dragon City, they all stood up in an orderly manner. Jida did not speak. He just sent another message to Yao Jida to activate the restrictions of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, to simulate the chaotic space flow outside. Tens of thousands of warriors jumped in fright. Countless people were in an uproar, and many more were panicking. The senior elders in the illusory palace were all silent, waiting for Jida's explanation. Jida did not speak. He waited for everyone to adapt to the situation outside and gradually calm down. Then he said, "I can tell you clearly that we have left the divine world. In the chaotic space flow, we were chased out of the divine world by the Star Monarch like dogs. Because if we don't leave, everyone will die. I can also tell you clearly, it is very likely that you will never be able to return to the divine world in your lifetime." The warriors below were even more panicked. Their faces were full of fear, especially some of the low-level warriors. Their faces were even paler. There were even some senior elders who had already guessed some things. After confirming it, they could not stay calm. Quiet. This time Jida was silent for a long time. After half a day, he shouted in an extremely overbearing voice, "Our destination this time is a completely sealed parallel space. Or rather, a mystic realm that is not connected to the divine world, the reincarnation mystic realm. Where will you reach in half a year? Lord and the Soul Emperor have explored that place many years ago. It is even bigger than the floating continent. Moreover, the population is huge. There are humans and foreign races, but the strongest experts are only at the venerable realm. Moreover, they are Lord subordinates. We will settle down there, and you will become the rulers and managers of that place. Because that mystic realm is extremely hidden and not connected to other planes, you will be very safe there." Chapter 1054. Reincarnation Secret Realm. Everyone quietened down after hearing Gid's ear-piercing roar. They all heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Gid say that they were going to a mystic realm, and that it was extremely safe. They were the absolute rulers of this place. Plus, there were humans inside, and the territory was huge. It wouldn't make them feel uncomfortable. Jida saw that the people around him had calmed down. Their adaptability was not bad. He admired Lord Devour's arrangement and the people he chose. It seemed that Lord Devour had spent a lot of effort on these elite seeds. But Jida pressed his hand down, drawing everyone's attention to him. He continued, "The reincarnation secret realm is not our final resting place. I can tell you clearly that our ultimate goal is to kill our way back to the divine world. Kill the Star Monarch and unify the divine world. Your commander, Venerable Mo Xiao Xiao, is the only soul cultivator who has reached the venerable realm. Our Frigid Knight Monarch is the first genius in the history of the divine world. He became a monarch after cultivating for less than 100 years. Jida. Even though I'm not as talented as them, I'll still work hard. And Venerable Butterfly Dance, the legend of the soul-devouring city. When we've accumulated enough power, we'll take you back to the divine world. Kill the Star Monarch, or chase him out of the divine world like a wild dog. At that time, you'll all become the rulers of the divine world. You'll be the ruler of a prefecture, or the monarch of a continent. Of course, the premise is, are you willing to fight with us? What responded to Jida was a deathly silence. Then there was an earth-shattering roar. Yes. People always wanted to climb higher. The warriors of the divine world went against the heavens and changed their fates. Didn't they crazily cultivate to be above everyone else? To control great power and awe an entire region? The geniuses below were the geniuses of the entire soul-devourer manner. Geniuses were more ambitious than ordinary people to rule the world. Most importantly, they had Lord Devour, Jida, and Frigid Night Monarch, Lord Mo Xiao Xiao, and countless great elders. Star Monarch. They more or less knew about him. The number one in the divine world had defeated South Mountain Monarch with one move. But the Star Monarch was also a human. If he could cultivate to such a high realm, why couldn't Lord Devour and the others? It should be known that Lord Devour had used several hundred years to reach level 9 from the peak of level 7. And Lord Mo Xiao Xiao had the supernatural abilities. Their idol, the legend of the God world, the number one genius in the history of the God world. They all knew that today's pathetic escape was so that they could return with their heads held high tomorrow. Once they had accumulated enough power, the entire God realm would tremble beneath their feet. Of course. Jida smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with the martialists and doyens below. Because of his words, their fighting spirit had soared. He decided to add fuel to the fire and shouted in a deep voice, "Not everyone is qualified to fight back with us in the future. Your strength is too low. Even if you were given the position of manor head, would you be able to sit firmly in it? Therefore, we will provide you with countless resources. The number one divine artifact below the God Emperor realm, the illusory palace. Anyone can use it. Countless profound diagrams, spirit fruits, and treasures can be given to you. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will be able to break through again and again. The lowest goal I'm giving you is to break through to the venerable realm. If you do not reach the strength of a venerable, all of you will die of old age in the reincarnation mystic realm. You are not qualified to follow us back to the God world. You are not qualified to enjoy the glorious moment when the entire God world looks up to us and trembles beneath our feet. The Frigid Night Sovereign could become a sovereign in 100 years, but we are giving you hundreds of thousands of years and countless treasures. Is it difficult for you to become a mere venerable? Tell me, do you have the confidence?" Yes. Another wave of earth-shattering roars sounded. The people below were like a pot of boiling oil. Everything was boiling. There were even some young martial artists who started to roar hysterically with malevolent looks on their faces. It was as though they were not roaming around, but snatching treasures and women. Emperor Yi and Jiao Shanshan looked at each other and saw the passion in each other's eyes. The two of them looked at Jida, who was standing proudly in midair, and smiled knowingly. The worry they had for Emperor Yu also dissipated. The doyens of soul-devouring city also looked at each other and smiled. It was rumored that before Jida became the ethereal sovereign, he was the number one God bandit group in the God world. The God bandits under him were the most fanatical in the God world. Wherever Jida pointed, the million God bandits under him would kill without any fear of death. This rumor seemed to be true. Didn't you see Jida's casual words tricking the geniuses and elites of the soul-devouring manor to the point that they wanted to fight with the Star Monarch? In a room on the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, on the white jade bed, Xiaohei was naked and sleeping soundly. His face was full of satisfaction. Beside the bed, Li Shui was half lying on the bed in her undergarments. Her eyes were slightly closed and her face was flushed. It was obvious that she had just experienced a fierce battle. As for the main attacker, Lord Xiaohei had fought for too long, too intensely, and because of his body he was so tired that he fainted. Li Shui lay on the bed for a long time, waiting for the redness on her face and body to slowly fade. Then she moved her eyelashes and opened her eyes. She gazed at Xiaohei, who was sleeping soundly, and after her divine sense detected that Xiaohei was completely asleep, 2 streams of clear tears suddenly fell silently from her eyes. After that, she suddenly pulled out a hand that was like a white lotus and forcefully covered her mouth. She desperately suppressed her body and didn't allow herself to cry out loud. 20 days. Xiaohei had accompanied her for a total of 20 days. Every day, he treated her extremely well, and stuck to her like honey. What's more, his mouth was full of sweet nothings. It was as if they were newlyweds and extremely intimate. She Li Shui, was not a fool. How many transcendent grade divine beasts in the god world could rely on their own cultivation to transform within 10,000 years? Not only was she not a fool, but she was also extremely intelligent. Recently, Lord Tianshi and the others didn't show up. Moreover, with Xiaohei's strange behavior and his blushing face, as Xiaohei's wife, how could she not find something? Several days ago, after Xiaohei had fallen asleep, she had checked his body. She easily found out that Xiaohei's bodily functions were declining, and his divine crystal had 3 cracks. Moreover, it was getting easier for him to fall asleep. During their wedding, Xiaohei had tormented her body for 3 days and 3 nights. After resting for 1 hour, he got up again. His charcoal black penis was as straight as a mountain. However, he had only done it for an hour before he fell into a deep slumber. She didn't know what had happened. She just knew that her man, her Lord Xiaohei, was going to leave her. She was smart. She knew that Lord Tianshi Yi Qinghan didn't show up these days because he wanted her to accompany Xiaohei to spend his last moments. Lord Tianshi treated Xiaohei like his own son. Yi Qinghan treated Xiaohei even better than Yi Sahan. They were like father and son. There was also the gay demoness Mo Xiaoxiao. Since so many peak experts couldn't save Xiaohei, a weak woman like her was even more helpless. Thus, she didn't go to Lord Tianshi, nor did she let Xiaohei know that she had found out the secret of his body. She happily accompanied Xiaohei every day. If Xiaohei needed anything, she would do her best to satisfy him. Since her man didn't want her to be sad and wanted to spend his last moments with her, was there any reason for her not to let him spend his last moments with her? Even though this act was really hard. Chapter 1055. Li Shui's beautiful oval face was completely wet with tears. She looked at Xiaohei's handsome face in a daze and didn't want to look away. After a while, she started to wipe her face slowly. She was afraid that Xiaohei would suddenly wake up and see her like this. However, just as she wiped half of her tears, her hand suddenly paused in midair, and her eyes widened abruptly, because she saw a pair of black and shiny eyes staring straight at her. They were filled with guilt, but they were also filled with endless love. Li Shui wanted to hide it and turn around immediately to continue pretending. However, when she saw Xiaohei's eyes that could see through everything, she understood that her man was actually an extremely intelligent person. She could discover his secret, and he had discovered hers too. Their eyes intertwined and didn't separate for a long time. Xiaohei didn't explain anything, and Li Shui pursed her lips and didn't speak. Both of them exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. Intelligent people often didn't need too many words. One glance was enough to understand. Shui, I'm sorry. I might not be able to wait for our child to be born. In the end, Little Black opened his mouth. His face was flushed, which made him look even more enchanting. Li Shui held back the tears in her eyes and said with a choked voice, I will raise the child well. I will tell them that his father is very handsome and great. Xiaohei sat up leisurely and gently hugged the sobbing Li Shui. There was a trace of regret in his eyes as he said in a low voice, My mother was killed by Li Kong, so I asked boss to kill Li Kong at all costs. I didn't expect Star Monarch to come out in the end. Boss and I couldn't escape death at first, but Auntie taught me to awaken our soul-devouring beast's innate ability, soul-devouring transformation, so we escaped in the end. However, after using the soul-devouring transformation, my divine crystal will slowly crack. I think you must have sensed it. Auntie said I can only live for a month, but I don't regret it. I just have some regrets that I can't wait for our child to be born. Even if I can take a look at him. Li Shui's crying got louder and louder. The tears and sadness that she had been suppressing for the past few days were all released at this moment. Although Xiaohei was very naughty and liked to look at pretty girls' breasts and butts, she knew that Xiaohei really loved her. You can. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiaohei's mind. Xiaohei's body shook and his eyes lit up. The voice came from Yi Qinghan. It was firm. Yi Qinghan would never lie to Xiaohei. He had complete trust in Yi Qinghan. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, what did you say?" "Haha, Xiaohei, you're saved. Open the room's restrictions, I'll come in first." Yi Qinghan sent a soul message over. Xiaohei hurriedly got up and realized that he wasn't wearing any clothes. Li Shui was also only wearing her underwear. Xiaohei hurriedly picked up the robe on the big bed and put it on. Seeing Xiaohei's expression, Li Shui also hurriedly wiped her tears. She blushed and hurriedly put on her clothes like Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan walked into the room. Seeing Xiaohei's shining eyes and Li Shui's blushing face, he easily knew what they had just done. He smiled faintly and said, "Mo Xiaoxiao and Lord found a way to save Xiaohei. Xiaohei, you definitely won't die. Believe me." Xiaohei's eyes lit up even more. Li Shui looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief and started to cry silently again. Although Yi Qinghan always liked to joke, he usually didn't joke about serious matters. Xiaohei and Li Shui looked at each other and hugged each other tightly. Yi Qinghan looked at the two's joyful expressions, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had never lied to Xiaohei before, but this time he was deceived. Mo Xiaoxiao's method was extremely risky. Forget about absolutely guaranteeing resurrection of Xiaohei. In the end, even if there was a 30 to 40% chance of resurrection, it would be good. "Xiaohei, don't worry. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will let you live. Even if I'm trapped, even if I have to pierce through the sky, even if I have to kill a god emperor, I will definitely find a way to do it. Definitely." Yi Qinghan silently swore and muttered. Then he waved at Xiaohei and said, "Let's talk outside. Although Xiaohei, you will survive in the end, the method is extremely complicated. You must be mentally prepared." Xiaohei and Li Shui hurriedly followed Yi Qinghan out and sat down in the small hall. Yi Qinghan was silent for a while before he said, "Xiaohei, you should understand your own situation. After you use the soul-devouring transformation, your body's life force will start to wither, and the god world will start to crack. When you become a moon queen, the divine crystal will completely shatter. Therefore, this body of yours will be crippled, and your soul-devouring beast's body will also be destroyed. You must be mentally prepared. The soul-devouring beast's body will be destroyed? Then won't I be unable to help you in the future?" Xiaohei scratched his head helplessly. If the soul-devouring beast's body was useless, then he would be completely useless. However, Li Shui's face was filled with worry and confusion. If the divine crystal was destroyed, would Xiaohei still be able to survive? However, when she thought about Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour's great abilities, Li Shui did not dare to ask. She obediently sat beside Xiaohei and anxiously grabbed his hand. Yi Qinghan flipped his hand, and the slaughter god blade appeared in his hand. He poured in his godly power, and a shadow emerged from the slaughter god blade. Slowly, it condensed into the dog's flattering face. He pointed at the dog and said, "Xiaohei, when the time comes, your aunt will extract your soul and use her ability to let you devour this spirit. This spirit is a very mystical life form, but if you devour it, your soul can only temporarily reside in the slaughter god blade. After that, we will find a suitable body for you to possess and revive. However, you might be able to maintain your soul state for a very long time. This is the only way." Xiaohei and Li Shui sighed. However, both of them knew that being able to revive was already not bad. After all, Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan were only grade 9 experts. They were not the legendary god emperors who were invincible. Suddenly, Xiaohei raised his eyebrows and asked in a serious tone, "Boss, I want to ask you something. If my soul devours this spirit and resides in the slaughter god blade, will I lose my memory? If I lose my memory and can't remember the original things, I would rather not be revived." "Probably not." Yi Qinghan shook his head and said with certainty, "Your aunt has already made arrangements. With your aunt's restriction skills and Mo Xiaoxiao's soul attainments, they will definitely not let such a situation happen to you." "That's good. That's good." Xiaohei grinned and was extremely happy. He turned to look at Li Shui and said, "As long as I can see my child being born, I will be satisfied. Even if I have to live in the form of a soul for the rest of my life, I will still be happy to see all of you." Li Shui hurriedly covered Little Black's mouth with a reproachful look. She frowned and said, You're not allowed to say such inauspicious words. Little Black, you will definitely be resurrected. I will wait for you. When the time comes, the child and I will also be waiting for you. Waiting for your return. Haha. Yi Qinghan stood up and laughed. Xiaohei, you must believe in your boss. Boss can turn another piece of trash from the Yi family into a grade 9 monarch within 100 years. Moreover, this dangerous situation did not take my life. What else in this world can stop me? Believe me, you will definitely live well. I will also bring all of you back to the divine world to take revenge for you and your father. Prepare yourselves. The ceremony will probably start in 3 to 5 days. Chapter 1056. Yi Qinghan left Xiaohei's place and sent a message to Lord Devour. Eventually, they arrived at a small side hall. Lord Devour was sitting alone, drinking tea. The enchantress, Mo Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jide were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they were busy with the things that Lord Devour had arranged. Lord Devour glanced at Yi Qinghan, asking him to sit opposite him. Without saying anything, he waved his hand. All of a sudden, the surrounding walls, ground, and roof became transparent. Lord Devour had asked the enchantress to simulate the scenery outside. Although Yi Qinghan knew that they were in the turbulent space basin, he couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the surrounding walls were transparent, as if they were standing proudly in the void. It was really shocking. For example, if you sat on the ground and looked up at the starry sky, you wouldn't feel anything special. But if you stood in the void and looked at the stars in the sky, you would feel that it was different. It was vast and boundless. Although Yi Qinghan was strong, at this moment, he felt so small and humble. Look behind you. That's the divine world. Lord Devour continued to hold his teacup, drinking tea. He said faintly, "This white air current is the origin energy. Every plane is covered by the origin energy. Look at the distance. There are countless small glowing objects like stars. Those are material planes. And the fire dragon plane is in that direction." The origin energy? Fire dragon plane? Yi Qinghan sighed again. A peak venerable only had the origin energy of a fist. Every single plane was enveloped by the power of origin. Not to mention the plane of the god world. Even the amount of power of origin outside the material plane was frightening. The fire dragon plane was in that direction? Yi Qinghan took a closer look and discovered that there were countless material planes surrounding the divine world. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky, and the flame dragon plane seemed to be one of the bigger ones. Right. All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan remembered something. He turned to ask Lord Devour, "Will the fire dragon plane be okay? If the King of Stars were to descend upon the fire dragon dimension in a fit of rage, he could easily destroy the fire dragon dimension." "Humph. He can't destroy it." Lord Devour sneered and said, "The monarch has a tremendous divine power. The material plane space isn't stable. Once a level 9 expert with will gets in there, he will be smashed directly. At that time, the laws of heaven and earth will directly kill him." Yi Qinghan frowned and said doubtfully, "That's not right. My lord, it's fine for me to go back. You've been back too. We're different. We were all born in the flame dragon plane. Our souls are compatible with the space power of the plane. Of course, we won't be affected. Do you remember the Divine Master too? His lords will could suppress the strength of the heavenly god martial artists on the mainland, but it could not suppress the martial artists of the immortal world. It was because the native heavenly god martial artists were compatible with the power of space that they were suppressed. As for, did Lord of Stars mainly send the Venerable One? I'll kill them all." Lord Devour sneered and said faintly, "Didn't you ask me about the identity of the rabbit in the dark castle? Hee, that's my real body. My real body is the divine beast you too. When I first took human form, the Soul Emperor used a treasure to help me create an avatar. My clone can't cultivate, so it has the same strength as my real body. So, you don't need to worry about the flame dragon plane. With my real body here, no one can destroy the flame dragon continent. Originally, I wanted to bring all of you to the flame dragon plane. But considering that the place is small and that Jida can't enter, and that your cultivation speed in the material plane will be slow, I chose to go to the reincarnation secret land." Yi Qinghan's eyes widened in shock. That rabbit, Was Lord Devour's real body? No wonder the rabbit killed so many experts that Li Kong had sent there so easily. It was Lord Devour's real body. No wonder he hadn't seen this rabbit before. When Lord Devour went to the immortal world, this rabbit suddenly appeared. No wonder. With Lord Devour's real body and the fact that monarchs couldn't enter, Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Also, with the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he could travel through the space turbulence at any time. In the future, he could also bring the immortal experts and disciples with potential to the reincarnation secret land. Now that the rear was completely safe, he could give it his all. Yi Qinghan looked at the material planes outside in a daze. After thinking for a while, Yi Qinghan turned to look at Lord Devour and said, "Lord, the arrangements are almost done, right? After Xiao Hei's soul enters the Slaughter God Blade, will he lose his memory? Also, how is he going to take over the body in the future? Do you have any secret techniques for this?" Lord Devour said faintly, "He shouldn't lose his memory. Mo Xiaoxiao and the Enchantress are preparing to leave in 2 to 3 days. This shouldn't be too difficult. As for taking over the body, to be honest, currently, I have no idea." "No idea?" Yi Qinghan frowned and asked. "That's not right. Can't the Star Monarch take over the body easily? Is it very difficult?" "In the immortal world, besides Shen Tixiong, I haven't heard of anyone who knows the secret technique of taking over the body. Jida also hasn't heard of it. Even Mo Xiaoxiao doesn't know it. This is an ancient secret technique that is extremely complicated. Even if Mo Xiaoxiao were to study it, it would be extremely difficult. So, little Han, the only thing we can do now is to cultivate continuously and become stronger. When we are strong enough, we will kill our way back, capture and kill Shen Tixiong, and force him to tell us how to take over the body. To be honest, no matter how hard Jida and I cultivate, the space for improvement is too small. So, we can only place our hopes on you. You have a long way to go." And Yi Qinghan nodded and did not speak anymore. He looked at the countless material planes in the distance, the space knife currents, and the space vortexes. His gaze became more and more resolute. Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist would be his life's highest goal. 3 days later, inside the largest hall of the 9th floor, the originally spacious hall had all the furnishings moved away. A complicated sacrificial altar appeared in the middle of the hall. Lord Devour, the Enchantress, Mo Xiaoxiao, Jida, and Yi Qinghan sat around the sacrificial altar. Xiao Hei sat alone in the middle of the sacrificial altar. Behind Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan stood a group of people. Li Shui, was surrounded by fireworks, Yinling, Yu Qingqing, and a group of women. Everyone was here. All of them looked solemnly at Xiao Hei, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the sacrificial altar. Xiao Hei looked relaxed. Li Shui, who was in the middle of the group, also had a smile on her face. They thought that Xiao Hei would definitely die. Now that there was a chance for him to come back to life, the two of them were already very happy. Although Yi Qinghan and everyone else had told them that Xiao Hei would exist as a soul for a long time. But as long as Xiao Hei could come back to life, it was fine. As long as there was hope, it was worth the long wait. "Let's begin," Lord Devour said calmly. Divine power burst out from his hand and hit the sacrificial altar. The entire sacrificial altar suddenly emitted a holy pure white light. Lord Devour shouted, "Little Han, cancel the soul contract with Xiao Hei." Chapter 1057. Yi Qinghan looked at Xiao Hei, exhaling deeply. Eventually he gritted his teeth and cut off the soul connection with Xiao Hei. It wasn't the usual separation, but it was cut off forever. At the moment their souls were cut off, Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei shivered at the same time. Yi Qinghan felt like something was missing in his body. He felt empty and uncomfortable. Xiao Hei's face reddened even more. His eyes were misty as if his soul was cut in half. Lord Devour was emotionless as he continued to shout, "Little Han, release Netherworld." Yi Qinghan was holding the Slaughter God Saber in his hand. His god power surged, and the ghost appeared in the sacrificial altar, still wearing a flattering face. However, under this sacred light, the ghost felt a little uncomfortable. However, under Yi Qinghan's thought, the ghost didn't dare to move, hovering in the air above the sacrificial altar. Swoosh! Mo Xiaoxiao's two beautiful eyes shot out streaks of white lightning, continuously striking the specter's body. Every attack caused the specter's body to tremble. Yi Qinghan used his thought to control Netherworld, not letting the ghost move. However, the ghost's face became paler, and its body shivered. After a while, when the ghost was almost transparent, and its face didn't have any flattering smile anymore, Lord Devour shouted, "Xiaohei, follow the method I've taught you. Get your soul out of your body, and enter this ghost. Swallow his consciousness. Hurry." Xiaohei looked at Li Shui. They didn't talk, just nodded. Then, Xiaohei looked at Yi Qinghan and then at Lord Devour. Then he closed his eyes resolutely, and his body burned with a raging flame. The flame grew bigger, and Xiaohei's body was swallowed. Li Shui's smile was gone, but she didn't cry. She just pursed her lips and rubbed her belly. Deep in her eyes, there was a blood-soaked sorrow. Fireworks, Yi Qingyu, and the others next to her started to cry. Lord Devour didn't show any emotion, but his eyes were closed. Yi Qinghan didn't show any emotion, but the murderous aura in his eyes soared as if he could swallow people. Yao Ji and Kid couldn't bear it. Mo Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were so bright that they couldn't see what she was thinking. Boom. Not long after that, Xiaohei's body was burned into ashes in the flame. Then a translucent mass of air appeared in the air. At this moment, Lord Devour opened his eyes. His hands moved like lightning, shooting the god power unceasingly on the altar. The holy white halo on the altar became more dazzling. The white lightning in Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes. At the same time, the translucent mass of air that came out from Xiaohei's body rushed towards the ghost. Finally, the translucent mass of air and the ghost fused together. Lord Devour's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Little Han, recall the ghost. Pay attention to the situation inside the slaughter god saber." Yi Qinghan quickly moved his mind, and the dying ghost and Xiaohei's soul, which had been attacked by Mo Xiaoxiao, were absorbed into the slaughter god saber. Yi Qinghan held the saber with both hands, closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. His divine sense immediately entered the saber, and he focused on observing the situation inside. The light on the altar gradually dimmed. Everyone in the hall stared at Yi Qinghan, but they didn't dare to use their divine sense to check the situation inside the slaughter god saber. Although Lord Devour and Mo Xiaoxiao didn't look worried, they were extremely anxious. They had done all the necessary preparations, and now it was time to see the final outcome. If Little Black couldn't devour the dog, and was devoured by the dog instead, then Little Black's soul would completely disappear. His soul would scatter and disappear from this world forever. Yi Qinghan was the most nervous. Although Lord Devour and Mo Xiaoxiao had discussed for a long time, and came up with all kinds of plans, this concerned Xiaohei's soul. How could Yi Qinghan not be nervous? The divine sense of his two souls separated to check on Xiaohei's soul and the ghost. After checking, Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaohei's soul had been strengthened by the slow burning of the divine crystal and the altar. As for the ghost, Mo Xiaoxiao kept attacking it with her soul skills, and it became extremely weak. The moment Xiaohei's soul entered, it pounced on the ghost like a ferocious tiger. However, Xiaohei's soul was too small, and Netherworld's soul was too big. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Xiaohei's soul was extremely strenuous. Although it was strenuous, Xiaohei's soul was slowly devouring the ghost's body. Yi Qinghan kept controlling the ghost to not resist. At the same time, he used his divine sense to send a message to encourage Xiaohei's soul. Slowly, Little Black's soul grew stronger and stronger. The original ratio of Spectre to Little Black's soul was 9-1, but in such a short period of time, it had become 8-2. However, at this moment, the ghost actually started to resist Yi Qinghan's orders. Maybe it was because of its simple intelligence, but it sensed a fatal danger and started to resist. What a bastard! Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. There was no other way. He could only use the extreme method. He quietly activated the Soul Exterminator and started to attack the ghost carefully. His powerful divine sense turned into millions of golden soul threads and started to attack the ghost. However, his control wasn't very accurate. Xiaohei's soul and the ghost got entangled, and the countless golden soul threads actually spread into Xiaohei's soul. The ghost and Xiaohei's souls trembled at the same time, and became weak at the same time. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. To kill 3,000 enemies, one had to suffer 800 losses. This was something that could not be helped. Fortunately, the ghost's injuries were more severe. Xiaohei's soul started to attack again after a while. When the ghost recovered and started to devour him again, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to release the soul exterminator again. Half a day had passed. Yi Qinghan had already released the soul exterminator more than 10 times. Yu Ming's and Xiaohei's souls had been injured countless times. The two masses of qi had already shrunk by half. Another 2 hours had passed. Yi Qinghan's body finally trembled. This was because Xiaohei's soul had completely devoured the ghost. The mass of qi in the slaughter god saber slowly wriggled, and finally turned into a small beast that looked exactly like Xiaohei. That horn and those lively eyes were exactly the same as Xiaohei's. Boss, my soul is very weak. I need to sleep. When a consciousness was transmitted from Xiaohei's soul to Yi Qinghan's divine sense, Yi Qinghan's entire body started to tremble. Yi Qinghan's divine sense scanned the slaughter god blade for a long time. After confirming that there were no accidents, he slowly withdrew his divine sense. He opened his eyes tiredly, but his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Looking at the countless faces of Zhangxi, Yi Qinghan laughed heartily and nodded his head. Little Black succeeded. He has successfully devoured the ghost, and even transmitted a message to me to confirm it. However, he is too weak now and has already fallen into a deep sleep. Shu'er, go back and rest first. If Xiaohei wakes up, I will inform you immediately. Who? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Li Shui even collapsed into fireworks embrace. Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour looked at each other, and heaved a sigh of relief. The first important step was a success. The next step was to kill a large number of demonic creatures to stabilize Xiaohei's soul. As long as Little Black's soul stabilized, everyone could cultivate with peace of mind. When someone broke through to the 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist level one day, when someone broke through to grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist, it would be time for them to kill their way back to the divine world. Chapter 1058. Amidst the vast space turbulence, a 9-story pagoda glowing with golden light was like a shooting star as it flew past. The tip of the pagoda was in front, and the base was behind it. The tip of the pagoda was very sharp, just like a sharp awl that pierced through the void. The golden light around the pagoda was so fast that it ignited the air and created sparks. At this moment, the pagoda was flying towards a huge plane in front of it. This plane was completely enveloped by the origin energy, and it looked like it was wrapped up by clouds. The geographical location of this plane was very strange because it was surrounded by 4 huge space vortexes. The space vortex's suction force was extremely strong. Even if a strong warrior or a warrior who had comprehended some special laws and could travel in the space turbulence discovered this plane, they would still hide far away. The power of the space vortexes was so strong that it was not a joke to be sucked in. It was possible that they would be stuck in there for the rest of their lives. However, at this moment, the 9-story pagoda did not have any scruples. It was almost at the edge of the 2 vortexes as it flew in at a high speed. The flight route was very ingenious. It happened to be in between the 2 vortexes. The suction force on both sides was balanced, and it would not be sucked into either vortex. It was obvious that this was not the first or second time. After a few days, the pagoda successfully passed through the vortexes and reached the cloud-like origin energy. After flying for another day outside the origin energy, it suddenly stopped at a place. Then the pagoda started to spin crazily. It was like a sharp drill that penetrated the clouds and flew inside. My lord, you said that this is the origin energy? Isn't the origin energy indestructible? How could such a tough divine item be broken so easily? In the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan looked at this magical scene and was extremely shocked. At the same time, he asked Lord Devour, who was sitting on the main seat. The Yao Ji smiled faintly and did not speak. Jida and Mo Xiaoxiao also looked at Lord Devour in confusion. Lord Devour put down the cup of tea, and his eyes were peaceful. Black's condition had temporarily stabilized, and he had already woken up once. Yi Qinghan had even asked him to release the slaughter god blade and condense it once, which made everyone relax. After a few months, Xiao Hei's condition had not changed. Lord Devour was in a good mood, and his face was no longer so cold. At this moment, he patiently explained to Yi Qinghan, "It is not broken. Don't you see that the Soul Emperor Pavilion is spinning crazily? In fact, when a monarch comes out of the space turbulence from the space crack, it cannot break. Nothing could break through the power of the origin. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was able to easily penetrate source energy. This was one of the genius designs of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." According to what the Soul Emperor said, he was referring to the principles of this space vortex. The source strength that protected the plane revolved along with it, and the Soul Emperor Pavilion was like a divine armor that pierced through the source strength like a mountain-piercing armor. In order to build the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the Soul Emperor, who was at the peak of the 7th grade, had dared to sneak into the space turbulence through the space crack. He had almost died several times. This Soul Emperor Pavilion is actually the heaven-defying treasure that the Soul Emperor used to suppress the Venerables. The Soul Emperor Pavilion has many magical abilities. In the future, you can let the Yaoji experience it. Yi Qinghan's heart chilled, but he wasn't too surprised. Ever since he learned that the Soul Emperor Pavilion could recklessly fly through the turbulent flows of space, he had already guessed that this was the Soul Emperor's heaven-defying supreme treasure. In his heart, he was full of admiration for this genius who came from Earth. Could this amazing person have been in the country's high-end scientific research department on Earth? However, Yi Qinghan did not lament for long. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had penetrated the space turbulence and entered the void called the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. Yi Qinghan's eyes swept downwards. The Yaoji and Lord Devour had been here before, so they did not care. Kidmore Xiaoxiao also looked around curiously. The Reincarnation Mystic Realm was very big. At least, one could not see the edge. There were 3 continents with an inner sea in the center. The outside was surrounded by seawater, and there were countless islands. What shocked Yi Qinghan and Kidmore Xiaoxiao was that the seawater outside was not blue, nor was it red like the Star Sea. It was brown, and the water of the inner sea was actually purple. Fortunately, the trees and grass here were still green, so it was not strange. However, the trees and grass on the 3 continents were too thick. From afar, it was like looking at a brown picture with 3 green modules and a purple module in the center. The colors were so bright that it was hard to forget. The Soul Emperor Pavilion slowed down, but it was still faster than the Venerable's teleportation. They flew toward the inner sea in the center. After a while, Yi Qinghan and Kidmore could vaguely see a big island in the center of the inner sea, which was twice as big as the Peach Blossom Island. After a while, the Soul Emperor Pavilion landed on the flat grassland of the big island. There was no loud explosion, and the entire island did not shake. They just landed quietly. "Let's go. Let's go and see our temporary home." Lord Devour put down the teacup and stood up. The Yaoji smiled and controlled the barrier. The 5 of them flashed and appeared above the island. Li Shirshir greets the 2 ants and the lords. As soon as Yi Qinghan appeared in midair, he saw rows of people and strange creatures kneeling neatly on the grassland below. The beautiful woman in a yellow dress was standing in front. She slightly bent her body, curiously assessing Yi Qinghan and Kidmore Xiaoxiao behind Lord Devour. "Yeah. Shirshir, you've worked hard all these years." Lord Devour revealed a loving expression. He then glanced at the people behind the yellow-robed woman and sighed. "Aunt, you've worked hard. Why aren't you bowing?" The yellow-robed woman nodded obediently, then coldly tilted her head. The people behind her immediately panicked and shouted in unison, "Greetings, lords." Yi Qinghan curiously assessed the people behind Li Shirshir. The people here were similar to the people in the divine world, but they were generally taller. The female warriors were also tall and strong, and their bodies were incomparably hot. What was worth noting was that there were some beastmen. In front of them was a woman with a snake's lower body and a half-naked upper body. However, her voluptuous breasts were covered by a red veil. She was the most eye-catching. However, the people behind Li Shirshir were all at the God Emperor realm, and only Li Shirshir was at the Venerable realm. Yi Qinghan did not care about it, and he was even less interested in that half-human, half-snake woman. Instead, he spread out his divine consciousness to check the entire samsara secret land. After a while he found many interesting things. In these 3 continents, about half of them were humans, and the rest were beastmen, and other races that he had never seen before. There were many strange species that didn't exist in the divine world. Although there were no demonic beasts here, they were similar to the demonic beasts in the Fire Dragon continent. However, their strength was only at the God King realm, which Yi Qinghan ignored. The scenery in the Samsara plain was not bad, and the strange scenery was breathtaking. Although the heaven and earth essence energy here wasn't as good as the divine world, it wasn't bad either. After investigating the area, Yi Qinghan discovered that there weren't any strong monsters or warriors in this plane. Only then did he feel completely at ease. This reincarnation secret realm could be considered a paradise. It was not bad to use it as a temporary residence. While Yi Qinghan's group was exploring the Samsara continent, the warriors of the Samsara continent were also attracted by the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Many experts of the Samsara continent were also curious, and quietly heading over to investigate. But when their divine consciousness swept over, they were all scared out of their wits, because they found that the strongest warriors of the Samsara continent, the high and mighty figures, the rulers who controlled the lives and deaths of billions of warriors on the continent, were all kneeling on the ground like dogs. Chapter 1059. After fireworks and moon-alluring cities Yi Xiqian and Emperor Hani were teleported out, they were also curious and excited. They released their soul consciousness to check the situation in the reincarnation secret land, which piqued their interest. Even Li Shuier, whose face was slightly pale, was temporarily suppressing the sorrow in her heart by this strange foreign scenery, quietly sizing it up. Lord Devour didn't talk much. He didn't introduce Yi Qinghan's group to Li Shishir and the rulers of the reincarnation secret land. He just nodded to Li Shishir. With her company, he brought Yi Qinghan's group to a massive building complex on the island. On the way, Li Shishir introduced the situation of the reincarnation secret land to them. This island was called the Reincarnation Island, and the inner sea was called the Reincarnation Sea. The 3 continents outside were called the Luan Sky Continent, the Luan Earth Continent, and the Luan Man Continent. The outer sea was called the Reincarnation Sea. The name was very unsophisticated, and even strange. However, Lord Devour had told Yi Qinghan that it was the Soul Emperor who had named it. The Reincarnation Island had only one building complex. It wasn't a palace, but a bamboo building. Li Shishir said that she lived on the island alone with hundreds of maids. As for the rulers of the reincarnation secret land, they didn't have the right to live on the reincarnation island. There were many buildings on the island. Thus, it was easy for Yi Qinghan's group to settle down. Each of the senior elders had their own courtyard. Since Yi Qinghan had many wives, the biggest courtyard was given to him. Fireworks had asked Li Shuier to stay with her. The elites of the soul-devouring manor in the first level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion didn't have the right to live on the island. Under Lord Devour's order, and senior elder of the soul-devouring city, led them to the other continents to settle down. In the biggest building on the island, Lord Devour's group of 5, along with Li Shishir, were sitting and drinking the strange fragrant tea on the island. They were listening to Li Shishir talking about the situation in the reincarnation secret land. When the people in the reincarnation secret land reach the God Emperor realm, they will die mysteriously after 10,000 years. So strange? That's not right. Li Shishir, you're already a martial venerable. You've been in the reincarnation mystic realm for more than 10,000 years, right? How did you? Before Li Shishir could finish speaking, Yi Qinghan suddenly interrupted. Both Jida and Emo Xiaoxiao were astonished. Cultivators at their level did not believe in things like fate and curses. The laws of heaven and earth would not kill life for no reason. A gleam of surprise crossed Li Shishir's eyes. She turned to Lord Devour, and found that she didn't mind Yi Qinghan's rudeness. In addition, Yi Qinghan had a group of beautiful wives and concubines. Even Yao Ji was living with her? This made Li Shishir even more confused about Yi Qinghan's identity. On the surface, he was at the God Emperor realm. Although his soul had reached the God Emperor realm, he was the weakest in this group. Why did Mo Xiaoxiao and the other level 9 expert treat him so politely? Seeing that Lord Devour didn't want to explain, Li Shishir could only smile faintly. That year, the Soul Emperor named this place the Reincarnation Secret Land because this place has a reincarnation fate. When a warrior reaches the God Emperor realm, he will die mysteriously within 10,000 years. Outsiders like us aren't affected by this fate. I've lived here for 300,000 years. You guys don't need to worry. Haha little Han, it's true. That year, the Soul Emperor and Yao Ji had investigated for a long time, but we couldn't solve this riddle. If you're interested, you can check it out later. Lord Devour opened his mouth to confirm this strange fact. Jida and Emo Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened. This strange thing didn't conform to the principles of the principle of heaven and earth. If they could solve it, perhaps they could comprehend something, which would be beneficial to their cultivation. Yi Qinghan forced a smile. My lord, I don't have time to care about this. If Xiao Hei's soul isn't stabilized, I won't have the mood to cultivate. When should we go to hunt devils? Lord Devour waved his hand and said faintly, don't panic. Let Shui, and the others adapt for a while. After 1 year, we'll go to the small plains near the demon world to check the situation. Then we'll discuss the details. How's Xiao Hei's soul now? It's stable now. However, his energy is disappearing. Without energy to replenish it, Xiao Hei's soul will become weaker and weaker. At this speed, Xiao Hei's soul will vanish completely in 100 years if he doesn't have energy to replenish it. Yi Qinghan said with a heavy heart. When he was devouring, Xiao Hei's soul had been destroyed, which made him so worried. 100 years. Lord Devour's face darkened. Eventually he nodded. You should go back and rest. We'll depart in 3 months. You Jida and I will leave. Xiao Xiao, you stay here. Your soul technique doesn't work on the demon world's creatures. You should continue to cultivate. Also, take care of the elites. Oh right, your soul is strong. You can comprehend the secret of the reincarnation secret domain. Perhaps it will be beneficial to your cultivation. Yi Qinghan nodded his head silently and left directly. Lord Devour waved his hand faintly, taking Emo Xiaoxiao and teleporting away. Jida looked at Li Shishir with interest. This elegant lady was to his liking. However, considering her relationship with Lord Devour, he couldn't do anything to her. He smiled and left. Li Shishir and Jida were left alone. Li Shishir asked skeptically, Aunt Ji, who is that young man? What's his relationship with you? It's him. Jida saw the doubt in Li Shishir's eyes. She stayed behind to answer her question. Li Shishir was a lady from the divine world. The Soul Emperor had saved her and left her with Lord Devour and Jida. Hence, she had always called Lord Devour and Aunt Jida. Li Shishir was a good girl. Her cultivation speed was fast. When the Soul Emperor reached the reincarnation secret domain, she broke through to the venerable realm. At that time, the Soul Emperor left her here to help guard the base. Jida rubbed Li Shishir's head lovingly. She smiled and said, he's a magical man. The #1 genius in the divine world. He's from the Fire Dragon Plain, the hometown of the Soul Emperor and Yewu. He's the eldest of the Soul Emperor's sons. He's the successor of the Soul Emperor. He broke the restriction of the Sealed God Valley. He comprehended the eternal mystery of space, which no one in the divine world has successfully comprehended in billions of years. He's the only person in the divine world who can use the supreme slaughtering god blade without dying. After cultivating for 100 years, his overall strength has reached the 9th grade. Of course, he's also my man. His name is Yi Qinghan. In the divine world, he's called the Frigid Night Sovereign. 9th grade. Li Shishir opened her mouth in shock. She looked in the direction that Yi Qinghan had left in disbelief. No wonder this person looked like he only had the strength of a god emperor. He could actually sit on the same level as Lord Devour and the Kid Monarch. No wonder he could win the hearts of so many peerless women. Any one of the titles that Jida mentioned could shake the world. It was hard to imagine that so many halos appeared on one person's head. Moreover, he was someone who had ascended from a material plane. Li Shishir looked at the tenderness in Jida's eyes. She couldn't help but feel awkward. She had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. She actually had to call a young man who had cultivated for less than 1,000 years uncle? Chapter 1060. Qinghan, how long will you be gone this time? In Yi Qinghan's loft, A group of people was sitting in the hall, except Yao Ji. When Yi Qinghan said that he would leave after 3 months, everyone frowned slightly. Yu Qingqing knew that this question was a little redundant, but she still asked it in the end. Yi Qinghan didn't conceal anything about this operation. He had told them earlier that he was going to hunt the demonic creatures in the low-level planes. It wouldn't be dangerous, but it would take a long time. Because to stabilize Xiaohei's soul completely, he needed a massive amount of original qi of life. Actually, Yi Qinghan didn't know how much he needed. The Netherworld dog was evolving for the first time. Yi Qinghan estimated that the Netherworld dog had slaughtered tens of millions of demonic demon creatures to produce such a strange thing. After that, Yi Qinghan thought that the Netherworld dog would quickly evolve for the second time. However, he did not expect that after a few months of slaughtering, the Netherworld dog had probably devoured at least a tenth of the low-ranked demonic demon creatures in the Starry Sea. However, it didn't show any sign of evolution. Thus, Yi Qinghan guessed that if he wanted to form Xiaohei's soul, he wouldn't need to worry about losing energy. He didn't need to swallow the original qi of the demonic creatures to survive forever. Thus, he had to make Xiaohei's soul evolve. How many demonic beasts would be needed, or whether they could evolve, were all unknown. Thus, Yi Qinghan didn't know how long it would take, or if he could do it. Lord Devour knew that there were only 2 places with demonic creatures. One was a material plane near the divine world. After a long time of the demonic aura, it had become a small demon world. With 10 devil monarchs, it was the springboard for the demon world to attack the divine world. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to go there. The other place was the 9 nether demon world. Although the fiend world was 10 times larger than the immortal world, it was also much more dangerous. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would dare to kill their way in. Thus, Xiaohei needed a lot of demon world creatures, which would be the biggest headache for Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour. It was also something that had to be done, something that was extremely urgent. As for working hard in cultivation, comprehending laws, and breaking through to rank 9 utmost exalted, that was an incomparably long process. The path of cultivation could not be rushed. If everyone didn't have such a fate, they could only die of old age in the secret realm of reincarnation, or the Fire Dragon continent. The lifespan of a rank 9 was infinitely long, but it did not mean that one could live forever and never die. Level 9 was only the pinnacle of martial artists, not the legendary omnipotent divine emperor supreme who existed with heaven and earth. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, looking at the countless faces of Zhang Shi. He smiled faintly and said, "This time, I will be gone for a very long time. The demonic plane is too far away. It might take decades or even centuries to go back and forth. Moreover, we need to explore the surroundings and slowly hunt. Of course, I will occasionally come back to stay for a while. This secret realm of reincarnation is very safe. You can rest assured and stay here. President Mo Xiaoxiao lives here. You can look for her if you need anything. Don't worry too much. I won't risk my life too much. If I really can't kill my way back to the divine world, I will stay in this secret realm of reincarnation forever, or go back to the Fire Dragon continent to retire." The ladies looked at Yi Qinghan, who was smiling warmly, and nodded. Of course, there were also some who saw some other things, such as the wise Yu Qingcheng, the cold night enchantress, and the intelligent fireworks. A trace of bitterness flashed in their eyes. They were very clear that with Yi Qinghan's personality, things would not be as easy as he said. They were the only ones who understood their men. He would not stop until he reached his goal. Even if he broke the wall, he would not turn back. However, they were not prepared to say anything, nor were they prepared to persuade him. Wasn't this Yi Qinghan the Yi Qinghan that they liked? If he changed, he would not be Yi Qinghan anymore. Sahan, Peach Blossom Glamorous Enchantress. This time, Enchantress will make it leave the Soul Emperor Pavilion. When that time comes, if you want to cultivate, go into seclusion in the Dream Palace. Although cultivation is dependent on talent and opportunities, personal effort is also indispensable. Sahan, don't interfere with the matters of this secret realm of reincarnation. There is no point in meddling in such a small place. Cultivate well. If it is possible in the future, when we kill our way back to the divine world, I will give you a few continents to rule. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Qinghan was silent for a while, then looked at Yi Sahan and said with a smile. When Yi Qinghan was in seclusion in Fire Dragon City for a few hundred years, Yi Sahan expressed her incomparable love for power. She followed Lei Zhen and learned from Fire Dragon City. Later, Lei Zhen gave the position of Fire Dragon City Lord to Yi Sahan, who was only at the first level of the God King realm. Yi Qinghan also knew that after this child came to the divine world, she was bullied everywhere. She liked to enjoy the power and glory that tens of thousands of people respected. Her cultivation speed in the past few hundred years had fallen. Therefore, Yi Qinghan specially instructed her now. Along the way, Yi Qinghan was very clear that in this world, power was everything. With power, you would have everything. The moment the Sovereign of Stars appeared, he immediately unified the immortal world. This was the best proof. Moreover, this secret realm of reincarnation was Lord Devour's territory. Although Lord Devour did not mind, Yi Sahan wanted to snatch power. The elders of Soul Eater City also did not dare to refuse. However, if they had objections because of this, it would not be good. To be honest, a secret realm the size of a palm, Yi Qinghan really did not want it. I understand, father. Yi Sahan nodded. Her attitude was much better than before. He was also very clear that Yi Qinghan was the absolute pillar of this family. They could not help Yi Qinghan with anything, but they could not be a burden. And you Xiao Wulinger and fireworks. Yi Qinghan turned his head to the other side, glancing at Yi Qinggu, Yinling, and fireworks. He said indifferently, I have looked around this secret realm of reincarnation. There are many places that are considered fun. If you like to play, I don't care, but don't cause trouble. Of course, if someone causes trouble, just kill them. If there is anything, ask for Qingqing's opinion first. If anything happens, look for Mo Xiaoxiao. I will explain to her. You can stay in this secret realm temporarily. Believe me, this is only temporary. I promised you a lifetime of glory that year. This promise is still valid. Qinghan, go and do your own things. There is me, us sisters, and Sahan at home. Although we cannot help you with anything, we will not drag you down. Don't work too hard. Actually, living here or in the Fire Dragon continent is quite good. Yu Qingqing spoke. The others nodded. Even Yinling, who loved to cause trouble, looked at Yi Qinghan obediently. Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. He waved his hand to let Yi Sahan and Peach Blossom go back to rest. I will be leaving in 3 months. I have nothing left for you. Looking at the group of women, Yi Qinghan suddenly looked around seriously and said, Whoever wants a child, go back to your room, wash up and wait for me. In 3 months, I will try to give each of you a child. It will also give you some hope in your hearts. Tui. Yinling spat and was the first to run away. The women did not expect Yi Qinghan to say something so embarrassing in such a situation. All of them blushed, and even the exceptional Yu Qingqing found it hard to endure the embarrassment. However, they all left quietly. As for whether they went back to take a bath, no one knew. Chapter 1061. Brother-in-law, can I have a child as well? Just as Yi Qinghan was grinding his fists and preparing to fight for the human race's reproduction, a fiery voice sounded in Yi Qinghan's mind. Following that, a blue figure flew into the yard. She had a head of blue curly hair, blue eyes, and a tall, voluptuous body. She made cherry blossoms exude a wild aura. If you want, you can find a man to give birth to. Yi Qinghan glanced at cherry blossoms and was tempted to say that in exasperation. When it came to women, Yi Qinghan was already very satisfied with having so many peerless women. To put it nicely, his present situation was a strategic shift. To put it bluntly, he had been chased out like a dog. Furthermore, with Xiao He on his plate, how could Yi Qinghan be in the mood for romance? He was about to leave. His future was bleak and he did not know what dangers awaited him. Would he die? Yi Qinghan did not wish to harm cherry blossoms. Therefore he said with a wry smile, Cherry blossoms, ignoring the reincarnation mystic realm, we have brought tens of thousands of warriors with us. There is no lack of good men among them. You can try choosing one. Men do not necessarily have to be the most outstanding. Just choose one that can accompany you for life. Marrying me is actually suffering. Just look at your sister. What kind of life would she lead with a man like me? She would wander from place to place, living in constant peril. No. You are wrong, brother-in-law. After hearing Yi Qinghan's heartfelt words, Cherry Blossom's expression did not change at all. On the contrary, the love in her sapphire eyes grew stronger. She shook her head and said, "You also know that I'm the princess of Nanling City, although this princess isn't worthy of the Ying family's attention. Although this highness isn't worth the Ying family's attention, it's still considered revered in the Nanling continent. If I want a man, what kind of man would I not have? What I needed was only my own spiritual sustenance. I just wanted to love and hate madly for the man I liked. When I thought of my own man, I would feel warmth in my heart and smile quietly. I like this feeling. I like thinking about you. I like looking at you. I like thinking about you. I really like you. Although this kind of life was difficult, it made me feel like a person. Besides, brother-in-law, you are so outstanding. Do you think I can find a man who is more outstanding than you? A man who can drive me crazy? I don't ask for much. I just want to have a place in your heart. Even being your lover is fine. If you don't agree to it, I won't commit suicide. However, after you leave and return, Cherry Blossoms will probably never see you again. How can a woman with a dead heart endure the onslaught of time?" Yi Qinghan looked at the composed Cherry Blossoms and was momentarily at a loss for words. He never expected Cherry Blossoms to be so persistent. Back in Flame Dragon City, she said that she wanted to pursue him. He thought it was a joke. Sigh. "Little Han, take her in. That last Cherry Blossoms has fallen head over heels in love with you. If you don't want her, she will really die." At that moment, a voice transmission sounded lightly. It was filled with pleading. It was a voice transmission from Blue Rain. She had Cherry Blossoms by her side all the time. How could she not tell what she was thinking? The next second, Fireworks' voice transmission came. "Brother Yi, take Cherry Blossoms. Sister Cherry Blossoms is quite pitiful. Hee little Han, bring Cherry Blossoms to me. I'll get Firework. The four of us will serve you well. We'll let you play with something new. It'll definitely feel good." Linger's voice transmission came as well. "Qinghan, after our harem's discussion, we will make an exception to let Cherry Blossoms join us. However, if you were to come back with another woman, we will absolutely not allow you to join us. Do you understand?" Finally, Yu Qingqing's voice transmission made the final decision. Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He sighed inwardly. The debt of love was getting heavier. He extended his hand to touch Cherry Blossoms's blue wavy hair, and said with a smile, "Return to the room, and wait for me." Not having a woman was a very painful matter, but having too many women was a very troublesome matter. If this bunch of women were not so loyal, and if he was a heartless person, perhaps Yi Qinghan would not be placed in such a difficult position. Lord Devour had once said, "You have to give as much as you want." He had obtained a bunch of female confidants, but he had to carry a courage that was heavier than Qing Shan in the divine world. He had to proceed with great difficulty. That was because he had to give them a lifetime of glory. There were no fields that spoiled from plowing, only cows that died of exhaustion. Without a doubt, Yi Qinghan's body was stronger than the transcendent grade heaven-annihilating Kuei-Ox's body. However, 3 months later, even Yi Qinghan, who stood at the pinnacle of warriors, felt his legs turn to jelly. In consideration of the fact that Yi Qinghan would be away for a long time, every woman was determined to have a child. Although the marksmanship of a godly expert was very accurate, and the Yi family's marksmanship was extremely ferocious, having a child was still a matter of probability. Yi Qinghan did not dare use his divine perception and divine power to interfere with the control. It would be troublesome if he gave birth to a deformed child. Therefore, during the 3 months, Yi Qinghan could not remember how many times he had shivered or how many times his feet had trembled. There were even a few times when his eyes rolled back. However, Linger and the other women had all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. It made Yi Qinghan enjoy it to the point of going crazy. Once the 3 months were up, Lord Devour acted decisively and gave the order to set off. Everything that needed to be arranged had been settled. After settling Xiao Hei's matter, everyone could cultivate in peace. "Brother, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your physique is lacking. I have a harem of 3,000 in Ethereal Palace, but how many do you have? Later, I will teach you a few moves. Hee. Although Yi Qinghan tried his best to keep his expression the same as before, Jida, who was an experienced womanizer, could still see through it. He chuckled and sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. Brother Jida, you are awesome. Yi Qinghan secretly gave Jida a thumbs up. The two of them followed Lord Devour to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The enchantress had already entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion to make arrangements. This time, she had left the illusion palace on the Samsara continent for everyone to cultivate. There were some changes to the restrictions in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, so the enchantress was very busy. In the past 3 months, I have found dozens of stunning women on the Samsara continent. There are also a few top-grade half-beast beauties. Later, I will give you a few to play with. Let's study them together. Jida glanced at Lord Devour in front of him, and then turned to send a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. This Jida was really a pirate leader. No wonder he had not been on the Samsara island for the past few months. It turned out that he had gone out to flirt with beauties. Looking at Lord Devour awkwardly, he sent a voice transmission. Brother, there is only one word for awesome. Right, you didn't use force, did you? Jida glared at him and said unhappily. Nonsense. Do I, Jida, need to use force to flirt with beauties? I'm not bragging. I just don't show my strength. As long as I shake my strong body in front of the beauties, they will be like moths flying crazily toward me. That's true. Is this the legendary aura of a bastard? Wrong. The domineering aura of a king. The two of them happily bragged along the way. Jida seemed to be especially talkative today. After coming out of the pavilion, he had been chatting with Yi Qinghan nonstop. Yi Qinghan was also very cooperative. He chatted happily with Jida without looking back. He didn't even use his soul consciousness to check once. He knew that a group of people was watching them from behind. It wasn't that he had forgotten, but he didn't dare to turn around. He was afraid that if he turned around, he wouldn't be able to bear to leave. He was afraid that if he turned around he would see a tearful face, a face that would make his heart ache. Chapter 1062. The Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a stream of light, and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant, flying towards the endless void. After reaching a height of billions of miles, it spun crazily and finally disappeared into the cloud-like origin energy in the sky. In the boundless void, a 9-story pagoda appeared. It was covered in a golden light and moved as fast as lightning. It flew through the 2 space vortexes and soon flew out easily. It continued to move forward in the boundless void. The 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Little Han, go and cultivate. This flight will take a long time. It will take at least 30 years to reach the edge of the demonic plane. Send me a message if you need anything. Lord Devour said, then glanced at Jida and said faintly, Jida, you should also try your best to cultivate. Don't wallow in women all the time. Although it's hard to increase our competence, where there's a will, there's a way. If you want to go against the heaven, you have to work hard, right? Yes, Lord. Jida blushed. Lord Devour teleported away. Jida smiled and didn't dare to drag Yi Qinghan down with him. He went back to his room to study the Beastman beauty in the reincarnation mystery land. Yao Ji, doesn't the Soul Emperor Pavilion need someone to control it? And what kind of energy does it use? Yi Qinghan picked up his cup of tea and asked curiously. He had never seen anyone controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The dragon boats needed people to control them, and they needed divine power. This is one of the genius designs of the Soul Emperor. Do you remember the shield outside the Supreme Island? The Soul Emperor used the shield's principle to automatically absorb energy from heaven and earth. There's a super strong spirit gathering array inside. As for controlling it, it's even easier. The Soul Emperor brought us around and we're familiar with it, so we don't need to control it. Of course, if we go to an unfamiliar place, we need to control it. Because Little Black was temporarily safe, Yaoji's heart was also much more relaxed. She did not have to worry too much about the matters of cultivation. She knew that it was basically very difficult for her to take another step forward on the path of cultivation. There were also a few big shots in Little Han above her, so her mood was actually very relaxed. As she spoke, the seductiveness in her bones flowed out unconsciously, causing Yi Qinghan's heart to flutter. I'm going back to my room to cultivate. Do as you wish. Yi Qinghan hurriedly got up, not daring to continue looking at Yao Ji. Not long ago, he had pampered all of his wives but not Yao Ji. If she were to make such a request, Yi Qinghan would definitely not be able to refuse. However, he would definitely cramp his thighs, calves, and middle thighs. Hee little Han. Seeing Yi Qinghan flee in panic under her fiery gaze, Yao Ji chuckled and shouted, "Don't you need me to help you? Enter the 5th level of soul stillness." Cough cough. Another day. Yi Qinghan, who was running away at lightning speed, trembled and almost fell to the ground. He didn't even turn his head back as he dashed towards the small hall where he lived. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yi Qinghan first began to look at his body's condition. Originally, he didn't have this habit, but ever since he had merged with firework, lightning had appeared in his origin force and struck his soul from time to time. Every time Yi Qinghan calmed down, he would subconsciously look at his soul. This time, when he looked inside, his soul sea was still the same as before. Above his origin force, lightning continued to strike unceasingly. The lightning cycled between his soul sea and his origin force. The bridge that connected the two souls was still shining brightly, and the black line did not continue to spread. This strange soul, if it continues to evolve like this, I wonder what it will become in the end. Will it explode in the end? Yi Qinghan scratched his head and let out a deep sigh. Thunder and lightning continued to strike, and his soul ocean was constantly changing. If it eventually disappeared or exploded, that would be too much. After sighing for a while, Yi Qinghan could only ignore it and start to examine his own comprehension of the laws. During his 600 years of seclusion in Flame Dragon City, he had comprehended a high-grade spatial profound, spatial oppression. With the completion of the 4th high-grade profound, Yi Qinghan's comprehension of the laws had reached the realm of a 6th-grade war god. The pressure of a god emperor had also become stronger. This time, he was prepared to continue comprehending the profound of space. The comprehension of the laws was the most important path. He had to continue comprehending 2 high-grade profound mysteries to reach the peak of the 7th grade, then comprehend the so-called Tao, and break through to the venerable realm. Finally, he would comprehend the ultimate profound and become a true 9th grade war god. Spatial traversal? Spatial combination? How do I even begin to comprehend these 2 profound mysteries? What kind of profound is spatial traversal? Yi Qinghan stared blankly at the wall. The higher a warrior's realm, the more difficult it was to comprehend. This was because the fusion of high-grade profound mysteries depended on fusing 4 of the 5 basic profound mysteries in different sequences. The more one fused, the lower the probability of successful fusion, and the more difficult it would be. The cultivation of a warrior was already defying the natural order. The laws of heaven and earth would automatically reject you. Without heaven defying luck and aptitude, how could they easily approve of you? Let's continue looking at the profound mysteries diagram. Yi Qinghan's mind stirred and he directly entered the War Imperial Hall. He looked at the 2 profound mysteries diagram of spatial traversal and spatial combination, and fell into deep thought. After looking at it for a while, Yi Qinghan finally stopped in front of the spatial traversal profound diagram. He circulated his divine power, and his eyes lit up. The scene in front of him began to change. The surrounding scenery began to turn into a sky filled with stars. From time to time, there would be meteors falling down, their brilliance dazzling. In the end, they would quietly fade away, vanishing into the endless void. Meteors? Or space-shattering saber flow? Yi Qinghan stared at the beautiful starry sky in a daze. He frowned slightly and just stood there, as if he had turned into a statue. Within the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yao Ji was not surprised at all by Yi Qinghan's sudden disappearance. She knew that Yi Qinghan had gone to the War Imperial Hall. Hence, she was holding a book on restrictions and reading it with great interest. She had a foundation in the study of restrictions, and had studied the restrictions of the Soul Emperor Pavilion for many years. Now that she saw the 2 books on restrictions that Yi Qinghan had given her, she would sigh with emotion every time she read them. Yi Qinghan didn't say where he had obtained these books on restrictions, and Yao Ji didn't ask either. However, She knew that this person's comprehension of restrictions had reached a terrifying height. He was several times stronger than the Soul Emperor. Just by looking at the restrictions of the War Imperial Hall, he could easily see some clues. Little Han has already been in the War Imperial Hall for a year. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that he has comprehended something? This is bad. If he casually enters meditation for several thousand years, we won't be able to contact him. If we delay Xiao He, it will be troublesome. Suddenly, Yao Ji remembered something. She put away the books on restrictions and stood up worriedly. She was not in the War Imperial Hall. At this moment, Xiao He's soul had also fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan had entered meditation, so he wouldn't be able to detect any messages. Swish. As Yao Ji was worried and was about to find Lord Devour, a green figure suddenly appeared in the small hall. Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled like stars. Yao Ji didn't dare to look at him directly. Yao Ji, do you have any way to let me stand outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Of course, you have to do it under the golden light. Otherwise, I will be chopped into pieces by the saber-shattering current. Yi Qinghan's face was so serious and even a little anxious as he spoke to Yao Ji. What? That's simple. With the protection of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's restrictions, they won't hurt you. Anyway, what do you want to do outside? Yao Ji was a little puzzled as she looked at Yi Qinghan. She didn't know why he had made such a strange request. Send me out. Now. Yi Qinghan didn't explain but shouted seriously. Although Yao Ji was puzzled, she didn't ask. She controlled the restrictions and sent Yi Qinghan out. Then, she simulated the situation outside. However, she found that Yi Qinghan didn't do anything. He just stood on the Soul Emperor Pavilion and stared at the turbulence in space. It was as if he had become a statue. What? Yao Ji was even more puzzled, but her eyes brightened. Did Yi Qinghan comprehend something? Chapter 1063. Yi Qinghan stood quietly outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, looking at the endless void, looking at the whistling spatial blade streams, looking at the constantly spinning spatial vortexes, looking at the countless planes that twinkled like stars. It was as if the time and space around him were frozen. Even his eyes didn't move a bit. Yao Ji looked at Yi Qinghan for a long time, feeling strange. Then she sent a message to Lord Devour and Jida. The two also felt strange after watching for a while. Without a doubt, Yi Qinghan was cultivating. It was just that his cultivation method was a little strange. The #1 genius of the divine world. He's a genius indeed. His cultivation method is so strange. Jida sighed. This kid's innate talent was too abnormal. He had actually touched the mysteries in such a short time. It was really frustrating to compare oneself with others. The shorter a warrior's cultivation time, the easier it was for them to comprehend the principle. This was because their body's various functions were very active. After cultivating for a long time, their lifespan would reach hundreds of thousands of years. However, the body's functions would slowly weaken. Although the weakening was slow, it was still declining. The most important thing was that the more time passed, the more rigid one's thinking would be. Thus, young people were passionate and open-minded. It was easy for them to achieve great things. However, what made Yao Ji and the other two dumbfounded was that Yi Qinghan had been standing outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion for 20 years. To a warrior at Yao Ji's level, 20 years was just the blink of an eye. The last time Yi Qinghan comprehended the principle, he had spent 600 years. However, Yi Qinghan wasn't cultivating. He was standing still. His eyelids didn't even blink. His eyes didn't move. This was really strange. If Lord Devour hadn't used his divine consciousness and found that Yi Qinghan was normal, Yao Ji would have sent Yi Qinghan here. Thinking about Yi Qinghan's solemn expression when he sent her out, Yao Ji didn't dare to move. As a result, Yi Qinghan was like a javelin, standing outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion for another 7 years. Finally, he laughed out loud, scaring Yao Ji so much that she almost broke the teacup in her hand. Space Shuttle Motherf *Ker. It's teleportation. High-level space mysteries. One is teleportation and the other is will. What a huge loss. If I fuse with space travel and become a venerable one in the future, will the laws of heaven and earth still grant me teleportation? Yi Qinghan sat outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion. After 27 years, he had finally fused the space shuttle. However, he did not expect that according to his theoretical deduction, the fusion would be successful, and the space travel was actually teleportation. After sighing for a while, Yi Qinghan simply lay down on the outer shell of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, made of some unknown material. He looked up at the endless void, his heart at peace. Since he had fused it, the high-level space would be a great achievement soon. Moreover, he estimated that it would take several hundred years to completely fuse it. He wasn't in a hurry. He used his divine sense to check his soul, and found that there weren't many changes. He took out the slaughter god saber, and checked Xiaohei's situation. Xiaohei's soul was still asleep. There were no accidents. Although he had lost a lot of energy, it wasn't a big problem. Yi Qinghan continued to look at the void. After flying in the Soul Emperor Pavilion for more than 20 years, they arrived at a place that Yi Qinghan didn't recognize at all. He looked to the left in shock, only to discover that there was a huge plain there. Moreover, they were still very far away from this huge plain. It would take at least 3 to 5 years to get close. One could imagine how big this plain was. Yaoji, pull me in. Yi Qinghan looked for a while, and took out his communication jade talisman to send a message. He had just sent the message when he saw a flash of white light. He appeared in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The three of them were in the small hall. Yaoji was the most anxious. She asked, "Little Han, how was it? Did you comprehend anything?" Yi Qinghan smiled and said, "I have comprehended the fifth occult." "The fifth? You said the fifth? Are you sure it's not the fourth?" Yaoji revealed a happy face. Lord Devour and Jida revealed an incredulous expression. Jida asked in astonishment. Although he had guessed that Yi Qinghan might comprehend something, he didn't expect that he would actually succeed. This wasn't important. What was important was the fifth. Yi Qinghan didn't tell Lord Devour and Jida that he had comprehended the space suppression because he had his own will. He didn't think it was something worth showing off. Yi Qinghan also didn't use his aura, so Jida and Lord Devour didn't know that he had comprehended the space suppression occult in the Flame Dragon City. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod, Lord Devour and Jida looked at each other and sighed. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, and he was about to reach the threshold of a 7th-grade war god. Disregarding Yi Qinghan's eternal space and his comprehensive competence, his comprehension speed of the principle was the fastest in the history of the divine world. The fifth occult, of course, referred to the fifth high-grade occult. The most difficult part of comprehending the occult was the entry level. Once he had comprehended it and found the right path, he could follow the vine to the melon, slowly deduce it, and finally succeed. The faster Yi Qinghan cultivated, the happier Lord Devour and Jida would be. In fact, they didn't have much confidence in Mo Xiaoxiao because Mo Xiaoxiao had taken the unorthodox path. Not cultivating the principle wasn't the right path. Thus, Yi Qinghan was their only hope to return to the divine world. "Little Han, do you see that gigantic plain?" After a while, Lord Devour pointed at the plain that Yi Qinghan had seen on the left. Yi Qinghan nodded. She continued, "That's the demon plain. As long as you get close to it, you can clearly feel the cold and evil aura of the demon. In 1 year, we'll reach the outer layer of countless material planes. At that time, you and Yaoji will go in and check. If there are any demon creatures, kill them all. We'll wait outside." Yi Qinghan nodded and said, "That's the demon plane? Yeah, I'll go alone. Yaoji will stay here to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion." "Oh right. I won't cause the material plane to collapse, will I?" "It won't." Lord Devour said affirmatively. "You've comprehended the eternal space, not the will of the principle of heaven and earth. Moreover, if you can't get in, the material plane will resist you. If you force your way in, the space will collapse. If there are any demon creatures, remember to fight them quickly. Don't let a group of devil monarchs chase you." "A group of devil monarchs? Can devil monarchs enter the material planes as they wish?" Yi Qinghan was a little skeptical. Lord Devour shook his head and said, "The demon world is different from the divine world. They cultivate the dark principle. After becoming a devil monarch, they won't be granted the power of space, but the power of darkness. Thus, As long as the devil monarchs don't reveal their true bodies, they won't die. As long as their demon aura reaches half of the energy in this space, the material plane will become dark, and the devil monarchs can enter as they please. Of course, this is what the Soul Emperor has researched. You have to find out for yourself. Okay. Yi Qinghan's hand trembled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The slaughter god's saber let out a light hum, and his eyes looked at the countless material planes projected on the walls. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. This time, he was going to start a massacre. Chapter 1064. Little Han, I probed this small material plane with my divine sense just now, and felt that there was a hint of demonic aura exuding from the outside of the plane. Go in and take a look, and remember the method I taught you. If you feel any resistance, don't force yourself. In the endless void, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was floating outside a material plane. Jida and Yao Ji were standing solemnly while Lord Devourer advised them seriously. Okay, I got it. A material plane can't have a monarch-level expert. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, but a cold light shot out from his eyes. He didn't talk nonsense. He glanced at Yao Ji and shouted, "Send me out." Little Han, be careful. Yao Ji originally wanted to follow Yi Qinghan in, but Yi Qinghan firmly refused, so she didn't say more. Controlling the restriction, a white light flashed, and Yi Qinghan's figure disappeared from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Is this the space turbulence? This aura feels so ancient and desolate. It was the first time Yi Qinghan stood in the void. He sensed and didn't find anything different. It was just a little cold, and there was no gravitational pull. His body felt like he was floating on the sea. Looking around, Yi Qinghan controlled his body and flew a few laps in the air. After he got used to the state of traveling in the void, his figure turned into a shadow, flying toward the cloud-like power source in front of him. Yes, Lord Devourer didn't lie to me. This is the power source. However, it feels a little different from the power source in my head. 1 hour later, his body reached the power source. Yi Qinghan reached out to touch it, and found that his hand couldn't go in. The divine power in his hand burst out as he punched the power source. However, it bounced back, and the place where it was hit didn't have a trace of damage. Stepping on the power source, he looked at the endless void and the Soul Emperor Pavilion hovering in the void. Yi Qinghan smiled, feeling like he had become the Monkey King who was riding the clouds. He circled the origin energy a few times. Yi Qinghan released his divine sense and scanned his surroundings. It turned out that what Lord Devourer had sensed wasn't wrong. As soon as he released his soul consciousness, he felt a faint evil and cold aura. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was the feeling of the demonic aura. Yi Qinghan continued to spread his divine sense. Not long after that, his eyes lit up. His body turned into a flash of lightning and darted towards the left. A while later, Yi Qinghan stood in a certain place. The origin energy here was relatively weak, revealing a dark cave entrance. Yi Qinghan probed the area with his soul again. Origin energy revolved around his body, before turning into a sharp sword and burrowing inside. Don't be nervous. There shouldn't be any devil monarchs in this material plane. Even if they received news that a life form from another plane had appeared, there wouldn't be a demon monarch descending. At most, it would be an Azura King or something like that. Little Han can kill them easily. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Lord Devourer looked at Jida and the Enchantress, who were a little nervous. Seeing the Enchantress holding Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip tightly, he couldn't help but feel funny. He teased, "Enchantress, don't crush the soul jade slip." A while ago, Lord Devourer had purposely made a soul jade slip for Yi Qinghan. That way, if Yi Qinghan died, people would know it immediately. Although this thing wasn't auspicious, Lord Devourer and Jida couldn't enter the material plane, and the Enchantress wasn't strong enough. If they didn't make this, no one would know if Yi Qinghan died. Hearing Lord Devourer's teasing words, the Enchantress loosened her grip on the jade slip. She rolled her eyes at Lord Devourer, looking at Jida charmingly. However, as she was Yi Qinghan's woman, she hurried to press down her evil thoughts. Swoosh! Yi Qinghan pierced through the weak point of the origin energy, like a lightning strike. Since the origin energy was hovering around his body, and the origin energy in this area was thin. It was easy for him to pierce through it with his strong momentum. When he pierced through the origin energy and reached the sky of this material plane, Yi Qinghan was thrilled because he could feel the aura of the devil. Being careful, Yi Qinghan immediately released the eternal space. Then his soul consciousness spread out. This material plane was much smaller than the Fire Dragon continent. It was only 1/3 the size of the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Qinghan scanned the entire plane in just 1 second. Swoosh. After scanning, Yi Qinghan relaxed and blamed himself for making a fuss over nothing. How could such a small material plane have a peak expert? At the same time, Yi Qinghan was a little disappointed. There were too few creatures down there. Basically, they were all monsters that were similar to demonic beasts. There was no low-level devil, not even an Ashura. Swish. The slaughter god saber appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand. His body turned into a series of afterimages as he rushed down at lightning speed. SSS. There was only one continent in this plane. When Yi Qinghan's domineering aura descended on this plane, all the demon world creatures sensed it. Although they didn't know what it was, they were all terrified. Xiaohe devour them. Yi Qinghan used the power of space to suppress all the low-level devils and demonic beasts on the continent. After that, he shouted loudly and poured his god force into the slaughter god saber, summoning Xiaohe's soul spirit. Xiaohe had been in a deep slumber. Now that Yi Qinghan had summoned him, he transformed into a gust of wind and condensed Xiaohe's adorable and weird small beast form in the sky. Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Xiaohe's eyes lit up as he flew down. The small beast transformed into a gust of wind in the sky, and instantly enveloped all the demon world creatures below. I can definitely devour them. I definitely can. Yi Qinghan's eyes were burning as he stared at the gust of wind that Xiaohe had transformed into. Although Xiaohe had devoured Xiaohe, logically speaking, he should have the ability to devour demon world creatures. However, no one knew what would happen if he didn't try it. If he couldn't devour them, then Xiaohe would be finished. Tizte. Under Yi Qinghan's hopeful gaze, the gust of wind that Xiaohe had transformed into swept across all the demon world creatures below. After that, the demon world creatures below were instantly turned into dust and swallowed by the gust of wind. It was exactly the same as how Xiaohe devoured the demon world creatures. Good. Yi Qinghan's eyes instantly lit up like two demonic suns. His heart that had been hanging in suspense was finally at ease. His entire being became spirited as he laughed and said, Xiaohe, devour them immediately. Devour all the demon world creatures in this plane. You must be fast. Ow, boss. This taste of devouring is even better than eating delicacies and spirit fruits. Hee. After devouring hundreds of demon world creatures, Xiaohe became spirited. Through Yi Qinghan's divine sense that had been locked onto him, he transmitted his voice. Yi Qinghan controlled the power of space, so that the area where Xiaohe was located would not be suppressed. He followed Xiaohe's figure and moved forward quickly. He directly allowed Xiaohe to sweep away all the demon world creatures in the vicinity, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. In just a short period of time, Yi Qinghan brought Xiaohe and swept the entire plane. The gust of wind that Xiaohe had transformed into devoured the demon world creatures was too fast. In addition, Yi Qinghan's flying speed was also very fast. Of course, the most important thing was that this plane was too small. Hee boss, I feel that my soul has recovered some vitality. It's a pity that there are no more demon world creatures to continue devouring. When the last few hundred demon world creatures turned into dust and were devoured by Xiaohe, Xiaohe condensed his original appearance. He even pretended that he was not full and pouted his lips. Looking at Xiaohe's energetic appearance, Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He laughed loudly and said, Haha, don't worry. I will bring you to sweep all the surrounding plains, and let you devour to your heart's content. Stop talking. Enter the slaughter god blade and retreat. Chapter 1065. He's out. Xiaohan is out. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yaoji saw a green figure dashing out of the material plane like lightning. Her face was filled with joy like a little girl. Beside her, Jide heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Devour's face was expressionless, but a light flashed in his eyes. How is it, Xiaohan? As soon as Yi Qinghan got close to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yaoji teleported him over and controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly away. Ha! Xiaohei, come out! Yi Qinghan activated the Slaughter God Saber and made Xiaohei's soul form appear in the air. When Xiaohei appeared, Lord Devour and Yaoji smiled happily. This was because Xiaohei looked dispirited the last time he appeared. At this moment, there was a trace of intelligence in his eyes. Auntie, Sister Yaoji, Big Brother Jida. Xiaohei could not speak, but Lord Devour and the other two used their divine senses to check on him. Xiaohei could use his divine sense to send messages. Coupled with his mischievous expression, he looked much better than before. Xiaohei! Lord Devour softly called out, but he choked on his words. Tears flashed in his eyes, and his face was filled with doting and guilt. Xiaohei, go back and rest first. Otherwise, your energy will be depleted very quickly. Yi Qinghan smiled and kept Xiaohei in. Then he said to Lord Devour, there are demonic creatures in the material plane, but they are all low level. Although there are very few, there are some. Xiaohei can devour them, and his speed is very fast. Although they had a rough idea of the answer, Yi Qinghan's words made everyone feel at ease. Although there were very few demonic creatures in the material plane, it was enough as long as there were them. Every large material plane had countless material planes nearby. If one was not enough, then he would kill 100. If 100 was not enough, then he would kill 100 million. Most importantly, there were no high-level demons in the material plane. Once he entered, he could easily suppress them and kill them all. There would be no survivors to report back to the demon world. Enchantress, speed up. Let's go to the nearest material plane as fast as possible. Before the demon realm finds out, we'll slaughter for a while. If we can help Xiaohei evolve, that would be the best. A cold light shot out of Lord Shi's eyes. He swung his hand and shouted at Yaoji. Yaoji nodded her head. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's speed doubled again. Like a meteor, it streaked across the sky and floated into the distance. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew at full speed, reaching a terrifying speed. Moreover, the nearest material plane wasn't too far away. It only took them a short day to arrive. Yi Qinghan raised the Slaughter God blade and rushed forward again. Xiaohei searched for a weak point in space and directly pierced through it. He immediately used his spatial power to suppress it. Then he probed with his divine sense. After confirming that there was no danger, Xiaohei attacked. It swept across the entire plane at lightning speed. Wherever Xiaohei's gust of wind swept, not a single demon could survive, not even a blade of grass could grow. Of course, in the material plane of the demon realm, there were no other species. All of them had been demonized by the demonic aura. Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei's cooperation was getting better and better. The man and the beast didn't waste any words. After turning the huge plane into a land of death without any signs of life, they quickly retreated. After that, Yaoji immediately brought Yi Qinghan back. The Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor and flew towards the next material plane without stopping. Half a year. In just a short half a year, under the suppression of Yi Qinghan's spatial power, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's abnormal flying speed, and Xiaohei's increasingly terrifying devouring ability, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei swept through 90 material planes. They devoured more than 10 million low-level demons. Alright Yaoji, don't go to the next material plane. Retreat. Circle around the demon realm and go to the other side. Don't go near any of the planes. After Yi Qinghan returned, Yaoji prepared to fly to another material plane. Lord Devour suddenly spoke, his tone unquestionable. Although Yaoji was a little suspicious, she didn't ask. The Soul Emperor Pavilion made a beautiful arc in the sky and flew in another direction. Lord, why? Yaoji didn't ask, but Yi Qinghan was a little suspicious. Although Xiaohei had devoured more than 10 million demons, they were all low-level demons. Their ranks were too low, and their life force was pitiful. Although Xiaohei's body had grown a lot, and his eyes were more lively, he was still far from the level of the ghost dog, let alone evolving. Lord Devour glanced at Yi Qinghan, and then saw Jida also looking at him suspiciously. He asked casually, Jida, if it were you, in the material planes of the Misty Continent, within half a year, All the creatures in 90 planes suddenly disappeared. What would you do? Jida blinked and understood Lord Devour's meaning. He nodded and said, "Of course, I would immediately send the law enforcement team to investigate." "Oh. No, I would definitely send a venerable down to investigate. Although the races in the material planes are low level, they are the foundation of the divine world. Without the continuous ascension of warriors from the material planes, how could the divine world be so prosperous?" "That's right." Lord Devour then turned to Yi Qinghan and said, "The Devil Monarch's intelligence isn't lower than ours. They wouldn't care if we killed a few dozen planes, and they probably wouldn't report it to their level. But in such a short time, 90 planes were hunted down at the same time. I'm afraid it has already attracted their attention. Since our identities haven't been exposed, we will sneak around for a while and confuse them for a while. When the storm is over, we will continue to hunt. Once we are discovered, we will talk about it." Yi Qinghan nodded and asked, "How long do we need to sneak around for?" Lord Devour pondered for a while and said, "At least 100 years. All right, I'm going to cultivate." Yi Qinghan estimated that the energy Xiao He had devoured in half a year was enough for him to use for 400 to 500 years. He didn't ask more. After all, safety was the first priority. Once the storm was over, they would continue to hunt. Anyway, 100 years was a short time for him. It was the perfect time to fuse with the space-crossing mysterious mysteries. Not long after Yi Qinghan returned to his room, Yao Ji appeared. She understood that if Yi Qinghan wanted to fuse with the mysterious mysteries, he would need to enter the 5th level of soul quietude. It had been several hundred years since she had done that embarrassing thing with Yi Qinghan. Yao Ji was a little bit nervous, but she was also looking forward to it. "What are you looking at? Sexy hussy, come here and lie on your stomach." Yi Qinghan looked at Yao Ji, who was bewildered in the middle of the room. Her graceful body shivered, her face blushing. Her eyes were like silk, but she didn't say anything. However, her charm was even stronger. He laughed and stood up, pointing at the jade bed and shouting, Little man, why are you so fierce? Aren't you afraid that I'll bite off your manhood? When you're cultivating." Yao Ji glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes and said with hidden bitterness. However, she swayed her plump buttocks and slowly walked over. "Haha, you're willing?" Yi Qinghan pressed Yao Ji's delicate body onto the jade bed, causing her perky buttocks to rise high. Then he violently tore her palace dress apart, revealing 2 beautiful pieces of flesh in the air. It was a dazzling sight. Time is a butcher's knife. Looks like this saying isn't entirely true. At least this girl's things are still pink. Yi Qinghan swallowed his saliva. His robes were torn to shreds, and the black, shiny, and tall Yi family spear suddenly pierced through the air. The air in the room started to blow again. Yi Qinghan's dual cultivation journey had begun once again. Chapter 1066. 9 Hell's Demon World. This was what the divine world called the demon world. In fact, the people of the demon world called it the sacred world. The material plane was called the small sacred world. The demon world had 18 continents. Of course, there were 18 demon monarchs. In fact, there were far more than 18 demon monarchs. Only the strongest demon monarch had the right to become the master of the continent. Moreover, there was only one master on each continent. The other demon monarchs were all servants. Because the 18 demon monarchs were existences comparable to the ancestor demons, the demon world was even crueler than the divine world. The divine world had its iron laws, but the demon world was a place where the strong ruled, and the weak were prey to the strong. Low-level demons and countless species that had been demonized by demonic aura had no intelligence. They were completely like servants. Demon monarchs began to form simple intelligence, but they were only qualified to manage demons. As they continued to evolve into Asuras, their intelligence would increase, and they could also become middle-level managers. Above them were the Asura kings, who were as intelligent as the divine world lord. Each level managed the next, and the higher level completely controlled the life and death of the lower level. As for the demon monarchs, they were even more lofty existences. Even if they ordered billions of their subordinates to commit suicide, they would not dare to hesitate. South of the demon world, one of the 18 continents, The Obama continent. On the vast and boundless sea in the south, there was a majestic city. The city was mainly black, and the sky was not covered by demonic aura. Instead, it was clear. Releasing demonic aura was the lowest level demon technique. As the capital city of the Obama continent, how could there be low-level demons living here? The buildings in the city were incomparably tall. Each building was thousands of meters tall. Moreover, this Obama continent was more than 10 times the size of Flame Dragon City. This was the holy city of the Obama continent. Demons below the Azura King level did not have the right to live here. Whoosh. At this time, a huge black shadow shot in from outside the city. Its 100-meter-tall body was terrifying, and the invisible pressure it emitted made the countless Azura Kings in the city feel a wave of fear. Greetings, Lord Aog. Countless Azura Kings prostrated themselves on the ground, piously kneeling. In truth, the one they were kneeling to was also an Azura King. But he was the Azura King that their king favored the most. Even an ordinary demon monarch wouldn't dare to disrespect him. Lord Augie did not even look at the Azura King who was kneeling on the ground as he rushed towards the largest castle in the city. Inside the castle, there was an unguarded front hall. Lord Augie's body wriggled as he walked into the front hall. His 100-meter-tall body shrunk rapidly until he became a 2-meter-tall, majestic man. The black scales on the surface of his body had also disappeared, and he was wearing a black robe. If it were not for the horn on his head, the faint red eyes and the cold, evil aura that he exuded, outsiders would definitely think that he was a human cultivator. Without stopping at the front hall, Lord Augie quickly walked towards the middle hall. As soon as he entered the middle hall, his eyes revealed a fanatical look. His originally light red pupils instantly turned blood red. Under the black robe, a devil whip stood proudly. It could scare a cow to death. The scene in the middle hall was a little messy, incomparably lewd. On the soft carpet, countless fair-skinned women were surrounding a man who was even fairer than the women. They were doing things that were not suitable for children. If Yi Qinghan saw this, he would definitely think that it was a licentious old master from the immortal world who was having sex with his beautiful concubines. The men and women looked no different from the men and women of the immortal world. The scene was incomparably lewd and unbearable to look at. Lord Augie looked at the women on the floor who seemed to have no bones, and their shining white bodies. He was very clear that these were not women from the immortal world, but a strange race from the material plane of the demon world. This was also one of the few races that would not become walking corpses after being demonized by the demonic aura. Instead, they possessed normal intelligence. Of course, this was also one of the races that the supreme beings of the demon world liked the most. This was because the women of this race were very tasty. They were born to be lascivious, and would feel uncomfortable if they did not have sex for a day. Although the creatures of the demon world could automatically reproduce, they did not reject this kind of thing that was extremely pleasurable to the body and soul. For example, the man in front of him who was surrounded by women, the king of the Obama continent. Monarch Obama. Monarch Obama had obviously seen Lord Augie. He turned around and smiled at Augie. His smile actually contained the shyness of a human woman. His beautiful peach blossom eyes were watery and seductive. If it were not for the towering white whip below him, he would have been mistaken for a beautiful woman. After smiling at Augie, he did not say anything. Then he grabbed a twisting snake woman beside him, and opened his mouth to bite down on her soft breasts. In an instant, her snow-white breasts were drenched in blood. The snake woman's face was filled with pain, but she did not dare to make a sound. However, Monarch Obama did not stop there. His sharp teeth continued to chew off large chunks of flesh, which were dripping with blood, and he swallowed them whole. Finally, when the snake woman's towering breasts were completely flattened, she was thrown away by Obama. Although the rest of the snake women were afraid, they didn't dare to show too much. They continued to twist and turn on the side, breathing in and out, kissing each other, as if they didn't see the snake woman in the distance who was gradually losing her life. Obama flung his fine black hair. The blood at the corner of his mouth formed a stark contrast with his white face. It was a ghastly sight. He let out a somewhat feminine voice and smiled at Augie. Hee Augie, you're here? Hee come. I missed you so much. These snake demons are so boring. Your whip is still the most powerful. Come on, let's go first. The demon whip on Lord Augie's lower body actually began to twist in his robe. However, after a moment he suppressed the impulse in his heart and said to Obama, "Great King, something has happened. Countless people in the 90 small sacred realms under your command have been killed recently. Augie went to investigate and I smelled the scent of humans." Humans? Hee. The somewhat effeminate sovereign Obama suddenly burst into laughter. After that, he grabbed one of the snake women and buried his head in it. He bit down on her large, white breasts. This time, he finished eating both breasts and only stopped when the bones inside were exposed. Then he opened his mouth full of blood and laughed. "Humans, hee, I like humans. Let's go catch them. Augie, catch him. We'll have some fun with him. Use your mighty demon whip to whip him, hee." With that, Sovereign Obama grabbed Augie and the two slowly faded in the air, disappearing from the castle. Not long after, in the material plane where Yi Qinghan and Xiao He had massacred, Obama and Augie's figures suddenly appeared in the air. Obama closed his eyes and twitched his beautiful nose like a tiger squatting in a field of flowers and sniffing at a rose. His expression was incomparably intoxicated. After a while, Obama suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. Hee, it's a human. It's my favorite human scent. And it's a man. Hee, there's also a specter. Find him at all costs. Have the dark shadow race hide in all the small sacred realms. Have the wind demon race go into the turbulent space streams. We must find him. Hee, find this man who has enchanted this king. Chapter 1067. Under Sovereign Obama's command, countless members of the Dark Knight clan teleported from the realm of demons to the hundreds of thousands of material planes under the Obama continent and hid there. The Dark Knight clan was not an original species of the realm of demons, but a type of creature that had been demonized. Because of their unique pulse of life, they were like inanimate objects and could easily evade any kind of detection. This included the dark power of the Sovereign of Demons and the spatial power of the Sovereign of the Realm of Gods. At the same time, countless hair-thin members of the Wind Demon clan passed through the spatial rifts of the Realm of Demons and floated out of the spatial turbulence. They began to circle around the 90 slaughtered planes and investigate in all directions. The Wind Shadow clan was a very special creature. Their bodies could turn into a gust of wind and avoid the attacks of the spatial knife current. Although they could not travel fast in the air, they had the advantage in numbers. Under the orders of the Wind Demon clan's patriarch, all the spatial turbulence near the Obama continent's material planes were monitored. However, half a year later, the feedback was that they did not find any humans or strange creatures. At the same time, the material planes were not attacked. In a rage, Obama ordered the Wind Shadow clan to continue investigating. At the same time, he also began to investigate inside the realm of demons. In the end, he found that none of the material planes of the realm of demons were attacked. The human male who descended from the sky and killed 90 of his small sacred realms had completely disappeared as if he had never appeared. Obama did not relax and continued to let Augie keep an eye on him. To the realm of demons, the realm of gods was only a low-level material plane. It would become a subsidiary material plane of the realm of demons sooner or later. It had always been the realm of demons that attacked the realm of gods. Countless years ago, the ancestral devil led the people of the realm of demons through the plane battlefield and almost conquered the realm of gods. Unfortunately, the despicable humans used a strange technique and suppressed them under the Nepha's abyss forever. Not long ago, the realm of demons organized another big attack and failed. Now 90 small sacred realms were destroyed by a human from the realm of gods? This was a great humiliation. To Obama, the direct descendant of the ancestral devil, this was something intolerable. Therefore, he swore to capture this human male and make him howl in pain under Augie's whip. Therefore, after searching for more than 10 years, although he still could not find the figure of that human man, he still continued to let countless scouts continue to search. He believed that 90 planes wouldn't be enough to satisfy this man's appetite. He would definitely make another move. There was someone who cared about him so much. Moreover, it was a supreme existence of the demon realm. If Yi Qinghan knew about this, his hair would stand on end. Lord Devour's strategy was brilliant. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had taken a big detour and flown at full speed, which helped them avoid the detection of so many members of the Wind Demon clan lurking in the chaotic space basin. By the time Bama sent out his scouts, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had already flown far away from Bama's material plane. Moreover, they were far away from the various material planes and liked to fly close to the spatial vortexes. The Demon Realm's territorial distinctions were very clear. If the Demon Realm creatures of this continent went to another continent, they would immediately be killed and devoured. Occasionally, wars would break out between continents, especially after the ancestral devil was suppressed in the God Realm. The Fiend Realm was in chaos for a long time, causing the Fiend Realm to suffer great losses. Therefore, during this period of time, the various sovereigns did not dare to openly cross over. Bama's strength was among the top of the 18 sovereigns. However, because he did not find Yi Qinghan, he did not dare to openly send countless members of the Wind Demon clan to explore the chaotic space basin outside the material planes of the other sovereigns. Yi Qinghan, Lord Devour, and the other two did not know that they almost had a direct confrontation with a sovereign. At this moment, they were very relaxed. Lord Devour had been cultivating in seclusion, even though he knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to advance further. Jida also often cultivated in seclusion. However, after a few years he would open his eyes gloomily and study the art of the human body with the beauties he brought from the reincarnation plane. At his realm, advancing further was as difficult as ascending to heaven. When he became a sovereign, his lifespan was almost exhausted. He also knew that if he advanced further, Lord Devour would give him the supreme treasure of the 9th floor. He would help him become an existence like the Star Sovereign, a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. He coveted that supreme treasure, but he knew that in this life he would not have the chance to refine it. With his current low-grade 9 strength, if he refined it he could only reach upper grade 9. In the end he would be slapped to death by Shen Tuxiong. He glanced at the direction of Yi Qinghan's small hall and sighed. Comparisons were odious. Not only was this kid talented, but he was also very lucky. He had lived for millions of years and had countless peerless beauties, but he had never tasted the taste of the Demon Clan's women. The taste of the Demon Clan's women was very good. How could it be described as pleasurable? However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan was being enjoyed by the Demon Clan. He had been in seclusion for a long time, and it was a death seclusion. If he was not awakened by force, even if the Soul Emperor Pavilion collided with a material plane, he would not wake up, let alone the enchantress playing with his body. After a man and a woman of the Demon Clan had intercourse, he could enter the 5th layer of the soul for 5 years. Therefore, every 5 years, the enchantress would blush and stick out her tongue, making Yi Qinghan's penis harder and bigger. Then, she slowly sat on it, and her white and plump buttocks began to move. Without Yi Qinghan knowing, she raped him. Every time, the enchantress would be busy for 2 days. Finally, she helped Yi Qinghan clean up. Then, she sat in the room, controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly, while she began to learn her favorite restrictions. Time passed quietly while Jida was worrying, and the enchantress was moaning. 100 years had passed. Lord Devour opened her eyes on time, and a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. 100 years was a short time for her. Even if she was in seclusion for thousands of years, she would not feel tired. She was just helpless. She had been in seclusion for 100 years, but there was no progress, not even a little bit. Jida stretched his body and walked out of the room to the hall. A trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. After 100 years of peace, he could finally be stimulated. The enchantress also put down the restrictions in her hands. She looked at Yi Qinghan, who was lying on the bed, sleeping for 100 years. She revealed a trace of helplessness. She knew that Yi Qinghan was rapidly fusing with the mysteries of space travel. If she did not interrupt him, perhaps in a few hundred years, the youngest 7th-grade war god in the divine world would be born. With such an interruption, Yi Qinghan's cultivation speed would definitely slow down. However, there was no other way. Saving Xiaohe was the main purpose of this trip. Cultivation could be taken slowly, and there was no need to rush. After the enchantress woke Yi Qinghan up, he smiled at her. Then he closed his eyes again, and began to examine his soul. After 100 years, his soul had shrunk under the ceaseless lightning strikes. However, the strength of his soul had strangely increased. Other than that, there was still no change. Motherf asterisk her, if I continue to shrink like this, will my soul really explode? Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. He stood up and walked out of the hall with the enchantress, ready to start a new round of devil hunting. Chapter 1068. The Samsara continent had been bustling recently. Of course, the Reincarnation Island was the only place that was bustling, as many small lives had been born recently. Yi Qinghan's marksmanship was very accurate. Other than Yi Qinggu and Yi Yaorao who didn't want children, there was also Yao Ji who followed him out. In the end, all of his women became pregnant. The weakest among Yi Qinghan's women was Cherry Blossoms. Of course, Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu could not be compared to each other because they had refined divine crystals. The more powerful a woman was, the longer it took to conceive a child. Almost all of them had been pregnant for more than 100 years. Therefore, Xiaohei's child was the first to be born. According to Xiaohei, she would be called the Demon Devourer. The demon-devouring demon was a combination of the transcendent rank soul-devouring beast and the dream demon dragon mount. The characteristics of two transcendent grade divine beasts actually appeared in a heaven-defying manner. Although he didn't know if he could awaken the Soul Devourer world and the Dream Demon Dragon Mount's innate divine abilities, it would definitely be extraordinary in the future. After being nurtured in Li Shui's stomach for 100 years, the little demon devourer broke through to the deity level not long after it was born. Although he had yet to transform, he could already speak. Later, Yu Qingqing gave birth to a son, as did Yi Qingyu. Fireworks gave birth to a daughter, while Yin Ling gave birth to twins of a boy and a girl. Blue Rain and Cherry Blossoms each gave birth to 2 daughters. The group of little fellows were all about the same age. Because they had been gestating for a long time, after they were born, they easily broke through to the celestial deity realm in just a few years. The Demon Eater was the eldest, so she became the big sister. She led Yi Qinghan's group of children to fool around on Reincarnation Island. The Demon Devourer was Xiaohei's daughter. All the girls felt sorry for Xiaohei's fate and doted on her. Li Shishir and Mo Xiaoxiao. Thus, the Demon Eater became the little princess of Reincarnation Island, the little tyrant. At first, the Reincarnation Island was in a foul atmosphere. Then the sea beasts in the Reincarnation Lake started to suffer. In the end, this group of lawless little tyrant ladies started to wreak havoc in the entire Reincarnation mystic realm. The commanders of the 3 great continents of the secret land of reincarnation used to be from the secret land. However, after Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, came here, the secret land of reincarnation's secret land's commanders were from the secret land. They were all replaced by the elders and elites of the Soul Eater City. After 100 years of management and rule, the secret realm of reincarnation became another Soul Eater manor. With absolute power and complete laws, no native would dare to challenge these rulers from other planes. After the Demon Devourer reached his teens, he began to lead Yi Qinghan's group of children to wreak havoc on the 3 continents. Today he crippled a man, the next day he castrated a group of people, and the day after that he burned down half of the city. The thousands of cities in the 3 continents of the secret realm of reincarnation changed their expressions upon hearing that 7 children had brought along a strange small beast. The 7 men and 1 beast were all heavenly gods, but every time someone tried to attack them, they would suddenly die. When they went to the capital of the 3 continents to appeal, they received only 1 sentence. The 7 men and 1 beast came from the Reincarnation Island. As a result, no one dared to attack the 7 people and the beast anymore. The Reincarnation Island was a holy island. The Reincarnation Saintess lived there, as well as countless strong cultivators who were even stronger than their rulers. Yi Qingyu, Fireworks, and the others were worried that the children would turn bad if they continued like this. They wanted to capture them several times. However, Yu Qingqing only faintly smiled and didn't care. Every day, the things that these children did would be immediately reported to her. Although the children loved to cause trouble, they did not do anything truly evil. She remembered Yi Qinghan's words. Flowers in a greenhouse would never learn to be strong. Thus, as long as no one wanted to kill the children, even if they were beaten, she would not care. and Mo Xiaoxiao also did not care about the children. With the two 7th grade war god elders of the Soul Eater City secretly protecting them, who could harm them? In the past 100 years, she had traveled almost everywhere in the secret realm of reincarnation. Sometimes she would stay in a strange place for a few years. Sometimes, she would enter a dangerous place in the secret realm of reincarnation. However, after more than 100 years, she still could not decipher the secret of the secret realm of reincarnation. The two god emperors in the secret realm of reincarnation had reached the 10,000-year limit, but still died mysteriously. And Mo Xiaoxiao watched them die. There was no warning, and they were not attacked. Suddenly, their life force began to drain rapidly. Their divine crystals exploded, and they died. And Mo Xiaoxiao was not discouraged. She prepared to continue investigating the secret. She gave herself 100,000 years. If she still could not find anything, she would give up. She believed that if she could decipher the secret, her strength would improve by leaps and bounds. The realm of gods. More than 100 years had passed. The realm of gods did not change much. However, the Supreme Island was rebuilt with the help of countless sovereigns. The reconstruction this time was not as low-key and simple as before. Instead, it was built extravagantly. It was more luxurious than any city. The Supreme Island became prosperous again. Countless advanced war gods and great families moved in. The War God Pavilion's General Pavilion became the holy land of the war gods again. However, the war gods' faith in the War God Pavilion was not as fanatical as before. They even started to sneer and curse in secret. However, no one dared to show any doubts about the War God Pavilion, or any disrespect to the Supreme Island. Because all the continents, all the major forces announced their submission to the Supreme Island. The Supreme Island became the ruler of the realm of gods. The chief pavilion master, Star Monarch Shintixiong, became the king of the realm of gods. The king did not show himself. He had been resting in the eternal palace, recovering from the hidden injuries to his soul. No one knew how serious the injuries to his soul were. However, no one dared to try and jump out to challenge the authority of the Star Monarch. They knew that if anyone jumped out, the Star Monarch would definitely kill him with one slap. Li Tao was living a comfortable life on the Misty Continent. Giving in to Soul Eater City had affected his reputation to a certain extent. However, Soul Eater City, Fire Dragon City, and Dripping Spring City all expressed their submission on the surface. Lord Devour and the few troublemakers left behind by Yi Qinghan had already submitted. How could the other manor lords dare to jump out? Therefore, Li Tao, a supremacy, became the first sovereign in the history of the realm of gods. Soul Eater City and Fire Dragon City were not suppressed by Li Tao. In fact, Li Tao basically did not care about the affairs of the two cities, let alone provoke supremacy Li Quan. Therefore, Emperor Yu and Thunder Emperor Li Quan had a rather comfortable life. After more than 100 years, the martial practitioners in Fire Dragon City, Dripping Spring Manor, and Soul Eater Manor had completely calmed down. However, Supremacy Li Quan and Emperor Lei Zhenyu knew that this was only on the surface. Once the Star Monarch's injuries were completely healed, if Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan had not returned, then their doomsday would be here. Lei Zhenyu and Emperor Lei were both not afraid of death. They were prepared to perish together with Fire Dragon City and Soul Eater City. However, if they could avoid death, who would want to die? Apart from cultivating, the two of them would also stare at the sky in a daze, anticipating a 9-story pagoda shining with golden light to descend from the sky, anticipating those familiar faces to once again reveal brilliant smiles to them. Chapter 1069. This time, we'll choose the largest material plane. First, we'll explore the surrounding terrain. Then we'll choose some large material planes and arrange our retreat route. Then we'll start the massacre. Out of Yi Qinghan's expectation, Lord Devour didn't ask him to take action after he appeared. Instead, he said faintly, "My lord, we don't have to be so careful. Even if we find a small material plane, only the Azura King will appear. Even if the Devil Monarch appears, he can turn invisible, so can I. Even if we can't defeat him, we can still escape, right? Once we get out of the space turbulence, with your support, the Devil Monarch won't be afraid." Yi Qinghan felt that Lord Devour was making a mountain out of a molehill, so he frowned and said, Based on his understanding of demons, they were derived from high-level demons. The death of some low-level demons wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. Just like the monster Tharch didn't care about his low-level descendants. He would only care about the death of a level 5 demonic beast. Hide? Try to hide yourself and see if I can detect you. Lord Devour raised his eyebrows. Beside him, Jida was also interested. The enchantress had seen it before, so she didn't care. Divine power shot out from Yi Qinghan's body, and he disappeared without a trace. Jida was surprised. He used his divine sense to scan and found that Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Then he searched the 9th floor, but he couldn't find anything. In the end, he had no choice but to release his power of space. In the end, he was able to easily find out what was going on. Little Han, get rid of the hide. Lord Devour shook his head and sighed. He used his will to detect easily. Looking at Yi Qinghan, he said, "Your hide is different from the Devil Monarch's invisibility. The Devil Monarch's body is completely merged with the aura of the demon. For example, the Devil Monarch on the Supreme Island. If he doesn't show his body, you won't be able to detect him. Although you can use the restriction to hide from the divine sense, your body is still in the space. The Devil Monarch will be affected by the law of heaven and earth. As for the dark power, it's on the same level as the space power. He can easily detect you." Yi Qinghan thought about it and agreed. He couldn't help but feel helpless. If the hide worked, he could even kill his way into the 9 nether demon world. He suddenly remembered something and said with anticipation, "Right, Lord, I got a spatial divine item in the Sealed God Valley. It's really powerful. It can take me in. See if you can refine a door like the Carefree Pavilion. If you can, I won. I can kill my way to the 9 demon world." Lord Devour and Lord knew that Yi Qinghan had a spatial divine item, but Yi didn't know. Had. Yi God. Right. Lord, Yi Qian, Yi said. Now plain. Devoff Lord, of. And Lord and all God. Get. Got Yi of Yi God he and want to hide. His own. Of God Yi God. He was trying to hide some secrets that belonged to him. Lord Devour stood in the War Imperial Hall and didn't say anything. He just looked at the restrictions here and there. After a while, he asked Yi Qinghan to open all the restrictions in this hall. After all the restrictions were opened, the heaven and earth essence chi in the hall instantly became extremely rich. Little Han, this spatial god tool was given to you by the Battle Emperor, right? After a while, Lord Devour suddenly opened his mouth and said something that surprised Yi Qinghan a lot. The identity of the War Emperor was extremely mysterious. There was no information about him in the God realm. Even Jida had heard of a rumor. Lord Devour had never been to the Investiture Valley, but at first glance, he could tell that the Battle Emperor had given this to him. There's no need to be surprised. I also know that Battle Emperor is the master of Sealed God Valley. Lord Devour smiled faintly. Looking at Yi Qinghan's face, she confirmed his thought. She sighed deeply. I can't refine this spatial divine treasure. Even the Soul Emperor and the Wind Moon Monarch can't do it. No one would be able to refine something that belongs to the #1 master of restrictions in the divine realm. Jida's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, Battle Emperor? Lord, does this person really exist? Legend has it that he is the most mysterious peak expert in the God of War Pavilion. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew that the Battle Emperor existed. Moreover, there was a remnant of his soul in the divine crystal. However, he was extremely curious about the Battle Emperor, so he looked at Lord Devour with great interest. Lord Devour nodded and said, Of course he exists. Others might not know, but the Soul Emperor and I know it the best. Because the Soul Emperor obtained the Battle Emperor's restriction notes, he embarked on the path of refining supreme weapons. The Battle Emperor is the #1 master of restrictions in the God realm. Until now, no one has surpassed him. You know about the Eternal Palace, right? It was refined by him. Also, the Shield of Supreme Island and the restriction that suppresses the demonic ancestor demons were all built by him. What? Yi Qinghan and Jida cried out at the same time. The Eternal Palace was not shocking, but the restriction that suppresses the demonic ancestor demons was really awesome. However, the two thought about it. Besides the legendary #1 Master of Restrictions, who else could suppress the 3 demonic ancestor demons? That's not right. The battle simulation in the God of War Pavilion didn't mention the Battle Emperor's name among the 3 Pavilion Masters. Yi Qinghan sighed and suddenly asked in surprise. Jida also nodded. He had also seen the battle simulation in the God of War Pavilion. The battle between the 3 Pavilion Masters and the 3 demonic ancestor demons did not mention the Battle Emperor's name. Yi Qinghan was even more certain because he had seen the Battle Emperor's appearance. He was definitely not one of the 3 Pavilion Masters. Lord Devour pursed his lips and said, "It was during the last dimensional war. I don't have any information about it. No one knows what happened at that time. I'm afraid Kid was still in the dimensional war at that time, right? It's normal that he doesn't know about the Nifa's abyss." Oh, Yi Qinghan fell silent. It seemed like he would only know when his nomological laws broke through to the 9th grade, and he met the Battle Emperor. Lord Devour did not speak anymore. Instead, he let the little demon Sala control the Soul Emperor Pavilion, and began to fly rapidly in the vicinity. It even flew a long distance away from the demon realm in the opposite direction, preparing to arrange an escape route. Oh, is that the black hole that can devour everything? After a month, Yi Qinghan's pupils dilated because he saw a huge black hole in front of him. It was the size of a small material plane, and it was so dark that it made people feel suffocated. There was a strong suction force inside. From far away, the space-shattering saber currents blew over and were instantly devoured. Lord Devour nodded and said solemnly, "Yes, this is the space black hole. Don't get close to it. Otherwise, you will be sucked in and transported to any place in the void. If you are transported to the edge of the void, you won't be able to find a plane. Even a 9th grade supreme being will be slowly consumed by the space-shattering saber currents. Eventually, they will die." Yi Qinghan and Jida sighed. This was not a joke. Even if they were not transported to the edge of the void and transported to a faraway plane, they might not even be able to return to the divine realm in this lifetime. Moreover, other planes definitely had 9th grade experts and 9th grade supreme martial artist experts as well. If they encountered experts from other planes, the final outcome would be death. Lord Devour carefully observed. After a long time he decisively ordered, "It's about time. Little demon Sala, go back. Go to the #1 plane that I told you about, and prepare to kill." Chapter 1070. The Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor streaking across the vast sky. After half an hour, it arrived at the #1 material plane that Lord Devour had chosen. This time, Lord Devour had chosen the 50 largest material planes that weren't too far away from each other. He had also decided on the hunting order. Although these were the largest material planes, Jida and Lord Devour couldn't enter them. However, Lord Devour allowed Jida to accompany Yi Qinghan out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. "Big brother Jida, I'm going in." Yi Qinghan held the Slaughter God saber, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He nodded at Jida and entered the thin space, disappearing into the cloud-like origin energy. As soon as he entered the material plane, Yi Qinghan didn't release his space power immediately. Instead, he chose to hide and use his space power to suppress it. Finally, he used his divine consciousness to explore. Although he didn't feel any danger, he still decided to follow Lord Devour's instructions. This material plane was bigger than the Flame Dragon continent by more than 2 times. There were hundreds of millions of demonic creatures below. Of course, they were all low-level demonic creatures. Demonic creatures love to kill and devour each other to evolve. Hence, a material plane with hundreds of millions of demonic creatures was considered a very large material plane. "Xiaohei, your food is here. Devour it." Yi Qinghan's divine power increased, and Xiaohei's phantom quietly appeared in the air. When he heard Yi Qinghan's words, his eyes brightened, and he turned into a gust of wind that swept down. Although there was an Azura in this material plane, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried at all. He quickly followed Xiaohei and watched as he swept across the material plane like a gust of wind, devouring countless demonic creatures. Xiaohei's speed was getting faster and faster. It didn't take long for them to finish devouring all the demonic creatures in the entire plane. Even the Azura didn't last more than a second. Xiao He, that's it. Retreat. Yi Qinghan put Xiao He away and shot toward the space like a flying dragon. He passed through the weak point of the space and appeared in the space turbulence. Big brother kid, the next plane. Hijida nodded and didn't speak any nonsense. The two of them flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion like lightning. Then, the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor and flew towards the next plane. 3 months later. Demon Realm, Obama Continent. Augie's body flew toward the largest castle in the city like lightning, his face filled with excitement and ecstasy. Ignoring the Azura King who was respectfully bowing to him in the city, Augie didn't even have the time to shrink his body as he walked towards the central hall. The central hall was as promiscuous as ever. This time, Augie did not look at the countless lamia on the ground. Instead, he stared at the man who was even more seductive than the lamia, the king of the Obama Continent. He quickly said, "King, there's news. That human from the immortal realm has made his move." Hee. The fish took the bait? Where is it? Monarch Bama covered his mouth and giggled. His pretty face moved Augie's heart. However, Augie didn't dare to act recklessly at this moment. He was well aware of Obama Continent's hatred for humans. He quickly said, "The North Sovereign Aogu's subordinate small sacred world." However, Lord Aogu doesn't seem to care about this matter, and his subordinates aren't too enthusiastic about it either. Now a total of 43 small sacred worlds have been massacred. According to our spies, I'm afraid this matter hasn't reached Lord Aogu's ears yet. Aogua, this unromantic man, humph. A trace of anger appeared on Obama Continent's seductive face. He stretched out a beautiful hand and grabbed the hair of a lamia who was swallowing and spitting on his body. He ruthlessly threw the hair at the wall. Clapping his hands, he leisurely stood up and elegantly put on a pink robe. Only then did he say to Augie, "Let's go and see that cruel man Aogu. If he doesn't agree with me taking action, I won't be able to. You know, the sacred world has been too chaotic recently. The ancestral demons will be sad if they find out." Augieland was located in the northernmost part of the Fiend Realm. But for Obama Continent, it only took him half an hour to fly over. When Obama Continent and Augie condensed their true forms from the black mist, the entire city of Augieland was on high alert. The entire city of Augulu was on high alert. Countless Azura kings flew out of the castle and glared at the two of them. A beautiful woman walked out of the castle in the center, looking no different from a human woman. She looked at the tall Azura king standing above the city and the pink, seductive Obama Continent. She frowned slightly and said softly, "Sovereign Obama Continent, please leave. Augieland does not welcome you." "Kiki, Barbara, I'm not interested in you. Let your man come out. This king has business with him." Obama Continent gently stroked his hair and chuckled. From time to time, he would throw flirtatious glances at the nearby Azura kings. He looked extremely exquisite. The woman called Barbara smiled coldly and said unhappily, "Sovereign Obama Continent, I've already said that Augieland does not welcome you. The king will not see you. If you don't leave, I will take it as a provocation to Augieland." "Kiki, provocation? If it weren't for the fact that there have been so many killings in the sacred world recently, I would definitely kill you, you hateful woman. If it weren't for you, Aogu would definitely fall in love with this king." Obama stared hatefully at Barbara, then actually opened his throat and let out a shrill cry. "Aogu, you heartless man, get out here for this king, or I'll tear down your broken city." The tens of thousands of Azura kings in the city were embarrassed. Sovereign Obama Continent's reputation as a pervert was well known in the Fiend Realm, but no one expected him to be so reckless. He did not look like one of the 18 great supremes of the Fiend Realm. Humph. Barbara's expression was gloomy as she prepared to attack. She was also a demon monarch. Although she was much weaker than Obama Continent, she wasn't the only demon monarch in Augieland. Moreover, her husband Sovereign Aogu's strength ranking was much higher than Obama Continent's. But at this time, a cold snort sounded out. She could only helplessly withdraw her power of darkness. "Obama Continent, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Following that, an extremely domineering voice rang out. All of the Azura kings in the city were shocked, and their fighting spirit soared. At this moment, even if the owner of this voice ordered them to kill Obama, they wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Kikieogu, your voice is still so charming. I'm afraid this king will be suffering from insomnia again. So hateful. How can you bewitch my heart like this? Obama Continent's sweet voice sounded out, causing the surrounding Azura kings and Barbara to break out in a cold sweat. This Obama Continent was even more feminine than a woman, able to attack and resist at the same time. He was truly a freak of the fiend realm. If you spout any more nonsense, do you believe I won't tear you apart? The overbearing voice continued, and it was even colder than before. Obama Continent didn't dare to continue acting coquettishly. He sighed slightly. Sigh, you unromantic man. Don't you know that dozens of people in your small sacred realm have been slaughtered recently? Let me tell you a secret. The one who slaughtered our people is a human man from the divine realm. Do you want me to help you kill him? How dare you arrange a spy in my place? Do you believe I won't kill you? Get out of Auguland right now, or I will kill you. The overbearing man's words came again, and the murderous intent in them was extremely obvious. All of Auguland suddenly darkened at this moment, and dark clouds loomed over the city, making people's hearts tremble. Good intentions don't get rewarded. I'm just reminding you that he's a human man from the divine realm. If the ancestral fiends knew that our children were killed by humans, how sad would they be? Augie, let's go. This heartless man has broken my heart. Obama Continent twisted his body, his face full of resentment. He pulled Augie and turned into a black mist, disappearing from the city. As soon as Obama Continent left, the overbearing voice sounded again. Barbara, you'll be responsible for this matter. Make this divine realm man stay in the sacred realm forever. Chapter 1071. Obama City. Obama and Augie's figures condensed in the middle of the city, causing the Azura kings to hastily pay their respects. Bama didn't enter the castle, and instead pondered in the air. After a while, he suddenly smiled sinisterly and waved his hand at Augie. Have the children of the Wind Shadow clan immediately go to the space turbulence outside the small sacred world, where Augie met with an accident. I need to know the location of that human male immediately. Augie's brow rose slightly, but he didn't say anything and immediately sent word to the Wind Shadow clan's patriarch. The Wind Shadow clan's patriarch didn't dare to speak any nonsense and immediately carried out Obama's orders. Not long after, countless Wind Shadow clansmen, like bees, flew towards the space turbulence near the plains that Yi Qinghan had hunted. King, didn't you say that if Sir Ao Gu didn't agree to us interfering, we would? After all of this was done and the Wind Shadow clansmen had set off, Augie cautiously asked Obama. Although he was Obama's male pet, he had always been very smart and didn't act arrogantly. Obama smiled sinisterly and said, Yeah, we won't act, I'll just go take a look, right? I'm guessing that the proud Ao Gu won't act himself. If that slut Barbara takes action, I'll take advantage of her, and then wait for that human male to escape from Ao Gu's forces before I catch him. Jia, Augie, don't you think this king is very smart? Augie's eyes immediately flashed with fanatical worship as he said with great affection, King, your wisdom is as deep as the waters of Daming Lake. You are the most outstanding child of the ancestor demon ancestor. Ao Gu will definitely regret this. Jia, it's still my Augie who knows how to speak. This time, this king will capture that hateful man and give him to you, so that his chrysanthemum will bloom for you. Jia. Obama covered his mouth and chuckled, his eyes like silk, giving off a boundless amorous feeling. Not long after, in just half an hour, news came from the Wind Shadow clan. When Obama heard this, his spirit shook and his pair of peach blossom eyes brightened as he smiled and said, There's a big fish. There's also a divine world monarch. There was also a strange pagoda. TSK, if Babla went there, she would definitely be finished. Otora, Odilla, you two bastards, get out here. Interesting. Shio. Following Obama's shout, two identical black shadows quickly condensed in the air. They were two men who looked like ordinary humans, but they had two demon horns on their heads. His appearance was also sinister and full of baleful aura. King Ordora is at your command. As soon as the two men appeared in the air, the Azura king below bowed once more, and even Augie bowed slightly. These were the two sovereigns under Obama's command. Their strength was much weaker than Obama's, But they were supreme experts who had been bestowed the power of darkness by the natural laws. Aji, let's go. It's been a long time since I've encountered something so fun. Otora, Adala, follow me. Let's go catch some people. La la la. 2 men from the divine world, and a strange pagoda. As Obama giggled, the 4 of them turned into a gust of black wind and disappeared from the sky above Obama City. It's the 49th plane. Xiaohei, hurry up. After we finish this plane, we'll go to the next one. Then we'll run. Haha, you're satisfied this time, aren't you? In a plane 4 to 5 times bigger than the Fire Dragon continent. After Yi Qinghan confirmed that there was no danger, he immediately asked Xiaohei to act. Looking at Xiaohei, his eyes were filled with joy. For half a year, under Lord Devour's arrangement, Yi Qinghan had crazily hunted the creatures of the demon world. Xiaohei had devoured at least 10 billion creatures of the demon world. Although these creatures were the lowest level, with only a few Asuras, he had the advantage in quantity. Xiaohei's soul was becoming more and more stable, and his body was much bigger than that of a dog. His face could even show different expressions, and his eyes looked so lively. Yi Qinghan had a premonition that if he could finish this hunt and hide for a while longer, he would hunt crazily like this again. At that time, Xiaohei would evolve, which meant that his soul would take shape. After that, he wouldn't need to devour anymore. Instead, he would automatically absorb earth and heaven energy. At that time, he could return to the capital and cultivate in peace. Haha, boss, watch me. Xiaohei made a face at Yi Qinghan in the sky. Then he turned into a gust of wind that was tens of thousands of meters wide, sweeping down like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. His speed could reach tens of thousands of miles in 1 second. In just a blink of an eye, millions of creatures of the demon world had been devoured. If this ability reached the demon world, the demon monarchs would be so scared that they would pee their pants. Although they didn't pee, in just a short while, half of the creatures of the demon world had been devoured by Xiaohei. Xiaohei was like a demon god descending, unstoppable. All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan's eyebrows twitched. He had a bad premonition in his heart. His expression changed as he shouted, "Xiaohei, come back!" At the same time, he used his spatial ability and formed a huge palm. Then he slammed it down towards the sky. Just as the huge palm shot out, Xiaohei had already returned to the slaughter god saber. Yi Qinghan immediately concealed himself, and his body transformed into a swimming dragon, shooting violently towards the sky. The huge palm slammed into the sky, shattering the image that had just formed in the sky. Then it smashed into the ground with a loud bang, causing the entire plane to tremble. Countless low-grade creatures of the demon world, although they didn't have any intelligence, were extremely terrified as they ran all over the plane. A huge palm print that was tens of thousands of meters wide appeared on the ground. It's actually a human monarch? That saber? The image that was shattered in the sky condensed again. It was the extremely beautiful Barbara, and an Azura king. Originally, Barbara only wanted to send the Azura king beside her to take a look. In the end, she decided to do it herself. She had never seen a human before, and she was very curious about them. From the start, she didn't intend to reveal her original body. She only wanted to use the power of darkness to form a phantom image and come over to take a look. She didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would sense it immediately and shatter it. She was shocked and immediately brought the Azura king to descend. At the same time, the power of darkness quickly swept towards Yi Qinghan. Coincidentally, she saw Yi Qinghan holding the slaughter god saber and flying towards the weakest part of the space. A human monarch? Your Majesty, should we report this to the king? The Azura king beside her immediately said. No need. Wait here. I will go and capture him. Barbara smiled enchantingly as she looked at the Azura king beside her. At the same time, Barbara's figure quickly rushed in the direction that Yi Qinghan disappeared. Her speed was twice as fast as Yi Qinghan's. Her eyes were filled with passion. It wasn't because this was the first time she saw a human male. It was because she saw that saber. The demon world's sacred weapon, the supreme slaughter god saber. Barbara believed that as long as she obtained this saber, she would become the next ancestor of the demon world. Unifying the demon world would be a piece of cake. Chapter 1072. Brother Jida, there's a devil monarch. As soon as Yi Qinghan rushed out, he immediately sent a message to Jida, who was guarding outside. At the same time, he sent a message to Lord Devour. Kill him. Jida did not say anything and immediately released his space power. At the same time, Lord Devour's figure appeared in the sky. He teleported to Yi Qinghan's side. The three of them gathered their space power, ready to kill the Devil Monarch as soon as it appeared. The demon territory was the devil's territory. Even the endless void was filled with thick devil aura. In this place, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's speed could not be compared to a Devil Monarch's. Thus, Lord Devour had told them that once a Devil Monarch came, the three of them would attack immediately. Even if they could not kill it, they had to injure it severely. Then they would retreat immediately. In the distance, the Soul Emperor Pavilion also flew at high speed. However, it was circling around this material plane, waiting for the three to finish their attack before it flew away. Swish! A faint black wind blew out from the space crack. However, the three of them did not make a move. They just used their space power to freeze the surrounding space. Until the black wind completely floated out of the space crack, Lord Devour's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He shouted, "Attack!" Swish! Kid held a long spear in his hand, and countless spatial powers turned into giant dragons that roared towards the black wind. The giant dragons caused the space around them to tremble. It should be known that the space in the endless void was 100 times more stable than the divine world. It was obvious that Jida was going all out to kill the enemy in one move. Yi Qinghan's attack wasn't fanciful at all. Instead, he condensed all of his spatial energy into a huge palm and slapped it towards the black wind. The huge palm whistled through the air. Although it didn't cause any spatial fluctuations, it still caused the space in its path to become blurry. It was the first time that Yi Qinghan had seen Lord Devour's space power use. Lord Devour had condensed space power into countless sword energies. They were like thousands of small swords that shot in the air. The momentum was huge, and it was much more frightening than Jida's. Boom! The three of them attacked indiscriminately. More than half of them hit the origin power of the material plane. Instantly, the entire plane shook a little. One could imagine how powerful their attacks were. Damn it, there are actually 3 human overlords. A weak female voice rang out. The black breeze in the air, under the combined attack of the 3 people, was instantly shattered. Barbara did not expect there to be 3 human sovereigns. Fortunately, the demon sovereigns preferred not to reveal their true forms when the battle was unclear. Otherwise, her original body would have been torn apart in an instant, and she wouldn't even have had the chance to escape. Under the combined attack of the 3 sovereigns, even Demon Monarch Barbara, who possessed an immortal body, was heavily injured. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately commanded the few black winds to flee towards the weak point in the material plane. The Devil Monarch's body could be broken down into demonic aura. As long as the demonic aura was not completely destroyed, the main body would not die. This was the benefit of cultivating the law of darkness. Of course, if that attack had been unleashed by the Astral Monarch, Barbara would not have had any hope of escaping. She would have been instantly shattered. Seeing that the nether wind was about to enter the weak point in the space, how could Yi Qinghan let go of such a good opportunity? With a wave of the Slaughter God blade, Xiaohe whizzed out and enveloped the remaining half of the black winds. Yi Qinghan did not dare to let Xiaohe devour a demon monarch at its peak. However, Xiaohe was even more ferocious than a dog now. It should not be a problem for him to devour the energy of a severely injured demon monarch, right? The answer was yes. The nether wind that Xiaohe had transformed into started fighting with the remaining half of the black winds. In just a short 3 seconds, Xiaohe's nether wind had completely devoured the black winds. At that moment, the nether wind that Xiaohe had transformed into actually shone brightly with a green light. Xiaohe's ecstatic voice could be heard. Boss, I feel that I am on the verge of evolving. This energy is so pure, and it tastes so good. On the verge of evolving? Yi Qinghan's eyes instantly lit up, and Kid, who was beside him, jumped in fright. Then something that shocked Kid happened. Yi Qinghan actually dashed toward the weak spot in the space at lightning speed. Little Han, come back! Lord Devour's expression changed drastically as he shouted in a deep voice. However, The message that Yi Qinghan sent back made Lord Devour's eyes light up, and he did not obstruct Yi Qinghan anymore. Xiaohe is on the verge of evolving? Lord Devour and Kid were delighted. They were not afraid that the severely injured demon monarch would harm Yi Qinghan, but they were worried that an even more powerful demon monarch would descend. Then, it would be really dangerous. However, since Xiaohe was on the verge of evolving, it was worth the gamble. The light in Yi Qinghan's eyes could melt godly iron, and his speed had reached the limit. He chased after Barbara's tail, and entered the material plane. Your Majesty? What's wrong? Barbara's figure had just condensed in the material plane, and her face was pale. The Azura King beside her hurriedly asked in shock. However, before he could finish speaking, the Azura King's expression changed drastically. As Barbara was too weak, although her reaction was slightly slower, she immediately turned into a black wind and fled in all directions. Die. Xiaohe has devoured them. Yi Qinghan stood tall in the sky and did not hide. It was as if a god had descended from the heavens. The vast power of space directly pressed down, causing the black wind's escaping speed to become extremely slow. The Azura King could not move at all. Kaka die. This Lord Xiaohe has devoured all of you. You should feel honored. Xiaohe turned into an angry dragon from the slaughter god saber and roared. At this moment he could actually speak the human language. It was obvious that after devouring a portion of Barbara's energy, his soul form was close to stabilizing. Xiaohe turned into an earth-shattering gust of wind that was like a dark cloud pressing down, almost covering half of the plane. In an instant, it covered Barbara, the Azura King, and countless other demonic creatures. Xiaohe, don't devour too much. It's fine as long as you can evolve. Although Yi Qinghan felt that it was a gamble, he did not lose his rationality. He shouted at Xiaohe. Xiaohe's gust of wind and Barbara's black wind entangled. At the same time, they began to corrode the Azura King. The speed of corrosion was dozens of times faster than that dog. In the blink of an eye, the Azura King turned into pure energy and was devoured by Xiaohe. As for those low-level demonic creatures, they disappeared without a trace like water droplets on a raging inferno. Although Barbara was severely injured, and Xiaohe had devoured a small portion of her power of darkness, a centipede was still alive. However, a centipede would not fall down even if it died. Moreover, it was a devil monarch recognized by the laws of heaven and earth. The gust of wind and black wind entangled. The black wind contained Barbara's main body, so it was very difficult to devour. However, it was clear that Xiaohe's gust of wind had the upper hand and started to devour it bit by bit. However, based on this speed, it would probably take at least an hour to completely devour it. After 1/3 of the time it took for a joss stick to burn, Xiaohe had devoured 1/3 of Barbara's black wind. He suddenly retreated back into the slaughter god saber and laughed. Boss, I have enough energy. I, Xiaohe, am about to evolve. I think I will need to sleep for a period of time. Let's retreat first. Chapter 1073. Yi Qinghan looked at the black winds that were escaping in all directions and sighed inwardly. However, the current situation couldn't drag on any longer. If a stronger demon monarch or supreme demon were to be lured out, then it would be a disaster. His body turned into a sharp arrow and shot up into the sky. He pierced through the weak point of the space and entered the spatial turbulence. Yaoji, Lord Devour saw Yi Qinghan's ecstatic face and revealed a smile. However, he did not relax and continued to condense his spatial power. He shouted at the Soul Arch Pavilion that was flying at lightning speed. Swish! The Soul Arch Pavilion nimbly made a turn, and Yi Qinghan and company disappeared into the void. The Soul Arch Pavilion turned into a meteor and flew far away. Buzz! After the Soul Arch Pavilion flew away, the demonic aura in the sky quickly condensed, and 4 figures appeared in the endless void. In the middle was a coquettish man dressed in a peach-pink robe. His eyes were blood-red as he opened his scarlet lips and stuck out a pink tongue. He licked it and said with a slightly trembling voice, "O ancestral fiend, what did this king see? It blinded this king's eyes. The Supreme Massacre God Saber. I saw the first ancestral devil's Supreme Massacre God Saber. King, you did not see wrongly. That is indeed the weapon of the ancestral devil. Congratulations, King. as long as you obtain the Supreme Massacre God Saber. The day of unifying the sacred world is just around the corner. Aog did not understand, but Aurora and Odila knew very well because they were the children of the ancestral devil. Aurora's bloodshot eyes flashed with greed, but he did not dare to show it. He said excitedly. Odila did not say anything, but his similarly bloodshot eyes showed how excited he was. At their realm, it was rare for them to be excited. However, once the creatures of the demon world were excited, their eyes would turn red. At this moment, the three of them were bloodshot. One could imagine how much shock the Supreme Massacre God Saber brought to them. Og did not notice it at first, but now that he heard it, his scaly body began to tremble, and the huge whip below him also stood up. He did not know what the Supreme Massacre God Saber was used for, but he knew that the Devil Monarch who possessed the Supreme Massacre God Saber would become in existence like the ancestral devil. Augie let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, "King, why aren't you chasing after them?" TSK, where can these lowly humans escape to in the saints' world? Can the speed of their treasures be faster than this king? This king has already secretly left behind a darkness mark. Catching up is only a matter of time. Obama giggled, his body still standing proudly in the void as he looked at the puzzled Augie. Because he was in a good mood, he made an exception and explained, "Barbara definitely hasn't been killed in such a short time, so that ruthless man Augie will soon arrive. This king needs to completely erase the aura of this group of humans with his darkness force, otherwise, if Aogu catches up, this king won't be able to overtake him. Hehe. The Supreme Slaughter God Saber will soon belong to this king." After a while, Obama had already silently erased the lingering aura of Yi Qinghan and the rest. He laughed and shouted, "Let's go. Odila, Otola, help me obtain the Supreme Slaughtering God Saber later. After I unify the holy world, I will give the two of you 3 continents each. If you dare to use underhanded means, you know this king's methods. Augie, take care and protect yourself." With that, Obama brought the 3 of them and disappeared into the void without a sound. Not long after Obama and the rest left, 3 figures appeared in the void. One of them was a majestic man with a pale face, and the other was a skinny man with a devil's horn on his head. "Barbara, where did they go? Why is there no trace of them?" The majestic man's face was gloomy as he asked coldly. Although his tone was calm, it was not angry, and it caused Barbara and the skinny man beside her to tremble in fear. "King, I also don't know. They definitely didn't run far," Barbara said in a low voice, feeling a little guilty. Although this was her man, his methods made her heart cold. "Humph. Immediately mobilize all the Wind Shadow tribe members and search in all directions. If the Slaughter God Saber is taken by someone else, Barbara, you know the consequences." The majestic man looked around and pointed in 3 directions. The 3 of them split up and started to search. "What's the exact situation?" "Little Han." In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Lord Devour, Kid, and Yaoji were all smiles as they looked at Yi Qinghan hopefully. Although Lord Devour had guessed the answer, he still opened his mouth. Xiaohei's energy is already sufficient. He is currently in a deep sleep, and he said that he is already evolving. Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands. He did not expect things to go so smoothly this time. Xiaohei was already so mighty. His soul form was almost materialized, and he could even speak the human language. If he evolved, he would definitely be able to completely take shape, and he would no longer have to worry about his soul dissipating. Even if he could not find the secret method to take over another body, at least Xiaohei would be able to exist forever. "Lord Brother Kid Yaoji." Yi Qinghan laughed, his face full of glory. He said excitedly, "You don't know, but Xiaohei's strength is very abnormal now. He swallowed the Shura King in just a blink of an eye. If he had more time, even the Devil Monarch would have been swallowed. I estimate that after Xiaohei evolves, his overall strength will reach grade 9. "What?" Lord Devour and Kid were frightened, and Yaoji's beautiful face turned pale. "Grade 9? What was grade 9? How many grade 9 experts were there in the immortal world? Xiaohei's overall strength could reach grade 9? Hehe, this is my preliminary estimate. You will have to wait until Xiaohei evolves. However, you haven't seen his terrifying devouring ability. It's appalling and extremely brutal. Yi Qinghan recalled Xiaohei's power that could sweep everything. That kind of pressure made Yi Qinghan's heart palpitate. Although Xiaohei's principal power and soul power weren't strong, his monstrous devouring ability was absolutely heaven-defying. Diawu, we're near the black hole. What should we do next? Yao Ji controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to move forward in the void. After half a month, they reached the destination of Lord Devour's retreat route, which was near the black hole. Along the way, no devil monarch chased after them. Yi Qinghan and Kid exhaled in relief. However, Lord Devour wasn't careless. She wore a heavy face. As long as they were still in the Demon Plains territory, she couldn't relax. She pondered for a moment, then pointed to the front, and said, "Continue to stick close to the black hole, and fly forward. Don't fly in the direction of the Divine Realm's plane of existence. Leave the Demon Realm's sphere of influence, and then circle back to the reincarnation plane." Boom. As soon as Lord Devour said that, the entire Soul Emperor Pavilion shook hard. The tables in the hall were overturned. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's barrier was so strong that even if it hit the material plane, it wouldn't shake. But now Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and Jida changed their countenances, while the enchantress gawked. As the controller of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, she knew clearly how strong the enemies who could shake the Soul Emperor Pavilion were. Instantly, she used the barrier of the Soul Emperor Pavilion to sense and screamed hoarsely, "3 monarchs. At least one of them is close to the Supreme Devil Monarch." Close to the Supreme Devil Monarch? Yi Qinghan started to shiver. He had experienced Shen Tuxiong's power. He was like a high mountain that he couldn't resist. "We can't run away. Prepare to fight to the death. Little Han, if you have no other choice, you and Yao Ji, run first." Lord Devour's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. Instantly, a murderous aura burst out from him, which froze the air in the hall. Chapter 1074. "Sir." Yi Qinghan screamed hurriedly. He could see the determination in Lord Devour's eyes. He was close to level 9 Supreme Being, which meant he was at the same level as the Ice Queen, maybe even stronger. Besides, there were 2 demon monarchs with unknown power. It was possible that the 3 of them couldn't defeat him. More importantly, this place belonged to the demon world's territory. More demon experts could descend at any time. It seemed that Lord Devour wanted to sacrifice himself to cover Yi Qinghan and the Yao Ji's retreat. If possible, Jida also. "Don't talk nonsense. Jida and I don't have much room to improve. You still have a lot of room to grow. Don't make me look down on you. Yao Ji, teleport us out. Remember my order. Take little Han away." Lord Devour's face became resolute. He exchanged looks with Jida, and then shouted at Yi Qinghan. Finally, he turned to the Yao Ji. The Yao Ji sighed reluctantly and teleported the 3 of them out. At the same time, she controlled the Soul Monarch Pavilion to fly far away. Swish. As soon as the 3 of them teleported out, they immediately urged the space power to attack. "Kikik, friends from afar, don't attack yet." At this moment Obama, who was wearing a long pink robe and looked even more beautiful than a woman, laughed. His amorous eyes raked through the 3 of them and finally fixed on Yi Qinghan. After confirming that Yi Qinghan didn't run away, he didn't even look at the Soul Monarch Pavilion. He stroked his hair and smiled elegantly. "First, let me introduce myself. I'm from the Holy World. Air. The demon world that you humans call. I'm the king of the South Obama continent, Sovereign Obama. These 2 are my subordinates, Sovereign Odilla and Sovereign Otora. Please allow me to represent the entire Holy World to welcome you to our Holy World as our guests. Yeah. Please surrender. I'll spare your lives." Jida's many space dragons, Yi Qinghan's giant palm, and Lord Devour's space swords, which were made of tens of thousands of sparkling gold swords, responded to Obama. Before Obama could even finish his last word, the entire space there trembled slightly. The 3 of them summoned their essence power to protect themselves. Their wills froze the space around them and the power of space poured down. Both of them used their full strength. There was no need to be polite, and they had no time to waste. Hong. Hong Long. Chi. The huge dragon let out a soundless roar, its huge palm bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. Thousands of flying swords tore through the spatial turbulence, their might soaring to the heavens. Their auras surged, and they whistled towards Obama's group. Ayaya, you humans from the god world are always so barbaric. Odora, I'll leave that woman to you. That middle-aged Uncle Odora has a really big butt. TSK, this handsome young man is my favorite. Come on, hero. Let's play. Obama's slightly resentful voice sounded, and the three demon monarchs began to slowly dissipate in the air, disappearing without a trace. The demonic aura in the air began to condense nearby. In an instant, the demonic aura in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers became extremely dense. If it was an ordinary low-level martial artist, he would definitely be demonized in an instant. Of course, the attacks of Lord Devour's group missed. However, they weren't surprised. They weren't afraid because Lord Devour had said that as long as the origin energy wasn't scattered, the three of them would be temporarily safe. Little Han, be careful. That devil that's close to the Supreme Demon Monarch has his eyes on you. If I ask you to retreat, retreat immediately. Lord Devour advised Yi Qinghan. Then he flew up to the left. At the same time his two beautiful fingers moved. Countless wisps of space power turned into flying swords, shooting out like a meteor shower. It was so beautiful. Jida arched his brows, attacking to the right. The space energy on his body turned into a giant dragon that twirled around him like an ancient god of war. Sizzle. All of a sudden, in the sky above Lord Devour, a 10,000-meter-long black serpent quietly emerged from the void. It looked like a giant serpent had just crawled out of the grass. This serpent was made of the demonic aura, and an extremely cold and overbearing aura diffused from it. Even Yi Qinghan, who was underneath, could feel the immense pressure. Odila had taken action. Lord Devour snorted coldly. Both of his hands danced as if he was playing a zither in the air. His red robe fluttered, which made him look so beautiful. Facing the ferocious black serpent, he wasn't afraid at all. This time he had created billions of flying swords, which formed a golden flying sword dragon in the sky, attacking the serpent. A giant black serpent and a long golden dragon were both 10,000 meters long. Their auras were so intimidating that they shook the void. They attacked each other fiercely. Suddenly, a giant serpent that was smaller than the one above appeared. The dragon that Jida had created wasn't as intimidating as Lord Devour's flying swords, so it couldn't be seen with naked eyes. Silently, dozens of giant dragons tore at the giant serpent. Yi Qinghan swept a glance at the two of them, and suddenly felt a sense of alarm in his heart. His eyes were like lightning as he abruptly looked behind him, only to see a beautiful palm lightly floating towards him. The palm was so beautiful that it could be compared to Lord Devour's palm. The palm was so small that it was dozens of times smaller than the palm that Yi Qinghan had created. It was only half the size of his body. The palm was white, and he didn't feel any evil or cold aura. It was like a lover reaching out his hand to caress his face. However, Yi Qinghan's face changed dramatically. Lord Devour and Jida, who were hovering in the sky, also paled. There must be something wrong when something abnormal happened. The strongest Obama had taken action, and it wasn't as Lord Devour had expected. Instead, he was targeting the weakest Yi Qinghan. Moreover, his attack was so special. Little Han, retreat. Little Han, run. Lord Devour and Jida roared at the same time. Lord Devour created billions of golden flying swords again, which turned into a long flying sword dragon that roared and attacked the beautiful palm. Jida spurted out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and created dozens of giant dragons that flew toward the palm. Yi Qinghan wanted to run, but he felt that the palm had locked onto him. No matter how hard he tried to run, the palm would hit him. Gritting his teeth, his face became ferocious as he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He used all of his strength to create a giant palm that slapped down on the beautiful, small palm. Boom, 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 boom. 5 ear-splitting explosions occurred almost at the same time. Lord Devour had created a group of golden flying swords for the first time, and they easily broke the giant snake above. Jida's giant dragon had the upper hand, and it was only a matter of time before the giant snake below was destroyed. It seemed that Odora was weaker than Lord Devour, and Jida could suppress Odora. However, what shocked Yi Qinghan, Lord Devour, and Jida was that the three of them had joined hands to attack that small palm. That small palm was not affected at all, and it easily pierced through Lord Devour's group of flying swords. Then it directly crushed Jida's giant dragon. Finally, it easily pierced through Yi Qinghan's giant palm and hit Yi Qinghan, who was protected by the origin energy. Then Yi Qinghan was like a kite with a broken string. He spurted out blood and turned into a meteor, flying backward. That was not all. That palm suddenly sped up and disappeared in the air. In the next second, it appeared behind Lord Devour, and easily smashed the golden flying swords that Lord Devour had created. Then, with another slap, Lord Devour also turned into a meteor and flew backward. Jida's eyes suddenly widened. Looking at the giant palm that suddenly appeared in front of him, he really wanted to teleport. However, he knew that this giant palm could also teleport. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and resist. When he turned into a meteor, he flew away. An emotion called despair surged in his mind. The difference in their strengths was too big, too big. They were not on the same level at all. If they didn't have the origin energy to protect their bodies, their souls would have perished in this face-to-face confrontation. However, so what if they had the origin energy? How many rounds of attacks could they resist? Enchantress. Lord Devour's wounds weren't serious, but his face was so frightened. His speed soared to the limit, flying toward Yi Qinghan. He was ready to risk his life to protect him. However, when he saw the Soul Emperor Pavilion flying toward Yi Qinghan from a far distance, Obama's beautiful palm easily smashed it away. Lord Devour's face became paler than snow. Her sprinting figure suddenly stopped in mid-air. She saw a coquettish face quietly appear between her and Yi Qinghan. The face was full of mockery and ridicule. She sighed deeply, feeling helpless. Was this the end of the hero's road? Chapter 1075. When Yi Qinghan saw how easily the Soul Emperor Pavilion was slapped away, he had a sudden realization. It seemed like they could not escape this time. This devil monarch, who was more of a transvestite than a transvestite, was too strong. He was so strong that they did not even have the thought of risking their lives. It was just like when they faced the star monarch, Shen Tixiong. Cough cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if all his internal organs and bones had been shattered. If it wasn't for the soul ring, he would have been dead by now. Although he had the origin energy to protect his body, the power was too strong. His divine crystal might not have been shattered, but his head would have been shattered, and his soul would have dissipated instantly. He used his divine senses to check the black hole behind him. He tried to control the power of space to stabilize his body, but he still felt a strong suction force. If not for the soul ring that healed his injuries in an instant, even if his body was not shattered by Obama, he would have been sucked into the black hole. He looked at the smiling Obama, then at Lord Devour, who was pale for the first time, and at Jida, who was no longer elegant. He sighed deeply. Were they really going to be wiped out this time? Haha, the king is invincible. Unifying the holy world is just around the corner. You lowly humans actually dare to fight against the king who ranked in the top 5 of the saints' world. King Obama? In the words of the divine world, this is called a mantis trying to kill a chariot. Hand over the supreme slaughtering god saber, and the king might be soft-hearted and let you live. At this time, the demonic aura around Obama surged, and an unfamiliar figure condensed. It was extremely tall, covered in black scales, and filled with a violent aura. It was an Azura king. AOG had been hiding in the surroundings. When Obama gained the absolute advantage, he immediately showed himself. If he did not grasp such a good opportunity to flatter, he would not have been able to get to where he was today. It should be known that in Obama City, there were many Azura kings that were as big as him. However, after AOG appeared, he looked at Obama intimately. However, he did not see Obama's usual charming smile. On the other hand, Obama's eyes were filled with rage. Then, a powerful force suddenly blasted his body and sent him flying. Idiot! Obama cursed in a low voice. His expression did not change, but he immediately condensed a small palm and attacked Yi Qinghan at lightning speed. This time, his speed was faster than the last time, and his aura was even more violent and violent. He probably wanted to shatter Yi Qinghan with a single palm strike. However, his palm suddenly stopped in midair, not daring to slap down on Yi Qinghan. because he saw Yi Qinghan's eyes light up immediately after Augie finished speaking. Then he took out a long black blade. The edge of the knife was not pointed at him, but at the black hole behind him, a bright smile on his face. If you dare to move, this slaughter god blade will immediately fly into the black hole. This is the supreme slaughter god blade. Yi Qinghan's indifferent voice sounded. When he saw the palm in midair, it was as though he saw a ray of hope. Hence he smiled brightly. He was not afraid of death, but he would definitely not give up if he could survive. Hence, in such a dangerous situation, he kept his cool and his soul spirit circulated at a high speed. When Aog mentioned the supreme slaughter god blade, his eyes started to light up. He knew that this blade was very powerful. He knew it when he first came to the divine world to hunt demons. When he killed a bunch of demons in the baleful Een stream, he was even more certain that this blade was extraordinary. This was the weapon of the demon world's ancestor devil. When the 3 ancestor devils were suppressed in the Nepha's abyss, this blade was also left in the divine world. After that, there were people from the God of War pavilion who used this blade, but the 2 supremacies died. This blade was thrown into the lava of the Nepha's abyss, and was considered an ominous demonic artifact. However, it was obtained by the Soul Emperor who accidentally barged into the Nepha's abyss. He casually threw it into the carefree pavilion, and it ended up in the hands of Yi Qinghan. After the slaughter god blade killed countless demons in the Star Sea, it gave birth to a perverted dog. Yi Qinghan was even more certain that this blade was extraordinary. Although Yi Qinghan wasn't sure how powerful this blade was in the demon realm, after hearing Augie's words, Yi Qinghan was certain of one thing. Obama really wanted this blade. Hence he smiled. The blade contained Xiao Hei's soul. Although he could not give it to Obama, today, at least Lord Devour and the Kid Demon Lady could be saved. Originally, the situation where everyone was going to die was starting to take a turn for the better. It would be good if a few of them could survive, right? Of course, Obama wanted this blade very much. This blade was the demon world's sacred artifact. It was the first ancestor devil's weapon to command the demon world. At this moment, he wanted to strangle Aog to death. His good-looking eyebrows furrowed slightly as he sighed in his heart. It would have been better if he had used his full strength on the first strike. He had been too careless. He could clearly sense that Yi Qinghan's strength was very low. That strike just now was enough to kill him. He did not expect Yi Qinghan to have a soul ring that could instantly heal his body. And damn it, there was a spatial black hole behind him just now. Not to mention him. Even the ancestor devil was extremely afraid of this black and ghostly thing. He was confident that he could catch the slaughter god blade after Yi Qinghan threw it out. However, his body would definitely be sucked into the spatial black hole. If he was transported to the edge of the void, although he might not die, it was very likely that he would never return. What was the point of obtaining the slaughter god blade then? Hence, Obama's face turned into an intoxicating smile as he said coquettishly, "Little handsome brother, give the blade to me, and everything will be fine. Otherwise, all of you, including the woman in the pagoda, will die. You must believe that I have the ability to do so." "Little Han, don't!" Lord Devour shouted from afar. At this moment, Lord Devour was no longer as calm and indifferent as before. Looking at the overbearing Obama, she recalled the moment when she and the Soul Emperor were enveloped by the Star Sovereign's space power. A trace of anger flashed in Obama's peach blossom eyes, and he was about to attack. Yi Qinghan immediately shouted, "Damn ladyboy, don't move. Otherwise, my hand will really tremble. If that happens, this supreme slaughter god blade will forever float in this endless void." A dim light flashed in Obama's eyes again, and he laughed loudly. "Damn ladyboy. Kiki, you have character. I like it." Yi Qinghan knew when to stop and did not waste any more time. He went straight to the point and said, "Let them go first. I will stay. When they are safe, I will naturally give this blade to you. This is fair, right?" "It is indeed fair. Deal." Obama agreed straightforwardly. He turned to look at Lord Devour and said faintly, "You guys can go now. I have erased the traces you have left. As long as you leave the territory of the forces in the Holy World, you will be absolutely safe. Of course, if you dare to continue to kill this king's people, this king will definitely not be polite." Little Han. Lord Devour and Kid exchanged looks, then they shouted at the same time. At this moment, Lord Devour had regained her composure. From Yi Qinghan's eyes, she knew what he was thinking. However, she didn't know what to do. She could only roar mournfully. Go. Yi Qinghan still had a faint smile on his face. His tone, however, was unquestionable. Chapter 1076. Swish. Yi Qinghan sent a message to Yao Ji. Yao Ji quickly brought the Soul Emperor Pavilion across the sky and quietly floated over. Lord Devour and Jida looked at the decisiveness in Yi Qinghan's eyes and sighed deeply. Lord Devour shouted at Jida with red eyes. Go, Jida. Little Han, we will wait for you to come back. Jida also understood what Yi Qinghan wanted to do. He knew that this was the only way. If they did not leave now, everyone would die. The human heart was made of flesh. Who would want to die if they could? Yao Ji did not know how the situation changed so drastically in an instant. However, she did not hesitate and immediately brought Lord Devour into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Then the Soul Emperor Pavilion glided over under Odila's eyes, kept Jida, and left resolutely. King. Aog didn't dare to speak from afar, but Odila still called out hesitantly. His gaze was locked onto Yi Qinghan like a venomous snake staring at its prey from the bushes. It's all right. This king believes that handsome little brother will not do anything stupid. Obama smiled charmingly, and his pair of peach blossom eyes looked at Yi Qinghan with tenderness. He said faintly, the Supreme Massacre God Blade is ultimately an external object, and it isn't very useful to you people from the God world. Handsome little brother, you are a smart person. This king guarantees with the honor of the ancestral devil, that as long as you give me the Supreme Slaughter God Saber, this king will definitely not hurt you. I will even personally send you out of the divine world. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and said, Of course I believe you. I'll give you the blade, but I'll have to wait until my companions are far away. In your demon realm sphere of influence, our speed is far inferior to yours. How long will that take? We are not far from the border of the divine world. We can leave in at most 3 days. Do you think 3 days is enough? Obama's attitude was very good. He was extremely polite like a harmless little girl. 10 days. That is my bottom line. Yi Qinghan said resolutely. If there was any disagreement, he would throw the Slaughter God Saber into the spatial black hole. 10 days? Obama frowned slightly, then nodded his head and replied in a relaxed manner. 10 days it is. However, little handsome brother, don't lie to this king. At that time, this king will be very sad. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything else. His nerves were tense, and his divine sense and space force were constantly spreading out. It seemed that if Obama and the others made a move, he would take them all down with him. Obama waved at Odila and Otora leisurely. He also glanced at Augie, who was smiling bitterly in the distance. Augie immediately flew over with a flattering smile. The 4 of them actually closed their eyes and sat cross-legged in the air, as though they had been waiting patiently for 10 days. King. He couldn't wait any longer. In 10 days, Monarch Augu would have already found this place. The children of the Windshadow tribe sent a message. All the Windshadow tribe members on Augieland have been dispatched. They will definitely find this place in 5 days at most. Although the 4 demons closed their eyes and pretended to be cultivating, in fact, Augie had already begun using the special voice transmission method of the Fiend Realm to send a message to Obama. Obama sent a furious voice transmission. Isn't it all because of you, you fool? Otherwise, this king would have succeeded long ago. If it weren't for the fact that you have followed this king for so many years, this king would have slapped you to death just now. Augie hurriedly sent a flattering voice transmission. It was Augie who was foolish, king. Even if you slapped Augie to death, Augie would not have any complaints. King, what do we do now? This time, Bama did not talk to Augie secretly. Instead, he talked to Otola and Odila secretly. He said sinisterly, cover for me. I'll use a secret technique. In less than 3 days, I'll be able to make this handsome boy a citizen of our saint's world. The Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor and floated into the distance without any hesitation. Its speed had reached its limit. This time, it did not go around in circles but flew directly toward the divine realm. At this speed, they would be able to leave the demonic plane's territory in 7 or 8 days. Of course, this territory was very general. After 7 or 8 days, the demonic aura would not be as thick. The Devil Monarch's flying speed would be affected. If they could not catch up to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, they would be safe. Diewu, little Han. After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Lord Devour immediately ordered Yao Ji to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion and fly toward the Divine Realm. Yao Ji did not ask anything. At this moment, she was waiting for the Soul Emperor Pavilion to reach its fastest speed. Sigh. Lord Devour's face was pale, but he did not say anything. Although he had many things to say, he could only sigh deeply in the end. Yao Ji, take out little Han's soul jade slip. Whether or not he can escape this time depends on his fate. Jida's face was powerless and lonely. He held his head in the hall like a defeated rooster. Then he suddenly remembered something and lifted his head. However, the excitement on his face disappeared in just a blink of an eye. He stooped and scratched his head, saying helplessly, "Sigh. If he can escape this time, he will be possessed by a divine emperor. Motherf asterisk cur. Little Han. He still has a chance to escape? Haha, he's going to die. He's going to die. He's going to die." Yao Ji stared fixedly at the soul jade slip in her hand, not daring to look away for even a moment. Her limpid eyes were watery, and 2 transparent threads quietly dripped down onto the soul jade slip. She seemed to want to use her tears to moisturize the soul jade slip, hoping that it would never break. Jida lifted his head and sighed. If he has a chance to escape, he will wait for us to run away, and then jump into the space black hole. I know him. He will never give Xiaohei to the Devil Monarch. Space black hole. Haha, anyone who gets into the space black hole will die. Little Han doesn't have a lot of source energy. He won't be able to endure long under the space-shattering saber current. He has no way to survive. After the soul jade slip breaks, tell me. Lord Devour finally opened her mouth, but her voice was so cold that it could pierce one's bones. Then she stood up, walking to the door. Her figure was lonely and desolate. Jida even saw that Lord Devour's graceful back had become hunched. 3 days later, Yi Qinghan had been extremely nervous for the past 3 days. Of course, he wouldn't give the Slaughter God blade to Obama. Jida was right. His original intention was to wait for Lord Devour and the others to leave before rushing into the space black hole with the Slaughter God blade. He knew that if he entered the space black hole, he would most likely die. In other words, he would definitely die. However, he didn't have a choice. He would rather rush into the space black hole with Xiaohei and die under the space-shattering saber current. He also didn't want Xiaohei to become Obama's puppet. He looked at Obama and the others who were still sitting cross-legged in the void. Calculating the time. 2 more days should be enough, right? Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept across the black hole that looked like the mouth of a giant beast. A mesmerizing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Was this his final destination? At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heart suddenly shook. A premonition of fatal danger surged in his heart. Before he could do anything, he felt his body suddenly stiffen. Afterwards, an ear-piercing, reckless laughter rang out in his head. Hee, handsome little, you'll become this king's child from today onwards. The Saints' world welcomes you. Chapter 1077. This devil monarch actually managed to enter my body? He wants to demonize me? Not good, my body has already been demonized. He wants to demonize my soul. Yi Qinghan's soul spirit was alarmed. He used his divine senses and easily understood the current situation of his body. Obama had actually entered his body without him noticing and was about to demonize him. Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will not be demonized by you. Yi Qinghan's soul spirit roared. He tried his best to control his soul spirit and wanted to regain control of his body. However, every cell in his body was filled with the demonic aura. Although Yi Qinghan wanted to control his body to move, he realized that he couldn't move at all. Hee, little handsome brother, don't be afraid. Once you become this king's child, this king will take good care of you. Come, don't resist. The sacred world and the ancestor devil will be with you. Obama's wanton laughter continued. He was determined to obtain the Devil Supreme Saber and he couldn't afford to lose it. Therefore, he could have let Odila and Otora execute the secret technique to demonize Yi Qinghan. In the end, he decided to do it himself. Under the cover of Odora and Otora, Obama turned into a demonic aura and quietly entered Yi Qinghan's body. Facts proved that Obama's decision was right. He spent 3 days to allow a trace of demonic aura that Yi Qinghan couldn't sense to penetrate his skin. As he breathed, the demonic aura quietly concealed itself in his body. Only now did he confirm that he could completely control Yi Qinghan's body. Only then did he reveal his sinister claws. His main body also entered Yi Qinghan's body and prepared to demonize Yi Qinghan's soul spirit. Yi Qinghan really wanted to self-destruct and let the shockwave of the explosion send the slaughter god saber into the black hole behind him. However, his soul spirit seemed to have been separated from his body. He couldn't control it at all. Chi-chi. Countless wisps of black energy penetrated the blue shield of Yi Qinghan's soul sea and pierced into Yi Qinghan's soul like thousands of tiny black needles, intending to demonize Yi Qinghan's soul and turn him into a demon, a low-level creature of the demon realm. Boom. An incomparably strange thing happened. Countless wisps of black energy turned into millions of black needles that stabbed into Yi Qinghan's soul. At the same time, countless bolts of lightning suddenly emerged from the weak origin energy in her soul sea. They smashed down like enraged dragons. The demonic aura that Obama's main body had transformed into was instantly pulverized. A black rain that was even thicker than the rain on Paragon Island started falling on Yi Qinghan's 2 soul seas. Ah! Oh ancestral fiend, what the hell is this? Obama's extremely horrified and shrill voice rang out. At that moment, Obama's soul began to tremble. At that moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt that his body could move again. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he laughed out loud. His body suddenly shot into the spatial black hole. Aha, you want to demonize me? Let's die together. Under Yi Qinghan's wanton and arrogant roar, Odila, Achuolai, and Aji saw a scene that shocked and excited them. Yi Qinghan actually brought Obama and directly rushed into the black hole, instantly disappearing into the bottomless black hole. Our king has been sucked into the spatial black hole. Odila and Achuolai looked at each other. The domineering southern king of the demon realm, Sovereign Obama, was gone just like that? Also, the supreme god slaughtering saber, the weapon of the first ancestral fiend, the sacred weapon of the demon realm, was also gone? That was a spatial black hole. History had proven that although not all the powerful beings that entered the spatial black hole died, none of them returned. It was the same in the demon realm and the divine realm. Therefore, the supreme god slaughtering saber and Sovereign Obama were really gone. Motherf *Ker. Aji looked around in a daze. After confirming that Obama's aura was gone, his body started to tremble. He cursed in his heart, and his face was even uglier than the human-faced beast heart spider. Because he was doted on by Obama, he had offended many people in Obama City. Now that Obama had gone, he would probably follow him. Odila and Otora did not care about Augie, who even had the intention to give up. After the initial shock, followed by confusion and excitement, the two number 2 and number 3 figures of Obama continent also started to feel fear. Without Obama, the Obama continent would become a delicious cake in the eyes of all the demon monarchs in the future. The days of bloodshed were coming. Dizzy. Dizzy was what Yi Qinghan was feeling at this moment. The world was spinning and everything was upside down. He felt like a seasick person in a violent storm. He was so dizzy that he could not even use his divine senses. A god-tier martial artist, and a 9th grade supreme martial artist at that. Even if he was spinning, flipping in the air at lightning speed, he would not feel dizzy. His head would definitely not feel dizzy. Not to mention that his divine senses would not be able to detect it. The only explanation was that there was a mystery in this black hole. Yi Qinghan did not know, and he did not want to know. His soul was spinning so dizzily that he could not tell north from south. This was the first time his soul had encountered such a situation. Yi Qinghan did not know what to do and could only go with the flow. After an unknown period of time, perhaps it was an instant, perhaps it was 10,000 years. When Yi Qinghan felt that his soul was no longer spinning, he immediately controlled his soul to check his body. In the end, it would have been better if he did not check. The moment he did, Yi Qinghan was scared to death. What situation was this? The demonic aura in his body was gone, but his soul was filled with demonic aura. His soul only had time to check his body and soul before it was instantly filled with demonic aura. He directly entered a state of madness, which was many times worse than the first time he entered a state of madness in the baleful Yin stream. In the end, he used his last bit of fuzzy consciousness to cover his body with the power of origin, and then he completely lost consciousness. His eyes turned blood red, and his body began to tremble. Black lines even began to appear on the surface of his body. He looked hideous and terrifying, and the demonic flames were monstrous. From far away, one could feel the evil and cold aura emanating from his body. It was like a sleeping demon god floating in the endless void Qi. From afar, pieces of space-fragmented saber currents would blow over from time to time, scraping against Yi Qinghan's floating body, and colliding with the power of origin on the surface of his body, producing a zheng-zheng sound of metal clashing. Then, it whizzed away and continued to float in the endless void. At first, Yi Qinghan's body trembled violently, but it gradually slowed down and finally quietened down. He was like an ancient corpse floating in the endless void. From time to time, the space-fragmented saber currents would blow over, causing the power of origin on the surface of his body to dissipate bit by bit. Although Yi Qinghan had already lost consciousness, his hand was still tightly holding onto the slaughter god blade. It was as though he was holding onto his most beloved woman. He refused to let go even if he died. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the power of origin on the surface of Yi Qinghan's body would be completely eroded by the space-fragmented saber currents. He would be completely minced by the blade-like space-fragmented saber currents and turned into dust, forever remaining in the endless void. Chapter 1078. Shi Diawu was very sorrowful. She sadly sat on the lion chair in the corner of the room, sinking her entire body into the chair. The room was very dark, and it was impossible to see her face clearly. However, the entire room was filled with a desolate feeling. She was born in the Flame Dragon continent's dark forest. At that time, she was a little rabbit that didn't know anything. She only knew how to hide under the grapevines outside the cave and bask in the sun. She clearly remembered that on a stormy night, she was attacked by an 8th-ranked demonic beast, the Lion Tiger King. At that time, her strength was very low, and she was on the verge of death. In the end, a cute black small beast with a single horn descended from the sky and saved her. She then left her favorite grapevines and wandered the dark forest with the soul-devouring beast that called itself the Soul Emperor. As they wandered, they fought. Many times, she and the Soul Emperor almost died, and she was wounded many times. But she didn't regret it, because she liked to see that cute black small beast looking at the sky with a lonely and deep gaze. She knew that the Soul Emperor didn't like her, because he always told her that he saw her as a human and treated her as a beast. But she didn't regret it. She followed him all the way. After becoming the Flame Dragon continent, she went to the Divine Realm, fought in the Divine Realm, and wandered the world with the Soul Emperor. When the Soul Emperor and Xiaohei's mother entered the bridal room, Shi Diawu cried. That was the first time she cried. When the Soul Emperor died to save her, she cried for the second time. She cried for the second time. She cried for 10 days and 10 nights in the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Then, she resolutely wiped away her tears. Shi Diawu changed to Shi Diawu. Butterflies no longer danced in the air. She walked the path of revenge. Yi Qinghan's appearance gave her hope. Xiaohei's growth warmed her cold heart. But as Xiaohei used the soul-devouring transformation on Supreme Island, Lord Shi's heart became cold again. When Obama stretched out her beautiful hand and gently sent them flying, her heart became completely cold. It chilled her heart and froze her blood. The restrictions in the room were all activated, and the light was very dim, covering her pale face. The tears flowing down her beautiful eyes couldn't be seen. She had always looked strong on the surface. When she was still a 7th-grade war god, she was already known as a vicious woman in the Divine Realm. Countless warriors had died at her hands, and the god bandits who roamed the seas would tremble in fear upon hearing her name. She had been very bitter all these years, making countless arrangements in secret. She silently gathered a strong power in the god world. Although it wasn't fully formed, It revealed some fangs and shocked Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan. She also knew that she was actually a very fragile woman. Therefore, at this moment, she once again burst into tears, crying her heart out. Losing Xiaohe was the same as losing her own child. She had lost the only thing that the Soul Emperor had left in this world. The only place that she could entrust her soul to. After losing Yi Qinghan, she was at a loss and didn't know what to do next. She felt as if she had returned to countless years ago, when she was still a level 6 magical beast. When she encountered that level 8 king lion tiger, she felt so helpless and hopeless. That's not right. All of a sudden, Lord Devour lifted his head, frowning slightly. She wasn't sure how long she had been in the room, but it seemed to be a long time. She was immersed in her sorrow, but time flew quickly. Why hadn't the evil spirit Sala sent a message? Was Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip not broken yet? It was almost impossible. Even if Yi Qinghan could escape successfully and enter the black hole, with his origin, he couldn't hold on for long, right? Did he teleport to a small realm? Did he get in through the weak space? That must be it. Thinking of this, Lord Devour was so excited. As long as he wasn't dead, anything was fine. Even if he couldn't come back, he still had hope as long as he was alive. She wiped her tears, sent her divine consciousness, and teleported out. When she saw the evil spirit Sala carefully holding the soul jade slip, which was still intact, Lord Devour's eyes brightened. He hurriedly asked the evil spirit Sala, "How many days has it been?" 43 days. The evil spirit Sala lifted her head, her face hopeful. Not far from her, Jida swallowed his saliva. Of course, it wasn't because of the evil spirit Sala's charming face. It was because he found it unbelievable. Where is the Soul Emperor Pavilion now? Lord Devour pondered for a while, then asked again. His voice had resumed its indifferent tone. The evil spirit Sala answered immediately. "We've been in the barren area for 1 month." Lord Devour knew about the barren area. It was a barren area between the God world and the demon world. The heaven and earth energy in this area was extremely thin, and there were no living creatures in this area. Although there were many planes, they weren't suitable for living creatures. Lord Devour ordered resolutely, "Don't fly back. Fly around this area. When we run out of energy, we will fly out of this barren area." The evil spirit Sala and Jida's eyes brightened. The evil spirit Sala immediately changed the Soul Emperor Pavilion's route. Jida hesitated for a while, then asked, "Sir, Little Han, can he survive?" Lord Devour pursed his lips like a stubborn child. He said resolutely, "As long as his soul jade slip isn't broken, we will wait for him here for 100,000 years. He can create so many miracles. I hope he can create one this time. We will wait for him to come back." Jida and the evil spirit Sala nodded, then said in unison, "Yeah, we'll wait for him to come back." Reincarnation Secret Domain. Yu Qingqing's group of women, Yi Sahan, Peach Blossom, and Li Shui, were gathered in Li Shishir's pavilion. They had been sitting in the hall of the pavilion for more than 1 month. All of them wore a deathly still face. 1 month ago, all of Yi Qinghan's women, including Li Shui, had their hearts pounding. Their souls shivered. They didn't know why it happened, but Yu Qingqing's group and Yi Yao Rao's group had experienced the same thing. That year, when Yi Qinghan fell into the investiture valley of the gods, the 4 of them had their hearts pounding. Then, Yu Qingqing's group had gone to the god world resolutely, while Yi Yao Rao had jumped into the deep hole in the investiture valley of the gods. Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe were in trouble. They were sure of this. But in the reincarnation secret domain, they didn't have the ability to penetrate the weak points of the space to enter the turbulent space, and there were no deep holes to jump into. Therefore, they could only look for Mo Xiaoxiao at the first instance. But Mo Xiaoxiao had entered a dangerous place in the reincarnation secret domain. Although Li Shishir had tried to contact her, she hadn't returned for more than 1 month. Yi Qinghan was their sky, Yi Sahan and the countless little Yi Qinghan sky. Xiaohe was Li Shui, and the demon devourer demon's sky. If the sky collapsed, they might be able to escape, but they would never be able to see the light again. The demon devourer demon and the group of Yi Qinghan's children sat obediently in the corner of the hall. Although they didn't know what had happened, they could feel the sadness in their mother's eyes. The group of lawless little tyrants stared at each other with their eyes wide open. A faint emotion called sadness welled up in their hearts. Chapter 1079. In the endless void, countless planes were like stars, existing eternally in the sky. The tireless space-shattering blade current whizzed through the void. The space vortex spun as usual, sucking in the surrounding gravel and dust. The black hole, which looked like the mouth of a giant beast, was still wide open, swallowing everything that dared to approach it. Apart from the space-shattering blade current, there were actually countless gravel and dust in the endless void. Some would be chopped into pieces by the space-shattering blade current, and then wander around the world, while others stood quietly in the void, as if waiting for the end of the world. In this void, there was a special dust. Like a small plane in the distance, it could emit a sparkling light. However, there was not much origin power that could make his body glow. The light was extremely dim. In fact, the origin power on the surface of Yi Qinghan's body was on the verge of breaking. In the past month, if he had not been lucky enough to encounter the space-shattering blade current a few times, his origin power would have been exhausted. His body would have been turned into dust and wandered to the ends of the world with the space-shattering blade current. 43 days. He had been floating in the void like a corpse for 43 days. He did not know that the origin power on the surface of his body was on the verge of breaking, nor did he know if he was still alive. His soul had completely fallen into madness because of the murderous aura in his mind, and he had lost consciousness. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, but they were still blood-red. He stared blankly at the endless void, at the dazzling star not far away. He was like a lost child, lost and lonely. God damn it. Suddenly, the pupils in the blood-red eyes, which could still be seen, suddenly widened, and a curse unique to Yi Qinghan rang out. Then Yi Qinghan's body suddenly moved, and he flew to the side like a bolt of lightning. But his movement was still too late. A streak of spatial blades rapidly drifted over, shattering all the origin energy below his calf that he could not dodge in time. Afterwards, it continued on its way with a mist of blood and flesh. The intense pain caused the redness in Yi Qinghan's eyes to recede quite a bit. Yi Qinghan didn't need to control the divine crystal to repair his body. The soul ring automatically operated and instantly repaired his body. As for Yi Qinghan, he let out a furious roar and flew toward the only small plane in the distance like a bolt of lightning. Quick, quick! Yi Qinghan's eyes began to fill with blood again, and he felt his mind being filled with killing intent once more. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had no time to check the condition of his soul and body. He could only make up his mind and rush towards that plane. If he didn't rush into that plane, he would be shredded into pieces by the next wave of space-shattering blades. Ah! Suddenly, Yi Qinghan held his head with one hand and flipped in the air. His entire body was filled with killing intent, and the slaughter god blade emitted a piercingly cold intent. If there was a living creature in front of him now, it would definitely be chopped into pieces by him. F***ck your mother. The slaughter god blade was raised high by Yi Qinghan. Then he slashed down at lightning speed. His target was not anywhere else but his calf that he had just formed. Chi. There was no need to doubt the sharpness of the slaughter god blade, or the pain of having his legs broken. Even though Yi Qinghan was a god-ranked being who grew up in pain, he still couldn't take it anymore after having his legs broken twice. The immense pain caused every muscle in his body to contract, and his face to contort. However, the redness in his eyes lessened once more, and he started flying at full speed again. He used the power of space, and his flying speed was definitely faster than a supremacy's instantaneous movement. I hope that there are no absolute experts in this plane. If someone detects that I have entered, I will be finished. Although Yi Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot, they were blazing with passion. The desire to live erupted from the depths of his soul. He was like a shooting star as he rushed towards the plane that was at least 10 times bigger than the Flame Dragon continent. Ah! Just as he was about to reach the cloud-like source energy on the surface of the plane, the killing intent in Yi Qinghan's mind started to attack him again. Yi Qinghan roared furiously in the sky. Then a look of extreme fear appeared in his eyes. In the distance, there was a spatial blade current that shone with golden light. It was like a meteor shower as it floated towards him. Despicable heavens, you want to toy with me to death, but I refuse to die. I will fight it out with you. Yi Qinghan let out a deafening roar. His face was extremely sinister, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. The slaughter god saber danced in the air, and slashed down on his thigh. The soul ring quickly repaired itself and formed a thigh. However, Yi Qinghan slashed down again. Pain. Heart tearing, lung splitting, liver and intestines breaking. This was what Yi Qinghan was feeling at this moment. The intense pain caused both of his souls to tremble, causing him to completely wake up. Swoosh. Without waiting for the thigh to form, half of Yi Qinghan's body pierced through the sky and rushed towards the material plane. He had already extended his divine senses and started to investigate the surrounding area. Left front. Quick, quick. The spatial blade current rubbed against the void, bringing about a scorching heat. Yi Qinghan could already feel it clearly. At this moment, the source energy on the surface of his body was already so weak that it could be ignored. If he was hit by the blade current, he would be doomed eternally. Swoosh. Clang clang. Countless blade currents struck the source energy and produced the sound of metal clashing. Then they were rebounded by the source energy and continued to fly into the distance. F***ck your grandma. You almost smashed my divine crystal. Not good. There are a few strong auras in this plane. Most of the people in this plane are humans. And I can only do this. Half of Yi Qinghan's body was hit by the blade fragments. Luckily, he reacted quickly and moved his body to the side. If not, his Yi family spear, divine crystal, and his head would have been smashed. He endured the pain and didn't dare to use his spatial power to investigate. He could only use his divine senses to scan the plane. However, Yi Qinghan felt that there were at least a few high-grade god thearchs. In the end, he gritted his teeth and withdrew his aura and the remaining origin energy. Just like that, he plummeted straight down like a wild goose with a broken wing. Once the spatial power was used, it would produce divine might. If he didn't restrain his aura and source energy, his body would produce incomparably strong divine might. It would definitely attract the attention of the experts in the plane. If it was any other time, he could easily kill these experts even if there were 100 times more of them. However, at this moment, the murderous aura in his mind began to attack again. He wasn't sure when he would faint again. Hence, he could only fall quietly and naturally. Suppressing the murderous intent and evil aura in his heart, Yi Qinghan investigated the situation around him. After confirming that the experts didn't use their divine senses to investigate, he felt relieved. Pa. When Yi Qinghan felt that he had fallen into the water and his body stopped falling, his divine senses immediately spread out to investigate the surroundings. His divine sense immediately spread out in all directions. If he was sure that there were people or beasts that could threaten him, he would kill them immediately to ensure his own safety. However, when Yi Qinghan opened his blood-red eyes, he saw a peerless face that had lost its color. There was also a beautiful and delicate body bare. 2 lotus-like hands, one covering the proud peaks and the other covering the mysterious area below. She looked at the man who fell from the sky, smashed through the roof of her house, and finally smashed into her bathhouse. Chapter 1080. Whoosh! 4 beautiful sword-wielding women immediately rushed into the room. Their gazes were like 8 daggers as they locked onto the blood-red-eyed Yi Qinghan. They shouted, "Princess!" Yi Qinghan's body released a berserk aura that instantly froze the entire room. The 4 maids weren't even comparable to divine generals. Under Yi Qinghan's tyrannical pressure, they were immediately suppressed to the point where they couldn't even move. Then, Yi Qinghan stared at the delicate girl in front of him, who was called Princess, with red eyes. Should I kill or not? The killing intent in his mind began to surge. His body began to tremble, and his back slightly bent. His blood-red eyes made him look like a human-shaped demon. His divine sense easily swept the surrounding area, and he easily discovered that this was a side courtyard in the mountains. There were only 5 people in the entire side courtyard. If he killed all 5 of them, he would at least be temporarily safe. However, he looked at the delicate and naked princess in front of him, at her water-blue hair that was slightly curled, at her eyes that were as pure as water, and at her pitiful expression. He hesitated. Her blue hair and gem-like eyes reminded him of blue rain. Her pure eyes and pitiful expression reminded him of Yi Qingyu. Blue rain, little you. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth subconsciously curved upwards. It was incomparably gentle, incomparably sweet. In the end, he looked at the woman in front of him and felt a headache coming on. If it was a group of men or monsters, Yi Qinghan definitely wouldn't care about the consequences and would directly kill them. However, this was a woman, and a delicate woman at that. A woman without a trace of martial strength. Yi Qinghan was conflicted and didn't dare to make a move. I'm a good person. Don't kill me. The woman in front of him felt danger, and she also felt Yi Qinghan's hesitation. She weakly spoke, and her expression became even more pitiful. Yi Qinghan stared at the woman's eyes and realized that when she said this, her pupils didn't change at all and her soul didn't tremble at all. In the end, he kept the slaughter god blade and left a sentence before falling into the water. Don't touch me, I won't hurt you. The malevolent energy once again attacked Yi Qinghan's soul. Yi Qinghan began to tumble about in the pool, looking incomparably ferocious and terrifying. The four maids regained their freedom the moment Yi Qinghan collapsed. They hurriedly dragged the terrified princess out. Then he looked at Yi Qinghan cautiously, not daring to breathe too loudly. After an hour, Yi Qinghan finally stopped struggling. He floated on the surface of the pond like a corpse. He didn't breathe out, nor did he breathe in. His soul was completely sealed, and his life force was completely concealed. Princess, what should we do? A yellow-robed maid asked in fear after confirming that Yi Qinghan was not moving. Yi Qinghan's domineering aura had scared her. The red-robed maid beside her also said anxiously, Princess, let's quickly leave this place and report this matter to the Vatican. This person is definitely not a kind person. Princess, let's go and kill him. If he recovers, we will all be in trouble. Yes, this person seems to be seriously injured. Princess, let's go and kill him. He must have a lot of treasures. The other two maids in blue and white had a cold look on their faces. They looked like they would kill Yi Qinghan the moment the princess gave the order. Yi Qinghan had completely lost his consciousness. He didn't know that his moment of soft-heartedness had landed him in a near-death situation. He had completely lost his consciousness. If these two maids went forward and stabbed him a few times, he would definitely die. No. The lady who had carelessly put on a long robe to cover her beautiful body shook her head. She stared at Yi Qinghan's well-defined face, which had turned slightly pale because his legs had been chopped off a few times. She shook her head slightly and said, He won't harm us. If he wanted to kill us, which one of you could have stopped him just now? The four maids fell silent at the same time. That domineering aura just now had suppressed them to the point where they couldn't even move. This was just an aura. How strong was this person's true strength? They didn't dare to imagine. But Princess, the aura on his body is extremely evil. He is definitely not a human. A human can't be so evil that it makes people feel cold all over. Yes, this person was built from heaven. His aura is so evil. Could he be a legendary creature from another dimension? Princess, why don't you just kill him? If he is a creature from another dimension, not to mention us, the entire Malfa continent will be destroyed. He is too powerful. No, Princess, let's quickly inform the church and let the Pope personally purify him. Creatures from another dimension should have their souls imprisoned in the abyssal ocean forever. The maid spoke again. The beautiful princess also hesitated. If he was a creature from another dimension, then it was very likely that the entire continent would be implicated. She hesitated for a moment. No. I believe that he is also a human, a good person. Suddenly, the princess said resolutely and decisively. She thought of the last time Yi Qinghan had looked at her. The corner of his mouth had unconsciously revealed a touch of tenderness, that touch of sweetness, as if he had seen the woman he loved. She believed that if he was not a human, if he was not a man with feelings, he would definitely not reveal such an expression. Princess. The four maids looked at the princess who had a burning gaze in front of them and called out worriedly. They were familiar with this gaze. The last time the princess showed this gaze, she had made a fool of herself. In the end, they were forced to live in this courtyard in the mountain. This time, She had made a fool of herself again. Would the four of them die because of this? The expression on the princess's face became more and more resolute. She said firmly, "Believe me, think about it. This person is so powerful. If he is a good person, then there is hope for father and mother's revenge. I want to take this gamble. Of course, if you don't want to gamble, I won't force you. You can leave, but I hope you don't leak the secret." Princess. The four maids looked at each other and sighed helplessly. They looked at the man in the pool and said helplessly, "Since you want to gamble, we will accompany you. If this man wants to harm us, we will risk our lives to take the princess away." Yi Qinghan was unconscious. He didn't know that he had walked one round on the edge of death. The princess and the four maids didn't touch Yi Qinghan. They let Yi Qinghan float in the princess's bath. Although the princess decided to keep Yi Qinghan alive and not kill him or leak the secret, she was still extremely terrified. However, his heart was still incomparably terrified. Every day, he would come to check on Yi Qinghan, only to find that he was still floating on the pool like a corpse. Yi Qinghan didn't know that while his body was wandering on the edge of life and death, his soul had already wandered between human and demon countless times. In the other soul sea, countless demonic aura turned into evil energy. It was like countless black dragons swimming in the two souls, trying to demonize Yi Qinghan's soul. However, the countless thunder dragons in Yi Qinghan's origin power were also swimming in the soul sea, chasing after these black dragons. They roared and fought with all their might. Both sides were extremely powerful. If the black dragons formed from the demonic aura one, then Yi Qinghan would completely become a demon, a low-level creature in the demon world. He would sink forever.